Well, the turkey's been eaten, the Friday shopping's been done, but the basketball and the fight against glioblastoma continues. Welcome to day 5 of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. I'm Brett Parrott reporting along with Jonathan Michael here. We are about ready for our first contest of the day today. We'll take a pause real quickly for our national anthem. Washington, Illinois' very own Mark Boobert there singing our national anthem again as we kick off day 5 of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions here at Torry Gymnasium on the campus of Washington Community High School. Our first matchup of the day today features the Romeoville Spartans with head coach Mark Howard taking on the DeKalb Barbs and head coach Mike Reynolds. Let me bring in my broadcast partner for this first game, Jonathan Michael. Jonathan, what's your take on these two teams as we start action today?
Yeah, I saw DeKalb yesterday against St. John Bosco, and even though it was a loss, which it's obviously very tough going up against one of the top 10 teams in the entire country, there were a lot of things I liked about DeKalb. Devon Grant is a player that really impressed me. I talked to a lot of people in the tournament. They said that he's one of their favorite players to watch. He's just so aggressive. I might see some big dunks from him. And Sean Reynolds, a very electric player for the Barbs as well. Had a bit of a quieter game yesterday, but still able to light it up. He scored 32 in their tournament debut back on Tuesday, which felt like forever ago. But DeKalb is a very good team, and one that's going to be one of the better teams in the we can call them the greater Chicago area. They're close enough. And same with the Romeoville, too. They have faced some great competition, had a good game against Wilson, South Carolina yesterday. They're a team that's got a lot of talent. Jamari Fears, a player that I got my eye on. I think he might be an X factor for Romeoville here today.
Getting the starting lineups now. DeKalb will be in your black uniforms, and Romeoville wears white today.
Romeoville's got a good amount of size. Yeah, KJ Ellis out there, 6'4", Noah Harris at 6'6", Damian Porter there at 6'4", so not a lot of guys that are play in the clouds, but a lot of good length, a lot of good height on the Spartans team.
It'll be Harris and Grant to tip off here, and we are underway in our first game today. As the tip to be inbounded by DJ Hampton.
Hampton's had some big games this tournament, and again, he's also one of the part of the very lengthy Romeoville team, 6'7", and this has been a very lengthy tournament. A lot of just tall guys with big wingspans that both these teams have seen.
Drive there by Hampton to the bucket for 2.
And it's always good just to get that first basket, get out of your system early in the morning. Again, it is so hard to play these 9 a.m. tip-off games. It really just throws you off your schedule. Seeing that first one goes in will do you wonders. 3
up, no good. That's Jackson Keys. Rebound fought for, and into the hands of the Spartans. Hampton out top. Left side, that's Christian Flowers. Gets a screen from Harris. Picked up by Grant. Inside now to Harris, mismatch there. Double team comes. Flowers gets it back, drives the lane, shot up, no good. Rebound by the Barbs.
A nice little head fake there from Flowers just to kind of get open. Didn't even really fake the shot, but he kind of moved his head in like he was going to shoot. He was able to get open there for the drive.
Marquise Bolden out top for the Barbs. Gets a screen from Reynolds. Still dribbling around out top, 15 on the shot clock. Here's Devon Grant. Hand off to Reynolds, poked away. And here we got our first layup of the day. Thought we were gonna have our first slam dunk of day 5, but takes the easy route and scoops it in for 2.
You know, I was talking with some of our crew about this. Every time we see a fast break at the Tournament of Champions, we expect a dunk. Maybe in a regular game, we expect, okay, maybe probably a layup, but there's just so much high-flying action in this tournament. You always got to be on dunk watch.
And when you're on game 4 in 4 days, it might be a little bit easier just to lay it up. There's a turnover by the Barbs. Ball back to Romeoville, out to a hot start here, up 4-0 just a couple of minutes in.
And this game, the 5th place game in the Washington Invitational, if I'm not mistaken. Both these teams 1 and 2, but hey, you know, one of these teams is going to come away with this 2 and 2 as the layup is up and good there from Hampton. But you know, going 2 and 2 in the Tournament of Champions is absolutely nothing to sneeze at. You can say it's something to be proud of. I mean, this is a loaded field, and both these teams have played some very fine squads.
Another 3-point miss by the Barbs. Back down for Romeoville. That's Harris inside, takes it up strong to the bucket for 2. Gotta wonder if Coach Mike Reynolds might burn a timeout here, down 8-0 early. As Reynolds brings it across the timeline. Gets a screen from Grant, fakes a shot. Now ball inside, that's Justin O'Neal, right-handed baby hook, no good. Rebound put in by Devon Grant. And DeKalb is on the board.
Here's that first one for the Barbs. Maybe that'll kind of open the floodgates for them. But what I really like about Romeoville is, again, especially early in the morning, they're not trying to go with too many hard jump shots. They're just getting to the 10 and getting those easy looks.
There's a steal by Keys, takes it up. He's going to take it himself and scores. And just like that, DeKalb cuts the lead in half. It's 8-4.
Keys took a nice angle there, had that contested layup, and when you have that, you just want to get the ball on the glass as quick as possible. And Keys outstretched his arm, put the nice little English on it, spun right in.
Flowers right side, guarded by Reynolds. Out top for Ellis. Ellis trying to drive the lane, bulldogs his way in and goes up with the left hand for 2.
For DeKalb, he's got to get someone down there in the paint. I mean, once Ellis got past his man, there was no resistance.
3 out from the left side. That's a little strong, no good. Rebound by the Spartans all the way down, taking it up under, hits the bottom of the backboard, and ball back to the Barbs. High-paced action, and we got a foul there on the drive by Bolden.
I think both these teams had their morning coffee. I sure think they did. I mean, maybe coffee before a basketball game, maybe not the best drink of choice, but these guys are definitely well rested. They've been getting up and down the floor, and this is what you expect. Again, you know, when I played high school basketball, you know, our team was not very good, and we had to play multiple games at 9 a.m., and we were sluggish. These two teams obviously are 2 of the better teams in the state of Illinois, and so they're going to come out firing and hot.
Couple of check-ins for Romeoville, Ivy and Fears, and we have a block there on the layup attempt. Ball back down the floor for Romeoville. This is Hampton. There's Jamari Fears, who just checked in, and now off to the other player who just checked in, number 4, AJ Ivy for the Spartans. Flowers out top. Almost lost his footing there. Recovers, now gives to Ivy on the right wing. Out top Fears, shot clock down to 9. Fears gonna take it himself all the way in. Kind of ran out of space there, threw it up. Shot clock still hasn't reset, 2-1. Fears with the floater, and he knocks it in just before the shot clock expires.
What a pretty shot there from Fears, and I said this once earlier in the tournament. That baseline floater, one of the hardest shots in basketball because momentum's taking you towards the basket, and you have no backboard, nothing to get the shot off of, no depth perception either.
Bolden into the lane, nice drop off for Devon Grant, up and one, and he gets fouled as well. Devon Grant, who, as you mentioned, I was talking to Jacob Weston, one of our just great volunteers with KB Strong, who's been here for probably the entire tournament. He said, this is my favorite player of the entire tournament.
Yeah, and I like that patience there a lot from Grant. You know, I said earlier, he was very aggressive, threw down some big dunks yesterday, just really just kind of really just kind of a player that, plays with reckless abandon. But, right there, I like the patience just to kind of go up, wait for the guy to come up in the air, and then go up with the shot and at least get 2 free throws. He got the 2 plus the extra 1 as well.
Yeah, he's got 5 of the 7 for DeKalb right now. As Fears dribbles out top for Romeoville. Looking inside, they had a mismatch, couldn't find it. And now we have a steal by the Barbs. This is Marquise Bolden all the way in, and he gets fouled on the layup attempt. Hard foul there, nice spokesmanship by Romeoville, helping him get back off the ground. He'll go to the line for 2.
Here to look at the Romeoville head coach Mark Howard. We've seen his squad multiple times again. Obviously, we're a Central Illinois-based media company, but we have seen Romeoville at the State Farm Holiday Classic last year, and they were a really fun team to watch then. And he does a great job with his team.
Thompson checks back in for Hampton for the Spartans. Bolden hit the first, second one's up and down as well. And slowly but surely, DeKalb chipping away at that early 8-0 lead that Romeoville had. It's now 12-9 as Fears dribbles out top. Hands off to Ivy. Ivy looking around, gets a screen. Long three-point attempt is wide left and out of bounds. Ball back to DeKalb with a chance now to cut it to 1 or maybe even tie the game.
That's one of the first shots from the perimeter we've seen by Romeoville, and that's a tough one there from Ellis. Looked a little uncomfortable coming off the hand.
There's Reynolds with a 3 attempt, no good. Ball bounces out of bounds.
Talk about a player that looks really comfortable shooting the ball. That's Sean Reynolds. He's got great form and just, boy, I mean, once he gets going, you can't let him get 1 or 2 buckets in a row because after that, he's just, it's all over. I mean, Reynolds is just a dead-eye shooter.
Now, one thing I'm noticing here, Jonathan, is that I'm not seeing number 23, Damian Porter Jr. for Romeoville. I don't know if something happened in one of the previous games, but when I had their first game of the tournament, he was definitely their go-to guy. As here's Ellis driving in, no good.
Most definitely, and yeah, he's, I believe, their leading scorer in at least one, if not more, of their games. And yeah, I'm not. It's like that maybe him on the bench.
Nice drive there by Justin O'Neill, and we got a 1-point game now with just a minute left here in our first quarter. Romeoville with the ball up 1. Here's hands off to Thompson. Thompson backs up, shoots a 3, a little bit strong, no good, and we got a foul on the rebound as Fears had 2 hands in the back there of Justin O'Neill.
And yeah, and going back to Porter, if he ends up not playing in this game, which, and if he's not out in the first quarter, I wouldn't assume that he would play in this one, but it's a good test for Romeoville, kind of saying, hey, maybe there's a time that there's one of our guys may go down with an injury later in the year. I mean, obviously you never want that, but it's just kind of learning to play, next man up basketball. Hey, someone's got to take over. Who's that going to be for Romeoville? So far, it's been DJ Hampton.
Devon Grant drives in the lane for DeKalb, up with the shot, no good. Ball out of bounds, and it's last touch by Romeoville. Fears was wondering, should I grab this, should I not? He let it roll out of bounds, but it was his team that was the last to touch the basketball, so DeKalb will inbounds underneath the hoop. Lob into Grant. Hand off to Keys, now in the corner, there's Reynolds, there's that shot, a little bit short, might have got tapped. Here comes Romeoville. drive in, shot up, no good. And right back to DeKalb. 30 seconds left, and we'll see. Nope, DeKalb's not going to try to hold for one. They go inside to Grant, and he is fouled on the shot. He'll go to the line for another 2.
That's not a bad shot there from Grant. You know, I'm always a big proponent of holding the last shot, but I mean, you have that open look down there. You're probably either getting 2 or at least getting to go to the line. So whenever you get those chances, you know, you got to take them.
Rolls the first one in. We got a check-in for DeKalb, number 30. Billy Miller checks in for Reynolds.
And it's interesting, Reynolds is the only player, at least on DeKalb's starting rotation, that hasn't scored yet.
Now to Romeoville, down now by 1 after that early 8-0 lead. Looks like they're going to try to play for the last shot of the quarter. 15 left in the quarter as Ellis dribbles out top. So they're going to try to set up some sort of ball screen and let him drive to the hoop. Ellis with about a 8-footer, no good. Grant down the floor. Will they get a shot off before the buzzer? That does count.
I think he got it.
Yes, number 4, Marquise Bolden, right at the buzzer on the outlet pass from Grant. And at the end of our first quarter, DeKalb now takes the lead, 15-12.
Now, what an impressive response here from the Barbs, who again were down 8-0, and we were wondering, hey, is head coach Mike Reynolds going to call his timeout, get these guys on the same page? He didn't really even need to that much. The team just kind of woke up, and good buckets there. If you're Romeoville, not sure if I love that shot with 5 seconds. You just got to be aware of the clock a little bit more, and sometimes that's tough for us as a high school. Maybe not thinking of that right away. Leads opportunities like DeKalb just got, but credit to Bolden being ready to run, and credit to the Barbs, 15-4 run at the moment.
And this end of the quarter break brought to you by Enercon Energy. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. Also proud to bring you Keps. Come to Keps Sports Bar and Grill during the TOC. Check out our menu on their website. They also feature trivia every other Wednesday night at 7 p.m. and Texas Hold'em at 6 p.m. on every Sunday night. You can follow Keps and like us on their Facebook for more information. Culver's is proud to sponsor this year's KBM TOC and is the official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard. Culver's strives to make a difference in their community and is giving back in a big way. $1 from every concrete mixer purchased this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria, and let Scoopy know that we sent you.
Saw Scoopy here in the building just last night. He was here during the reverse autograph signing. That was really cool. The cancer patients got to, from OSF, got to sign autographs for the fans here in attendance. And Scoopy from Culver's was here, and boy, what a great time that all was.
We are back to action here in quarter number 2, and we have a foul underneath the basket. Romeoville will inbound underneath their own goal. Still looking. Lobbed in now to 34, Noah Harris. Hand off to Hampton. Hampton into the lane, backs in, fakes one way, fakes the other way, back and forth he goes, now kicks out to Ellis. Still plenty of time on the shot clock here. Hampton on the right wing, fakes a pass. Now hands off to 15, Dalen Porter, who is in the game for the first time today. We have an over and back here, and finally Ellis touches the ball. Another turnover by Romeoville. Back to the Barbs.
Interesting move there for Romeoville. Porter's kind of just, I believe that was Ellis, just kind of just let that ball kind of run a little bit and just kind of waste some more clock.
The lob on the inbounds. Oh. There's one of those dunks you were talking about from Devon Grant. He got way above the rim to give DeKalb a 5-point lead. Back the other way, this is Danny Thompson for the Spartans. Looking to drive baseline, now brings it out top. Getting hounded, tried to drop it off for Harris. Rolling out of bounds, saved back in. Here comes DeKalb again.
and Porter, or I should say, and Grant is just so athletic. His Bolden's floater is up and good, but I mean, this kid could just jump out of the gym. 3-star wide receiver, and this guy has a future playing. He can either play college football or college basketball. I mean, he's really that talented. He could play either, maybe even both sports. I mean, any college is going to be excited to have him. He is just he's a strong basketball player too. You can tell even from up here in the booth, he is really built too.
And that gives DeKalb a 7-point lead. We have a timeout. We're going to mention PJ Hare right now, who is again proud to be a sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and this year's Building for the Future all-academic team. We wish all teams good luck. And let's cheer them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma. And again, another Enercon power-up timeout brought to you by Enercon Energy. So we saw at the beginning of this game, Romeoville out to a quick start, but ever since then, it's been mostly DeKalb. Jonathan, what do you think Romeoville has to do to kind of start to limit those turnovers a little bit and get back in this ballgame?
Well, you know, I think, again, they saw success down low early on in this game. Again, they weren't really shooting many threes, hardly at all. And so, you know, right now, again, they're just trying to get some good shots off again. And DeKalb has been playing some good defense and not allowing the ball to get down in the post that much. So right now, Romeoville maybe just trying to get some high-low action going, maybe some screen and rolls, free them up for a drive. Just make it to the free throw line. That's the best way to help you kind of get off that number if you're stuck on it.
KJ Ellis out top there, trying to direct the screen. Now gets in the lane, gets to the hoop and scores. There we go.
Maybe it wasn't the exact type of looking play I was thinking of, but he was 1-on-3 there and lots of trouble. Credit to Ellis. That was a tough finish there, and he's got 6.
Top for DeKalb. This is Bolden going against Ellis. He's going to pull up for 3, and he nails it right from the top of the key. Marquise Bolden now up to 9 on the game and an 8-point lead for DeKalb.
Bolden and Grant really shouldering the load right now for DeKalb. And, you know, I think when, again, early on the season, still got to get your scouting reports. People may have saw Sean Reynolds' first game, you know, a 32-point outing back on Tuesday and say, okay, we need a key on this guy. But then you leave guys like Bolden and Grant open, and they've been really cooking.
Ellis a 3 from out top, leaves it a little bit short. Grant with the rebound. Here comes DeKalb. Reynolds is back in the game now for the Barbs. Grant's going to take it right in the lane himself, off the glass, no good. Tapped out of bounds. Last touch by DeKalb, but it'll go back to Romeoville and into the game. Checks number 5, Christian Flowers, back in for Romeoville. He's going to replace Dalen Porter.
If you're Grant on that play, again, you know, you've been feeling it in the early going. You got 9 early points, but you know, that was a tough shot right there, kind of a little, almost a sort of a hook shot with 2 defenders on you. I would have liked to see him kick that ball there, although he was in a tough position in his defense.
Christian Flower drives in the lane for Romeoville. Shot up no good. Grant with the rebound. Here comes DeKalb. Nice to look ahead by Reynolds up to Bolden. That's rejected by Hampton. Ball out of bounds, and it's going to go to Romeoville. Reynolds thought he had an easy layup there, and Hampton kind of flew in out of nowhere to send that one off the backboard.
Yeah, Hampton very lanky again, 6'7", and he's been one of those key players again, in case you're just tuning in. No Damian Porter Jr. For Romeoville into this game. I think the player's still in the warm-up. Still on the Romeoville sideline. 22,
Justin O'Neill, another steal by DeKalb, takes it in for 2. We got a 10-point lead now for the Barbs, 24-14, about halfway through our second quarter. Flowers out top for the Spartans. Left side, that's Thompson for 3, no good. Ball battered around, and Hampton ends up with it. Tries to kick it out, and it rolls out of bounds. They're going to say that it was not touched by DeKalb, and the ball will be back to the Barbs.
I think Hampton tried to go behind the back on that pass while being double covered there in the corner, and that's a creative way to get it out, and nearly did. Just ran out of real estate. Behind the back passes are tough. I think it hit his own back, I think, as he tried to go back around.
24, Miles Newman checks in, I believe, for the first time in the game for DeKalb, as Keys brings it across midcourt. And there is Newman at the high post. Brings it back out, and the DeKalb coach Mike Reynolds is going to use a 30-second timeout with 19 on the shot clock. And again, all of our power-up timeouts are brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us.
And speaking of Mike Reynolds from DeKalb, he's done a phenomenal job with this Barbs team since he came over from Galesburg High School, just right up the interstate from us, I-74, and I believe 4 straight 20-win seasons for the Barbs. Won the regional title last year, and they're carrying a lot of hype into this season. I know there's a guy, I don't know if you know, his name is Aaron Britton, also runs a Twitter account called Nesto Hoops, and he ranks all the Illinois teams. He does a very good job of it. He put out his preseason top 25 in DeKalb, ranked pretty high in Class 4A, and that's a really tough class to compete in if you're DeKalb. So again, this is going to be a team to watch out for deep in the postseason. They try to win more than a regional title this year.
Got a foul on that last play, and one thing I can say is you can tell that Mike Reynolds hasn't lost any of his energy, as we have a 3 up and down for Reynolds. But no, Mike Reynolds is just as active on the sidelines as he probably was from the beginning of this tournament.
Most definitely, and that was his son, Sean Reynolds, right there. He's the Division II commit. He's headed to DeUville University. So basketball in his future for the Barbs, who are making their first TOC appearance. Same with Romeoville as well. So again, there's always a couple of schools from around the Chicago area that usually come. Here we saw Lyle Bennett take on Gary Westside yesterday. That was a big win for them, and there's just been so many good Chicago area teams that have come into this tournament. We saw Joliet West a couple years ago. Chicago St. Rita's been here after they had some of those really big players, and so it's just been a real treat. This whole field has really been again, a high-level feel. It's led to some games that maybe haven't been quite as close, but that's just because these teams have been so good. But we should see some good ones here today. A lot of great basketball coming up.
Well, and some of these teams know coming to this tournament that they're going to be facing those nationally ranked teams, stuff like that, but it's a great learning opportunity for them to see where they're at right away in the season, going into their regular season for the year. Back to action here as we are under the midway point of our second quarter. Romeoville with the basketball out top. That's KJ Ellis looking to get some space, drops it off to Fears in the corner, kicked around. That's Hampton out top. He tries to go in the lane, spin move, fade away, 1-footer, no good, and skying in for the rebound is Reynolds. Up for Grant, here we go. Grant with the tomahawk jam.
I think that basket is still shaking. It might be for quite some time. Wow.
On the other end, Ellis takes a 3, and he's fouled in the act of shooting. Jackson Keys with the foul for DeKalb. And that should, I believe it was ruled a 3. Ellis to the line for 3 free throws here.
And just but now, if you're Romeoville, I mean, you're giving up a 29-6 run right now. And again, you want to get to the free throw line, and Ellis misses the first. He's pretty upset right now. If you're Romeoville, again, there's still plenty of time in this game. I know Ellis, looks upset right now, but you just gotta stay within yourself and say, hey, there's plenty of time for us to come back. It does help though to knock down your free throws.
He does miss the second one as well there. We'll have one more fouled on the 3-point shot. And he does get the third. He leads the Spartans in scoring right now with 7 of their 15. And now Romeoville going to apply a little full court pressure here. Cal gets it across half court to Bolden. Now to Keys, driving in the lane, drop off. Nice dish there underneath to Miles Newman for 2. Fears going to launch a 3 on the other end, no good. Flowers grabs an offensive rebound. He's going to take it up strong, and basket was good, but they're going to wave it off as they say the foul was committed before the shot. Foul on Bolden, his first, and Romeoville to inbound.
And Romeoville has good defensive pressure there on the last possession. And sometimes, again, your best offense, sometimes it's defense. Don't need to force up shots, yet you bring that defensive intensity. That'll lead to turnovers and maybe some easier buckets.
Almost had one there for a second as we're going to get a foul away from the ball there. I think they're going to call Grant inside, battling with Noah Harris for the Spartans. 22 O'Neal back in for DeKalb as Hampton inbounds for Romeoville. Kicks it way out top. You can go get that as Ellis tracks it down beyond the midcourt stripe and now hands off to Flowers to set the offense.
If you're Romeoville, maybe like to try and see if you can get a bucket here with DJ Hampton. He had 4 early points to split a nice shooting stroke. He's been guarded pretty tightly by Devon Grant for most of this one.
Inside-outside game, Ellis to Fears. Fears in the lane with a teardrop for 2.
No fear there from Jamari Fears, slicing into the lane. Nice floater there from the 5'10 sophomore, whose brothers Jeremy and Jeremiah both played in this tournament and are now thriving at the college basketball level.
Got a foul there against Romeoville. Again, trying to apply some more pressure to maybe speed up DeKalb. I know Romeoville likes to play up and down pretty quickly. Inbounds to Reynolds for the Barbs. And brings it across the timeline. Dishes off to Bolden, right to the hoop. Got grabbed around the waist, no call, but still able to drop it in. And Bolden now into double figures.
That looked like a pretty uncomfortable shot there from Bolden, but credit to him, he's still got it to go.
Ellis drives to the hoop, draws some contact. He'll go back to the line.
And Romeoville has gotten back to the line. We'll see if Porter can, or should say Ellis, that's on his free throws. Well, good thing I didn't say that before the shot, because then I would have been liable for broadcasting's jinx.
I think we have a little confusion here because in our program, 33 is Ellis, but the PA is also announcing that that's Porter, so maybe we'll try to get that figured out at halftime.
Yeah, we can go down and
see what's going on here.
Maybe Jersey,
uniform change. Yeah.
Maybe Jersey got lost in the laundry at the hotel. You never know, but and that does look like.
We're calling number 33 for our last 1:18 of the half here, and then see if we can figure that out at halftime. Grant underneath, nice dish. That's O'Neal for an easy bucket. Nice ball movement there by DeKalb. They have pushed it out to a 35-17 lead now with just a minute to go here in quarter number 2. Fears dribbles out top. Hand off right side. Drive into the lane, ball loose, right into the hands of Fear. There's Hampton in the corner, out to Fears. And ball knocked out of bounds. They're trying to get it in the corner there to number 2, Jacob Mylock, who's their sharpshooter. You see him at the end of quarters, ends of halves, just kind of set up in the corner. But every shot I've seen him take has splashed right into the net.
He's kind of reminds me of the Oakland Jack Golke last year's March Madness hero. Just almost exclusively just shot threes, and boy, he was a dead-eye shooter at it. So a good player to have in a situation like this, and Romeoville could use a 3. They could use a big shot to kind of just get their team going, get that morale boosted a little bit going in the locker room. So still plenty of time, though, for the Spartans to get something to feel good about going into halftime.
Danny Thompson at the line as he was fouled inside. He makes his first. I believe that's his first bucket of the game. Second one coming as DeKalb is into the double bonus here. And he makes them both. And Keys checks back into the game. They're going to give Grant a 37-second break here to end the quarter. Again, Romeoville applying some full court pressure here to the Barbs. Inbounds to Newman, hands off to Keys, who will now bring it up the court, guarded by Thompson.
And about a 2-second difference in between the shot and game clock, so probably a chance to hold for the last, I should say, real possession here of this first half for DeKalb, and I certainly would if I were the Barbs. You don't want to give Romeoville a chance to rebound and miss and get a good three-pointer.
Nice little drop in right there from Reynolds to O'Neal. And DeKalb on the board again. One ball up and in to end the half. So a little positivity there for Romeoville, dropping the last shot of the half in. But DeKalb, after that early start by Romeoville, just kind of took over and has a sizable lead as we head to halftime. They lead 37-21 over the Romeoville Spartans.
Yeah, and Romeoville kind of gave him a little jab in the first couple of minutes, and then DeKalb came back with a big right hook the rest of the half as well. And again, 37 points in the first quarter of a game is, again, nothing to sneeze at. Marquise Bolden has really been impressive. Again, we talked about Devon Grant, and he's the player that you're going to see the highlight reel dunks for. And, boy, he had two phenomenal slams there in that first half. But, Bolden has played a good game, and, they're starting to get other guys, like O'Neal, like Keys, like Newman involved as well. So a lot of weapons for this Barbs team for sure.
Yeah, when you only have Reynolds with only 3 in the first half, and you're still up by 16, you got to be pretty happy if you're the DeKalb Barbs.
Most definitely is. Again, you see on your screen there the KB Strong Foundation to join the fight against glioblastoma. For more information, again, you can visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com or scan the QR code there on your screen. And again, definitely encourage you to, at least do your research on it. And, it's, great foundation for a great cause as well. And, again, it's what this tournament is all about as well. So major credit to KB Strong. And it's just some phenomenal folks over there.
Absolutely. We are going to go ahead and send it to a break now and off to Uftring Tournament Central. We'll be back with the second half shortly.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor on and off the court. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and will soon begin the first clinical trials against glioblastoma in this area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Welcome inside Uftring Tournament Central. Glad you're with us on your Saturday morning as we begin to wrap up the 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute with Teddy Ball. It's Larry Larson. So glad you're with us. And Teddy, it's going to be a fun schedule here today.
Yeah, I mean, all the other days of the tournament, they've been some good games, definitely, but there's also been some ones that have kind of ran away from some teams. But today, some of the best are still alive, and we're going to see some good games for sure.
No doubt. And when you look up and down the schedule, I think the game at 6 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken, is the one that really jumps out. St. John Bosco taking on St. Francis out of Houston.
Yeah, when we were talking with our crew last night after everything wrapped up, I was talking to Michael Savoy, and he kind of talked about how, that game is 1A, 1B in terms of the tournament. Those are two very good teams. Bosco has looked dominant, of course. We kind of knew that going in. They're the number 5 team in the country for a reason. But, they got a formidable opponent going up against them, and, a team that, has looked very strong through the tournament so far, and it's going to be a real test for Bosco.
How about Vashon against Morton? I think that could be a sneaky good game. Morton has played well this week. Vashon is one of the more cohesive teams we've watched.
Yeah, Morton definitely has played well. I think us around the middle line, I know that very good program year in, year out. But around the area, they might be a little unfamiliar, or they see that they lost a couple guys. But overall, Morton they've played strong. Haven't won every game they've played, but they've been in every game that they've played. So that's one thing. Vashon, however, very strong program as well. 16-time state champions in the state of Missouri. So very competitive, ran team for years and years and years, and they've looked dominant. So it'll be interesting to see how Morton can match up against them. We're going to be seeing them more throughout the course of the season, so it's a good competition for them early on.
How about the game that we saw last night, the nightcap, one of the better games that we saw all day yesterday, Metamora and the Paideia School. Paideia had kind of taken some lumps in their first 2 games, got really blown out, for lack of a better term, in their first 2, and then they roared back last night and took down Metamora. Yeah,
the game before, they had a pretty rough outing against Bosco, which is kind of expected. It's a very great team, like we just mentioned, but I don't think anyone was expecting them to go in there and beat Metamora, except for maybe themselves and their fan base. And they proved all of us wrong, and it was kind of a sight to see. I mean, it was everyone was shocked back here, because Metamora is a team that you see in those close games that they always find a way to get over it. We thought, okay, maybe 5 minutes left, they're going to find a way. Well, no, they weren't able to get it together, and it was an early stretch from Paideia that they just kept on and they didn't let go.
Metamora, a really strong group. They play against Wilson out of South Carolina today, and now that could be a really good game.
Certainly could, a little bit earlier on in the day compared to what the game was yesterday for them. So, that loss is definitely fresh in their mind. Wilson's a very strong opponent as well. But I think, if you're looking for a good game, that would be one of the ones to tune in. If you only have a couple of them, you can definitely tune into that to that Metamora and Wilson game, because Metamora, I can almost be positive they're going to be on a mission to get back into the win column.
Of course, I want to remind you of the cause behind the tournament. You heard John Michael discuss it before the break, if you were tuned in then. But all the proceeds from this tournament benefit the KB Strong Foundation, which helps the battle against glioblastoma, a rare and aggressive form of brain cancer. And we'll have the link up on the screen, the QR code as well, if you want to click that and check that out on your screen right here. Handy-dandy QR code cooked up by Joey Wright and company behind the scenes. So if you want to check that out and help the fight against glioblastoma. Also, if you're here, Washington, just across the space out here, we've got merchandise on sale, KB Strong merchandise, and of course all those proceeds go towards battling brain cancer.
Yeah, it's one of the best parts of this tournament. We talked to, all throughout the year, or all throughout the tournament itself, just about how much just everything goes into it. It's not just the players, although it's a great basketball tournament as well, but it's the volunteers, the people that organize everything, get everybody together, and it's all for a great cause as well.
Great basketball, great cause. We've got more great hoops coming your way after a short break. Going back into the gym, Brett Parrott, John Michael coming up after this on Clutch Sports Media.
The 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the multidisciplinary team at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey, from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. Offering comprehensive cancer care services, including access to clinical trials, radiation oncology, hematology, chemotherapy, immunotherapy, and surgical oncology. To request an appointment, visit the OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute website or call 844-OSF-4HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 53 locations in 38 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
Welcome back to Ray Torry Gymnasium here at Washington Community High School. We're at halftime of our first contest of Day 5 of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And at halftime, the DeKalb Barbs lead the Romeoville Spartans 37-21. You can see the teams getting their last couple of shots off before the second half begins. We do want to inform our viewers out there that while we were debating that during the first half, we did come to a conclusion after going down to the scorer's table at halftime. Number 33 for Romeoville is Damian Porter Jr., their star player, so not sure why we had a uniform switch or what happened to KJ Ellis, but number 33 is Damian Porter Jr., who does lead Romeoville. I had him down for 9 in the first half, but they got a long way to go to get back to catching DeKalb.
Yeah, they certainly do. And again, we've seen some big comebacks in this tournament. We've seen some big leads get erased in just a span of a minute or two. So again, I think for Romeoville, it all starts on the defensive end, finding ways to limit Grant in the paint, limit Bolden on the drive. If you're gonna do those two things, that's been where a lot of DeKalb's offense has been coming from in that first half.
Romeoville will start with possession here, moving from right to left as we begin the third quarter. And there's Damian Porter Jr. with the ball as we get that cleared up from the first half.
No longer Mr. 33.
This is 21, DJ Hampton in the corner, out top for Porter Jr., guarded by O'Neal. Looking to drive in the lane, gets it tapped away, and almost stolen by Jackson Keys for the Barbs. Ball out of bounds, shot clock down to 12 as Hampton's gonna inbound from a difficult place down there in that deep corner. Gets it out to Flowers out top. He's gonna reset, only 7 on the shot clock. Hand off to Thompson in the lane with the left hand, no good. Rebound tap, Flowers ends up with it, up no good again. Here come the Barbs, that's Sean Reynolds bringing it up the floor. Hands off to Jackson Keys.
And speaking of that shot clock down to 12, again, we have not seen many shot clock violations in this tournament. It definitely affects the game later on, especially if the game is close. You can't play the foul game as early, but on normal possessions, 35 seconds, most of these teams are going to get shots off well before that.
DeKalb with a turnover. Here's Romeoville in the lane. That's Thompson, who goes up for about an 8-footer and gets fouled on the attempt.
And neither team in that much foul trouble. For DeKalb, Grant's got 2, and looks like I think Keys has 2 as well. 2 for Harris on Romeoville's side, but overall been a pretty clean game so far, and Romeoville got a little bit lucky there getting fouled on the jump shot, and Thompson knocks down the first free throw. Hopefully, if you're a Spartans fan, you're hoping that some of those missed free throws that Porter had in the first half won't come back to bite you later on.
Thompson makes them both, so that's our first points of the third quarter here, and as they were at the end of the first half, Romeoville applying a little bit of pressure, at least on the inbounds, then they back off as Devon Grant brings it across midcourt. Hands off to Bolden in the lane, scoop shot with the left hand, no good. Fight for the rebound, tipped, and last touched by DeKalb. Nice job there battling by 34, Noah Harris. Tapped it off of O'Neal.
If you're Romeoville now, you got your first 2 points, a chance to cut in this lead even more. You've got to keep that momentum on your side. Again, they get that last bucket, that last save from Porter.
That's not a good result, though, as they turn it over, and Bolden takes it to the hoop and is fouled on his attempt. Number 1, Thompson with the foul. And that'll send Marquise Bolden to the line, who had 11 in the first half. As you said, he did a lot of his action driving to the hoop.
It's always nice when you have those guards that really can just be slashers. Again, they draw so much attention. Then you can kind of kick out, especially if you have got like Reynolds, he's shooting the ball well, and Bolden gets off the dribble penetration, and that leaves your shooters like Keys and Reynolds wide open.
Makes them both. 39-23 with a couple of minutes gone by here in quarter number 3. DeKalb leads Romeoville. Romeoville with possession. Damian Porter Jr. out top. Now on the right side to Thompson. In the corner for Hampton. Hampton drives baseline, spins, back to the middle. Nice step through, up off the glass, no good. Rebound by Keys, here come the Barbs.
That's a tough shot there from Hampton. He was spinning one direction and shot it with his other hand.
Golden with the three that touches nothing, gets it back out top after the loose ball rebound. Reynolds tries to drive, gets it blocked out of bounds. Possession remains with DeKalb.
Allison Fears come back into the game for Romeoville, and he got a pair of buckets in the first half. Again, said at the top of the broadcast, he could be maybe an X factor for the Spartans, and if he can get that energizer spark off of your bench, could really get Romeoville going here. I think the goal for the Spartans right now, again, you're down 16, 5:40 to go. Just try to get it down to single digits before the end of the third.
They tried for that lob. It worked for him in the first half. This time, Romeoville was ready for it, but number 34, Noah Harris, not quite able to get quite as high as Devon Grant, and ends up fouling him on the attempt. Grant will go to the line for two.
And few people can get up higher in this gym than Devon Grant right now.
Rolls out the first one. That's also the third foul on Harris, and he's going to check out now, being replaced by number 22, Christian Harris. I don't know if that's another brother combination for Romeoville. They have the Porter brothers, we know.
Very well could be.
Grant does make the second. He's up to 12 for the game, and the lead is now 40-23. Three-pointer up on the other end and down. That's Danny Thompson. As Romeoville gets one to drop here. Now they need to get some stops on the defensive end.
As Spartans, again, haven't made many threes. That might get them going a little bit. Force DeKalb to kind of stay honest more on defense.
Grant drives in, no good. There's the stop Romeoville was looking for. And here they come back up the floor. Damian Porter Jr., he's going to go right to the hoop. Puts his shoulder down to get some space, but misses the shot. And the ball back to DeKalb.
Great defense there from Justin O'Neal.
Ooh, looking for a bullet pass was Bolden underneath the Grant. Grant only able to get a fingertip on it, out of bounds, back to Romeoville. Right back down the floor. Thompson's going to have a heat check here, and he hits another one. Back-to-back threes by Danny Thompson. And just like that, we're down to 11.
I think that's his spot on the court. Both of his threes coming from about the same spot. Here comes Romeoville again.
And it's up ahead to Thompson. He's just unable to grab it before it hops out of bounds. He was trying to kind of catch it with one hand and dribble there. Maybe should have just tried to jump stop and grab the ball first.
That's a tough break there for Romeoville. Just a couple of just little things that have led to some potential points left on the court here today. But again, Spartans, you can definitely tell, starting to pick things up or starting to get right back into this one.
Out top, O'Neal, corner for Reynolds. Another turnover for DeKalb as the ball hops off of Reynolds' fingertips out of bounds. And Romeoville with yet another shot to cut it under 10 here. About halfway through our third quarter, Damian Porter Jr. brings it across midcourt, gets a screen. Now drops off for Thompson. He was wanting to shoot another three. Got it off to Porter, now back to Thompson. Thompson, another step back, another three.
Ooh.
This one hits off to the left, rebound by Grant. Here comes Sean Reynolds.
That one was only about a centimeter or two off.
There, underneath, off the screen, Grant gets fouled.
Yeah, that was just an absolute devastating screen there sent by Grant. I mean, Fears went flying off of that one, and it was a pretty clean screen as well. I mean, that was just the big boy Devon Grant on Jamari Fears that, hey, you gotta.
We know he's a football player, yeah. Grant, and
he's a wide receiver, not even a lineman.
My goodness. His first free throw attempt is left short. He's got 12 on the game, but the Barbs are being led right now by Marquise Bolden with 13. Grant looking to tie him up right now with the second free throw attempt. And he misses that one as well, and here comes Fears with the rebound. Up the floor quickly, trying to take it in on Reynolds, but gets shut down. Now back out top to Porter.
Time to DeKalb again. You gotta watch Thompson there. You see him on the wing there in his favorite spot right in front of the Romeoville bench.
Here stands, now gives to Harris in the corner, looking inside, but throws it right into the hands of Marquise Bolden for DeKalb.
And Thompson wasn't even looking for that one, although I don't think that Fears knew it.
Reynolds pump fakes from about 25, doesn't take it, and we have another turnover by DeKalb, as a nice job by Hampton there, bouncing it off of Keys for the turnover.
You see a lot of players try to do that. You know, they fly out of bounds, they try to chuck it right off the defender's leg, and a lot of times it honestly doesn't work out, but that time it does for Romeoville, and they can get this down to, again, within 10, and still with plenty of time left here in the third quarter.
Thompson out top, he's had the hot hand this quarter for the Spartans, hands off to Hampton. Hampton in the lane, spin move, spins again, spins back again, right hand hook, left it short. And
Good.
Grant with yet another rebound.
Good moves from Hampton there.
Porter with a steal. Looks to take it in on Grant. Oh, nice dump off there to a wide open Hampton for two, and there it is. Romeoville now has cut it under 10 with 2:15 left in the quarter, and we have a foul as Grant was about to go around Porter and had an open lane for another big slam dunk, so Porter wisely took the foul there.
And again, like we said, this has all kind of started at the defensive end there for Romeoville. Their hands have been active. They've, Bolden hasn't scored off the drive too much. Devon Grant has been limited in the paint, and there's been a lot of loose
Another
balls.
tip away there.
Hampton wanted the timeout.
I think he might have injured his hand there, and it ends up in a Reynolds three.
That's a tough break there if you're the Spartans.
Porter Jr. takes it right in to the defense for two. He's now into double figures for Romeoville with 11. Reynolds out top, being guarded by Fears, gets around him, floater in the lane, no good. Rebound by Porter Jr. He's going to bring it up the floor himself. Kick off left side, there's Thompson. Left it three short. Rebound to Reynolds.
Have Bolden right in his face there. That was a nice closeout. It's got his hand right in his face. Textbook there from Bolden. And DeKalb will call timeout.
And this timeout, this power-up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us. We haven't had any charges every game. I'm looking for that Jody Brown State Farm charge. Haven't had one yet this game, but we all know how important Jody Brown is to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
No kidding. What a wonderful person. And again, she's been here all week at the KB Strong Tent over in the multi-purpose room across the way from where our studio is set up. And again, the charges have been pretty sporadic in the tournament. There's been some games that where there's been 3 or 4 charges, and some games where 2 or 3 games even without a charge. But again, Jody Brown and again her late husband Kevin knew a thing or two about taking the charge against glioblastoma. So I want to thank Jody Brown, State Farm, and just Jody Brown and the KB Strong Foundation for their support of this tournament. It would not be able to happen without people like her.
1:22 left in quarter number 3. DeKalb to inbound after the timeout. Gets it in the backcourt to Jackson Keys, who's guarded by A.J. Ivey into the game for Romeoville. Brings it to the right wing. Now at the high post, that's O'Neal. Back to Keys in the corner, that's Bolden for 3. Left it short, long rebound. Taken by Thompson for the Spartans. Fears out top, guarded by Reynolds. Here's Thompson, he drives this time. Fade away from the left side, hits it. Danny Thompson has been the offense this quarter for Romeoville, and we have an 8-point game, 40 seconds left in the third.
12 bench points for the Spartans.
Reynolds drives it around the baseline, kick out Bolden, he's gonna try a 3 again, no good. Grant in there for the rebound and the stick back.
That's tough if you're Romeoville. Again, he had position on Grant. He was just the bigger jumper right there, got the offensive stick back. But again, still a chance to get this below double digits here for the Spartans before the end of the third.
Shot clock and game clock pretty much matching. No, the shot clock is off. 10 seconds left. Now down to 6. Porter Jr. out top, gets a double screen, drives it in the lane, up and blocked, but we got a foul. Grant had the block. It might have been 22 O'Neal underneath with the foul. We'll see who they hit. Called it on.
It's on O'Neal. That's his third.
So that'll send Porter Jr. to the line for 2. Again, looking to cut it under 10 before we get to the fourth. And that makes things much more manageable for Romeoville. This is the first.
And Porter has left multiple points here at the line again. You can't expect to make every single free throw, but you want to try to make around 70 to 75%. That's a pretty good mark, especially at the high school level. Even 65%, not terrible. But Porter has left a couple of points at the stripe here this morning, I should say.
He does.
Still waking up.
He does make the second, and he's going to check out for the last 2.1 of the third, replaced by Flowers. Inbounds here. Let's see if they got a set play. They're going to try the baseball pass down the floor for Reynolds. He gets it, and up with the left hand, and it's blocked away. Christian Harris. There's a nice play design there by DeKalb.
Like Reynolds ran a wheel route. If you're playing football, it kind of went around the screen, and that pass nearly hit the ceiling here of Torry Gym. That was again nice shot from Reynolds, but Harris just sent that right back into the DeKalb bench. What a ferocious swat!
So we will head to the fourth here, a 9-point game. The DeKalb Barbs 45. The Romeoville Spartans 36, and again our quarter breaks are powered up by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with Enercon. We'll have to see this fourth quarter. That last play, it looked like tempers were flaring a little bit there. I don't know if words were said after that big block, but the DeKalb coach Mike Reynolds was none too pleased with something down there on the court. Let's hope that cooler heads prevail here on this very chilly Saturday morning, and we don't have any incidents.
Yeah, we haven't really had, again, too many incidents here. Again, none of these teams are, heated rivals by any means, and again, overall it's been a very clean, pretty good tournament in that regard. But again, that big swat again, it's easy to kind of talk afterwards, but again, get a 9-point lead to kind of control right now. That's the bigger thing.
DeKalb starts the fourth with a 2-point bucket from Sean Reynolds. He's up to 8 now in the game, and the lead up to 11. Christian Flowers takes it in and answers right back for Romeoville. That's his first bucket of the game. Reynolds across half court, hands off to Grant, back to Reynolds. Looking for Grant on the screen roll, nobody home, and we have a turnover for Romeoville. This is Hampton going in, and he is fouled on the shot attempt.
I think they're going to say that foul was on the floor, but Hampton's just lucky that he was able to get control of that ball. Again, not going to end in free throws, it looks like, but he was kind of juggling that as he just kind of threw it up there near the rim.
He's walking to the line thinking, I tried to throw it up at the hoop there, but the ref says we're not going to have it. And he'll take the ball out of bounds now.
Use NFL terms, he didn't have full control of the ball, I think, as he was shooting, so that's probably why they called it on the floor.
Didn't make a football move before he got that ball up towards the hoop. Jamari Fears dribbles out top for the Spartans. Backdoor cut. Ball tipped away. We got a foul coming up. As Grant got there. We'll call that pass interference. Got there before. While the ball was still in the air. And again, Romeoville will inbounds underneath their own basket.
2 flags on the barbs here in the first 55 seconds. And they got Romeoville got bailed out. That was a dangerous pass, 1-on-3.
Porter G to go up against 2, no good with the shot, and we got a tie up. I think it's going to be called a jump ball, but again, trying to keep guys from getting too heated here. Everybody wants to end their tournament with a victory.
Yeah.
And these guys are going hard here in our first game of the day.
And that's what you want to see again, even though, again, this is not the Washington Invitational Championship. These guys still want a big win, and really 5th place, maybe not either team you're thinking of.
Oh, Jamari Fears knocks down a 3.
He lost his shoe, or rather Reynolds lost his shoe and put that back on.
We're going to get a timeout here as the game and the lead for DeKalb is now down to 6.
Oh, and there was a technical foul there. The ref just called, I think, on Sean Reynolds. He was just talking to one of the refs, again, after his shoe came off. And like we said, cooler heads have got to prevail, and you can't do that if you're DeKalb. You got a 6-point lead that was a 14 or so point lead at one point, and now it's got cut in half. Romeoville is going to get the free throws and some the shots and the possession now.
Well, just to kind of recap what happened, Fears hit the 3, kind of went to the ground, and then I didn't see what happened, but somehow as Reynolds went past Fears, Reynolds' shoe came off. I don't know if Fears did a grab at Reynolds or what happened. Reynolds was none too happy about it, and after the timeout, definitely had some words for the officials, and they assessed him with a technical foul. Coach Reynolds discussing during this timeout with the referees.
Well, all that aside, what an effort here from Romeoville. It would have been easy to roll over, down 16, and they have showed incredible resilience, and really everyone has really just kind of upped their game. Some big shots from Thompson. He's got 12 in this one for Romeoville. I said earlier they had 12 bench points. I thought Thompson was a starter, but Fears, though, has been an electrifying presence off the bench for the Spartans, and Porter's been playing well. Hampton came away with a big steal, so really it's just been a collective group effort here for the Spartans here as they try and get back.
Thompson is going to go to the line for the technical foul shots. Coach Reynolds still discussing with the referees. I saw when Sean Reynolds came back out on the floor, he and Fears were right near each other as they are now.
More free throws there missed by Romeoville. Again, they would have made him. They probably would have been down to 1 score, but again, still got one more, still got possession.
Let's hit the second. He's up to 13 for the game now. And the DeKalb lead down to 5. Romeoville is also going to take possession here. So yeah, they have a chance to cut it to a 1-possession game here with a bucket. And the inbounds comes to Fears, guarded by Reynolds. Thompson cuts through the lane, kick out to Flowers in the corner, back to Fears. Gets a screen from Porter Jr., looks for the 3, now drops it off to Porter Jr., guarded by Reynolds. Porter wants to take him one-on-one. Instead, he pops for 3, leaves it short, no good. Fears flies in for the rebound, but taps it out of bounds, out of the hands of Justin O'Neal.
And Fears is only about 5'10". I think he was probably at least 9.5 feet up in the air. At least his hand was on that play. He came absolutely soaring in. And now they bring some pressure.
Romeoville back to the full court pressure. Close on the time clock. The shot clock was right around 25 when they broke half court. That'd be 10 seconds. Reynolds floats one up, no good. Tapped back in by Devon Graham.
Got to have the box out there for Romeoville, especially with Grant. He's got to get a body on him to keep him away from the hoop when the shot goes up.
Tried the backdoor cut there. Flowers with the pass. It's loose and recovered by O'Neal. And here come back up the floor come DeKalb. Grant on the high post, looking inside for O'Neal, tapped away. Back come the Spartans. There's Fears, left wing, 3 up and 3 down. Fears has hit 2 threes this quarter. And some celebrating after the 3. He might find himself getting a technical foul here as the referees look to take control of this ball game.
I was gonna say, I saw the DeKalb bench celebrating. Usually you're not the one cheering after the other team makes a 3. And that will be a technical there on Fears. So, you know, kind of these refs are running a tight ship here this morning. But again, as long as they're consistent, you just have to adjust your style of play. Got to know that, hey, this is acceptable, this is not acceptable. And I don't think any trash talk is going to be tolerated here on the floor this morning.
Reynolds will take the technicals and hits them both. He's up into double figures for DeKalb, and now the lead back up to 6, and DeKalb will have possession. So what could have been a 4-point game after that 3-pointer now turns into 6 and maybe more, and it will be more. That should be a goaltend as he slapped the backboard, causing that shot not to fall. Back down the floor, no good. Rebound DeKalb, and Reynolds comes up the floor. They have numbers, up to Grant, alley-oop, oh, he was gonna dunk it, lost the handle, but still able to get it to drop.
And some quick points there from Grant. Boy, the intensity of this game is just really starting to pick up. I mean, this is almost like playing street ball at a very high level, a much higher level than typical street ball, but well, this game is really getting into it. And again, both teams, you know all the physicality. Well, that's the 4th there on DeKalb, but Romeoville, again, only 1 foul in this quarter. But if I'm the Spartans, I'm getting really aggressive here on the drives, especially because you're going to the bonus the rest of the way out.
Porter Jr. out top after the foul against Bolden. And as he tries to go in the lane and pivot, he doesn't demonstrate for traveling. He's trying to show the referee, here's what I did, but referee saw that pivot foot move. Ball back to DeKalb. Again, Romeoville trying to apply some pressure here. They inbound easily and get it to Keys, who now is able to break the timeline. Dribbles into the corner, bad spot to get. 2 Spartans there, and then we get a timeout.
Smart one there from DeKalb. They got 2 left after that one. But again, we talked about DeKalb keeping their cool. Romeoville's also got to keep their cool as well. Again, they got more than enough talent to get back in this ball game, but you just got to weather the storm, and not everything's going to go your way in the last 4.5. Keep your heads high and get yourself right back in.
Now we only have an 8-point game, and Fears has been hot this quarter from outside. Thompson's been hot. You get those 3s to drop, and you're going to race an 8-point deficit pretty quickly.
Yeah, again, Fears up to double figures. Thompson's got 13. He's had a hot hand. He's their leading scorer so far in this game. And, again, players like Damian Porter, this is their time. This is the time where they can feel like, and really come alive. And, again, you got to watch out if you're DeKalb, because, I think Porter might try and see if he can take this game over.
DeKalb to inbound after the timeout. They're trying that lob play again, and Golden ends up with it this time, but he's fouled on the shot. Looked like a couple of fouls could have been called on that, as I saw some jersey pulling and other things, but Porter Jr. got him in the head there after the lob attempt. He'll go to the line for 2.
And Bolden's been quiet for the most of the second half. I think he had 11 or so at halftime, only 2 so far here in this second half. And you haven't shot in a while, maybe you feel, the shooting stroke goes a little cold, missed the first free throw. This is going to be a grinded out game for whoever wins.
Bolden hits the second. 9-point lead for DeKalb. Flowers out top for Romeoville. Hands off to Hampton. Back to Flowers. Flowers gives to Thompson. Try to come across this screen from Porter. We got Fears on the wing too. And he tried to pull the trigger. Reynolds got out just in time. Now to Hampton on the other side. His 3 is short. And ball knocked out of bounds. Last touch by Romeoville.
Amari Fears can't believe it. He had a spirited attempt trying to just deflect that off of a barb. Three ball there from Hampton. Looked good, but a little bit too high of an arc there on that one. Good closeout from DeKalb.
DeKalb tries to use some shot clock here. Nope. I was totally wrong there as Devon Grant just takes it right to the hoop. He's up to 19 in the game now. Back the other way, Fears kicks out top. That's Hampton. Short on the three, gets his own rebound on the follow, and he's going to be fouled as he tries to pivot out of some traffic there.
If you're Hampton, you kind of saw him second guess himself. Right there, I think the worst thing you can do is kind of double clutch, kind of have second thoughts. Just get the ball and just shoot it. Hampton's a good shooter, and we've seen it so far in this game. Tries his shooting stroke and just let it fly.
He'll go to the line for two here. He's got 6 on the contest so far.
I'll say Romeoville's been passing the pill pretty well in this game. Their ball movement has been pretty strong around the perimeter.
Hampton hits the first. He'll have one more coming up to try to get it back down under double digits. Leaves the second one long. Offensive rebound almost corralled there by Porter Jr. It ends up into the hands of the Barbs. Reynolds brings it to the left wing, into the corner for O'Neal, guarded by Thompson. Out top, Bolden. Fears is on him, gets a screen from O'Neal. Bolden to the right elbow. Now Grant inside, goes right around, tries the dunk, missed it, and the rebound to Porter.
And Hampton poked that one out.
Porter back the other way, he gets it, and that's going to be called a block. 3-point opportunity coming up for Damian Porter Jr. Keys just a little bit too far under the hoop there to draw the charge. If he would have, though, it would have been brought to you by Jody Brown State Farm. Now another chance to cut it down to 7 with 3 minutes left.
Porter almost made a poster on that one. I think he wanted to dunk that one, and again, strong charge attempt there by DeKalb, but just moved the foot right early at the last second.
Completes the 3-point play, he's up to 15. More pressure here underneath O'Neal as DeKalb does a nice job there, breaking the pressure for an easy bucket. Porter Jr. right back down, pulls up for 3, rims around and out. Rebound to Keys.
Now under 3 to play. Key for DeKalb is, again, no hurry. Well,
Grant's not in any we're going to slow it down mode, coach, and he misses, and it ends up down to Porter for another bucket.
As I was going to say before Grant shot that 3, you know, the key for DeKalb right now is, again, use all the shot clock and your possessions with a shot. Don't turn the ball over.
Reynolds with a little floater is good, and he's up to 12, and the lead up to 9. 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes left here in our first game of the day of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Romeoville in the corner, that's Thompson. His 3 is short. Excuse me, that was Hampton, not Thompson. Rebound to DeKalb. Poked away from Bolden, but Reynolds able to recover, poked away from him, out of bounds underneath.
And again, this is where having a shot clock does come into play, because normally Romeoville would probably be having to kind of try and play the foul game, or at least consider that now. You can still play defense if you're Romeoville without fouling.
And before we have the inbounds, we have a timeout. Again, all timeouts are powered up by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage, switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us. 1:47 left here. 60-51, DeKalb, a 9-point lead over the Romeoville Spartans. It'll be DeKalb's ball after the timeout underneath their own basket. 25 on the shot clock.
In case you're just tuning in, this was looked like it could be a runaway game for DeKalb early on. It was 37-21 at one point. Romeoville cut it down to, I think, as low as 4. And after that technical foul from Fears, that really gave that momentum back to the Barbs.
You got to figure the Bards are going to try to get it into the hands of some of their good shooters. As Romeoville's got to get a couple of fouls in first before they even put DeKalb into the bonus. So they took one right there. That was Porter Jr. But yeah, you got to figure Reynolds is probably going to have the ball in his hands a lot here. Their best shooter. He's the guy that they would want to have on the line.
Most definitely.
Kick out Grant, that's a three, short, no good. Rebound tracked down by A.J. Ivy for Romeoville. Here's Porter Jr. Romeoville's probably got to hurry here, down 9. Porter Jr. takes it to the hoop, gets fouled. He'll go to the line for 2.
Like I said earlier, Porter Jr., he's kind of Romeoville's star player. He's going to want the ball in his hands. You can see it on the last couple possessions. He's been driving into the hoop, trying to get those and ones. Didn't get it there, but again, got to knock down your free throws here. He's had some struggles at the line today.
He's got 17 on the game. Another thing to look out for is he has 4 fouls for the Spartans. So as the Spartans try to give fouls here to put DeKalb into the bonus, maybe in the last 121. You don't want your leading scorer to be the guy that's taking those foul attempts. Makes the second, full court pressure being applied. Grant with the ball to Keys. Now across the timeline to Bolton. Now to Grant. Grant into the lane, gives to O'Neal. Wisely gonna pull it back out there and run some clock. He could have went up for a layup attempt, and now a foul is given. That's Thompson giving the foul against Bolton.
That was a very smart move there from O'Neal. We've seen some early shot clock shots from DeKalb when they didn't really need to shoot. Nice job there by O'Neal, being aware of the situation, looking up, seeing the shot clock, and say, hey, I'm going to run this back out.
Inbounds into the backcourt. Reynolds tracks it down. Being parted by Hampton. He's just going to dribble around for a while here and run some clock. We're under a minute now. And now Coach Mark Howard of Romeoville tells his guys, hey, we got a foul here, fellas.
And unfortunately, I think that's what you got to do. I mean, again, there's about 30 or so seconds on the shot clock. If they didn't have fouled, it would have been only getting the ball back with about 20 seconds. So as unfortunate as it is, I think you had to foul Reynolds here and just kind of hope for the best if you're the Spartans.
Reynolds hits the first foul shot. One more coming. DeKalb doesn't want to foul at all. They don't have nobody on the lane there in case this is missed, but enough confidence in there. Sharpshooter to hit them both. We got a 10-point game, 50 seconds left. Porter Jr. launches a 3, no good. Rebound, and he's going to be fouled immediately, and now he'll go to the line to shoot 2, and a chance for him to get into double figures. Already 3 in double figures for DeKalb. I have Reynolds with 14, Marquise Bolden with 14, and Devon Grant with 19, O'Neal with 9. Looking to maybe get into double figures here.
And for Romeoville, again, they've had some big shots from Thompson and Fears, but they haven't really been the ones shooting here in the last couple of minutes when they've been needing a bucket. So again, it's got to go with the open guy. You got to get a quick shot as well. But again, Porter Jr.'s played a solid game, but you can say that Thompson or Fears is the guy you want to shoot.
1 of 2, back down the floor. This is A.J. Ivy, backs out to the 3-point line. Porter Jr. goes up, left hand is good. We got a quick timeout being called by Romeoville. Porter Jr. up to 20 now. He leads all scorers, I believe, in the game. No, maybe tied with Grant, who also has 20 for DeKalb. 29.9 left. Again, this power-up timeout brought to you by Enercon Engineering. Our next game is part of the Gray Ribbon Showdown. That's going to feature the Detroit Renaissance Phoenix versus the St. Louis St. Mary's Dragons.
That's going to be a fun one. I saw the Renaissance Phoenix play earlier this week. They put up 103, which is still the largest point total, at least in this year's tournament, against Milwaukee Juno the other night. And Jordan Sigmund had 41, Lance Stone with 32. Those are 2 electrifying players there for the Phoenix. And St. Mary's, they have lots of talent on that team as well. Zyree Collins is a fun player to watch. So, we're going to see, I think some really close games here the rest of the day. Again, it all culminates tonight, I believe, at 5:45 or 6 p.m. Not sure exactly what the tip time is. At St. John Bosco versus St. Francis Episcopal. If you're not able to watch, the rest of the other games in between, which by the way will be very good, watch that St. John Bosco St. Francis game. That is going to be one of the best games I think in the entire country going on tonight.
Definitely lots of high touted talent on both of those squads. DeKalb does get the inbounds in, and eventually Romeoville gives up the foul to Devon Grant. He'll go to the line for two. 24.5 seconds left. DeKalb looking to ice this one away at the line. Grant rolls the first one in. We'll have a second one coming here.
And Danny Thompson back into the game for Romeoville. You need that shooter out there for the Spartans.
Grant misses the second. Quickly down the floor, Thompson launches a three, no good. Offensive rebound by Ivy. His shot up, no good. Grant with another rebound. And gets it to Reynolds, who is fouled. 14 seconds left, 10-point game. Reynolds will step to the line for two. I wonder as well how many rebounds Devon. He might have a 20-20 game here.
My word.
In this game, he's up to 21 points for the contest, but he's been cleaning up a lot of rebounds for DeKalb as well.
Yeah, he certainly has. He's been all over the place, and again, just such an athletic player for DeKalb. I think he's a player that has, all-state caliber for sure. For the Barbs, and again, it's going to be fun to watch these teams. We see them now at this part of the season. I'm definitely going to be following to see how these teams do later on in the year, and who knows, maybe these two teams could possibly face off in the Class 4A postseason. I think both these teams definitely worthy of reaching a sectional title.
Reynolds hits the second, then checks out for Jamal Gaddam. Porter with another bucket there. Grant wanted maybe thunder one down to end the contest. Coach says, no, we're not going to do that. We'll take the 10-point victory. And that ends our contest here to kick off day 5 of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, where we see the DeKalb Barbs victorious over the Romeoville Spartans by a final score of 66-56. Again, very balanced by DeKalb, led by Devon Grant, who ends up with 21, but 3 others into double figures as well. Romeoville with 3 in double figures themselves. Porter Jr., Thompson, and Fears all get into double figures for them. And again, lots to take with them from their games in this tournament as they begin the rest of their season, and I'm sure the Kevin Brown Foundation, KB Strong, appreciates their participation in the Tournament of Champions this year. We're going to keep it here for some awards to be handed out at the end of this contest. I see Roger Holtzhauer and Jacob Weston down on the floor with some plaques in hand. I'm sure Devon Grant maybe and Damian Porter Jr. I think definitely worthy of some hardware, and we'll be giving away some all tournament team awards here today, as well as your final placement. Romeoville will take 6th in the Washington Invitational. DeKalb will take 5th. So again, not a bad showing again either at all by either of these teams. You look at Washington Invitational is exceptionally strong. You have St. Francis Episcopal again, who's playing the championship game tonight. The Wilson Tigers from Florence, South Carolina, one of the top teams in the Palmetto State. You got the Metamora Redbirds, obviously. State championship contender
here in Peoria, and then obviously St. John Bosco too as well. So again, nothing to hang your heads about, for both of these teams. DeKalb will leave here 2-2. Romeoville at 1-3. It looks like the flags are just going to be
the
handed
presentations
away.
have been canceled for now, as both teams have now left the court, and our competitors for our next contest are getting loose. We'll go ahead and send it to a break then and return it to Uftring Tournament Central.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor on and off the court. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and will soon begin the first clinical trials against glioblastoma in this area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Back in between games inside Uftring Tournament Central. Teddy Ball, Larry Larson here on your Saturday, getting you set for Game 2 of the final day of the 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, presented by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. OSF doing a lot of good in the community and helping start some of the only clinical trials for glioblastoma here in Illinois. So an exciting sponsor to have. Glad to have them along. And of course, Uftring, sponsor of our Tournament Central, all tournament long. Teddy, in that DeKalb Romeoville game, Romeoville hung around a little bit, but ultimately DeKalb able to gain some separation in the final minutes.
Yeah, I've gotten the privilege to watch DeKalb quite a few times throughout this tournament. I think I've called 2 games of DeKalb's, and maybe it's 1, but haven't got to see Romeoville too much. But I knew going into the game that DeKalb was going to be strong. They have a really good foundation that they rely on. And although one thing we talked about in the game we called yesterday, and that me and John called the St. John Bosco versus DeKalb game, and although they lost that one as well, DeKalb they crashed the glass very well. They have a game plan that is they don't have a true big man, but they were able to crash the glass well, control the boards, and get a lot of second chance opportunities, and that's probably what helped them in this game today as well.
Looking ahead, Teddy, off the top of your head, who's next up?
We got next up for the next game.
Yes.
Detroit Renaissance and St. Mary.
There it is. I drew a blank.
Yeah.
I can always count on this guy. Detroit Renaissance coming off a loss yesterday, but we saw them on Thanksgiving, and they can score it as well as anybody.
Yeah, yesterday they played a very tough opponent with Archbishop Hannon, and it's hard to get a win against a team like that. But going back to the Thanksgiving Day game, I mean, Jordan Sigmund had 41, Lance Stone had 32. They combined for 73. So I mean, they have the scoring capabilities, obviously, with 103 points total in the game. They are a very good offensive team. So it's going to be interesting to see what they can do today. And they're surely due for a bounce back win, and they're definitely going to go out there and attack and try to get that done.
Without a doubt, and obviously a full day of basketball coming up today. We've got start times, obviously starting here in the morning all the way through 7:30 p.m. when we wrap up with Washington against the Paideia School. So full slate on tap. Should be a lot of fun. We ran through it at halftime, so we won't rehash all of that. One thing we didn't have after that game was some post-game awards, and that's something that will be featured throughout the day today. All tournament teams, team trophies, of course. Any guys you have in mind for all tournament teams?
Well, I think one that really comes to mind, Drew Timmons. He's had a great tournament so far. The big man for Archbishop Hannon. Not really a true big man. He's 6'6", but he just plays with a lot of ferocity down low. He's very patient in his approach to the game, and that results in a lot of good good high-quality shots. As well, he's a good facilitator. He's able to give it to the other playmakers on his team. So he's one that comes to mind. Devon
Walls,
Grant,
perhaps.
Yeah, that's a good one too. Devon Grant was one that just came to mind fresh off of that game. He very athletic. Obviously, he's very good on the gridiron as well. 4-star wide receiver. Hey, encourage him to go to Illinois. You know, I said that the other day, but he's one that comes to mind. He's played very well. Obviously, you can't go wrong with any of the St. John Bosco guys. You know, all the 5-stars, 4-star guys over there as well.
They're going to be competing against their own teammates for those all-tournament team
Definitely.
spots in the Washington Invitational. Nigel Walls, like we mentioned, St. Francis Episcopal out of Houston. He'll probably be on a few lists. But how about J.J. LeBoy, also on St. Francis Episcopal? Not a guy you can overlook by any means.
No, I haven't gotten a chance to watch that team a whole lot, but so I'm looking forward to that game later today. I know they're one of the better teams in this tournament overall, and so that game against St. John Bosco is going to be a pretty good one. Like we mentioned earlier in the halftime show, just kind of like 1A, 1B in terms of what people are considering, some of the best teams in this tournament. And really the first team that, with Bosco kind of running away with some of these wins in their games, it could be the first team that could really challenge them in this tournament.
Yeah, and it's kind of an interesting matchup. You look at St. Francis, the school that only opened in 2018. St. John Bosco around for a little bit longer than that, and they've got a bit of a deeper bench, but it doesn't mean that St. Francis Episcopal can't hang around right with them. So that's kind of an opposites, in terms of, St. John Bosco, larger private school, St. Francis Episcopal, a bit of a smaller private school.
One thing you got to mention as well, opened up in 2018, but they already have a state championship under their belt. Bosco has 3 state championships. So, overall, you can't discredit the success of Bosco's 3 state championships. Very impressive. But, 2018, if you go off of that, the statistics here, there's a good chance in a couple of years that Episcopal team could be one of the better teams in the nation as well if they really keep up the lineage that they have going right now. Cool
story with Bosco today. They're actually headed over to OSF Children's Hospital to visit some kids before they play later. So how about that? Doing a lot of good in the community. Bosco, with a hospital. With a hospital visit this afternoon, and then a basketball game later this evening. Full schedule for the folks from California. Among all the other teams here at the event, now, like you mentioned, a lot of the teams that were around last night participated in that reverse autograph signing. First time they've ever done that here, and I'd say it's a smash hit. They're probably going to do it again next year.
Certainly was. You even got Scoopy to come over. That was pretty cool to see.
Your favorite.
Yeah, we tried to get it on camera, and we turned it around, and just everybody was packing in to go and see what was going on and applauding all the kids when they came out. So it was a cool experience.
We've got another basketball game coming up for you. Let's send you back inside the gym. But first, a quick commercial break, and then Brett Parrott will rejoin you on the other side for the call. More basketball coming up next on ClutchSportsIL.com.
The 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the multidisciplinary team at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. Offering comprehensive cancer care services including access to clinical trials, radiation oncology, hematology, chemotherapy, immunotherapy, and surgical oncology. To request an appointment, visit the OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute website or call 844-OSF-4HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Beacon, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 53 locations in 38 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
Welcome back to Ray Torry Gymnasium on the Washington Community High School campus. My name is Brett Parrott reporting Game 2 of Day 5 of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. a game between the Detroit Renaissance Phoenix and the St. Louis St. Mary's Dragons, part of the Gray Ribbon Showdown, brought to you by Titan Industries. My running mate for this game is Mr. Mike Plunkett. Mike, welcome back, and any thoughts on this morning's contest?
First of all, really nice to be here, Brett. I tell you, this is such a good tournament. I enjoy being here. I'm just really anxious to see this Renaissance Phoenix putting up some points on the board, and I was a little intrigued. I told you earlier before we were here, we intrigued St. Mary's, home of Yogi Bear and Joe Nolan. You can't go wrong with that place either. So just a great Saturday morning matchup, and really looking forward to it.
Getting the introduction of our starting lineups for these teams, who again we appreciate being part of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Might have a special recognition going on before this game starts, as I see Roger Holtzauer of Teamworks down on the floor to present the game ball. Getting the lineups for Renaissance first. The ones I heard about from Detroit Renaissance, Jordan Sigmund, I was told put up 40 in a game earlier this week, and I also heard that Lance Stone is quite the player for the Phoenix. I'll get the starting lineup for the St. Mary's Southside Dragons. They are coached by Brian Turner. Head coach for the Phoenix is John White. Tyree Collins, that last one, announced as one to look for the Dragons, one of their top players.
Got a little youth on the floor. Looking at that Renaissance lineup, you got sophomore, junior, and another sophomore and big guys. So that's a team that's putting up a lot of points so far in this tournament with a lot of young kids playing. So this is an exciting team to watch for sure.
And we are about ready for action here as we get the official game ball given away. We are ready for the tap in game two here. Again, part of the Gray Ribbon Showdown, brought to you by Titan Industries. And the tap is controlled by St. Mary's. They'll move from left to right here. And the ball is into the hands of number 0, Ethan Smith. Left wing. That's Xavier Clark, who's going to take it all the way around in. Kick out for a three. A little bit strong. Rebound by Dominic Yancey Jr.
It's a big young man, 6'8", sophomore. He takes up a little space in there. Looks like he moves pretty well for a young guy.
Looks like he could play some offensive line.
Yes, he does.
Kick out for a three ball for Renaissance. No good. There's Yancey Jr. using that big body on the rebound. Up once, no good. Up again. And this time he's going to be fouled. Dominic Yancey Jr., number 34, Detroit Renaissance, will go to the line for two.
You know, it's just interesting watching the style of high school basketball now. You know, it's penetrate and kick out, and it's almost like you're looking for the three-point shot first anymore. And that's just so different than what I grew up in, but that is the way the game's played, and it's a fun style to watch.
Well, I think it's a little bit motivated, especially during this tournament with that shot clock, too, that after this tournament, many will not have to deal with for the rest of their season.
And no question, and I think they think that shot clock, you know, they don't realize sometimes how long that 35 seconds really is, and they rush sometimes and try to get the first available shot.
We got a foul on the other end here as number 3, Gary Johnson, drives to the hoop for St. Mary's. Foul is against Sigmund, another exciting player for Renaissance. That'll send Gary Johnson the second to the line to shoot two. First one is up and in. less than a minute into today's game. Go ahead, Mike.
I was just going to say 2 trips down the floor, and St. Mary's is just taking the ball hard to the basket. I think that may be a game plan. Maybe going to challenge the big guy inside, or if they get stopped, kick it out and find their shooters.
Here's Lance Stone bringing the ball up the court for the Phoenix. Gets a screen out top, now a kick out. There's a left-handed 3 up, a little bit strong, no good. Rebound to the Dragons. Pushing the ball quickly up the court and lost the handle back the other way. This is Stone, takes it up and in. That was one thing I heard about Stone from Jonathan Michael, who I did the game with earlier, is he's a good finisher for being only about 5'7", 5'8".
Yeah, he's not very big. He's a senior.
3 ball out top, no good by Smith. Rebound to Yancey Jr. Here comes Stone for the Phoenix. Oh, nice little
Great
hesitation, and then underneath for 2, Chase Roan. Almost a steal as Renaissance applies the full court pressure. There is a steal. Out. Roan with the 3, and that's good. Or no, that's Johnson. No, that's Sigmund.
That was Sigmund with that 3.
I'm looking at the wrong side of my paper here.
Boy, they don't waste any time. Right now, it's 9 points up in a blink of an eye.
2 minutes in, and we have a timeout on the floor. This power-up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. You're ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us.
Well, they've scored 9 points, and we've played, just a little bit under 2 minutes, and they've already had 4 different guys score for them. So that's, that's a little challenging to guard something like that. Everybody on the court is going to be able to put the ball in the basket.
Well, looks like they're going to apply full court pressure throughout the game here today. And almost had a turnover. It is a turnover. I thought we were going to get a foul call there on a shove, but they said that 21, Zaire Collins, stepped out of bounds. Ball right back to Detroit Renaissance.
Yeah, it looks like after a make, or maybe after a free throw, whatever it may be, they're going to put that pressure, and they put the trap on the first pass, and that's something that St. Mary's is going to have to make an adjustment. Get rid of the ball in the hurry. You don't want to get caught in the corner.
Stone out top, skips it across right through the fingers of the Phoenix player, out of bounds. Turnover, ball back to St. Mary's.
Yeah, there were 2 Phoenix in the vicinity of that pass, and I think it went off of Miller, and then Sigmund just couldn't control it after that.
And again, still applying that full court pressure, and the dribbler for St. Mary's lost the ball there. Here's Stone again, and he takes it up for another 2.
Stone just has that feel. He knows when the ball's turned over. If it's not in his hands, he's running down the floor. They find him, he knows how to finish.
Breaking the press this time, and a putback dunked by Gary Johnson for the Dragons. Off the miss. Score now 11-4. Right back down come the Phoenix, and driving to the hoop and scoring is Jordan Sigmund.
Not sure the shot clock's going to be much of a factor in this game.
Foul down the floor as, again, Dragons break the pressure this time, and number 23, Thomas Kurz, is going to go to the line for 2. That foul's against Yancey Jr.
Yeah, that's one of the gambles when you're putting the full court pressure on. You're going to give up something deep, and they may score, they may get a foul, but you kind of weigh the positives and the negatives, and they're thinking we're going to get more steals, more rush shots than we are mistakes on our end, and that's the way.
A couple of subs into the game. Number 13, Alfonso Harris Jr. in for Renaissance, and number 4, Caden Ward checks in for St. Mary's as Kurz is able to hit the second of his free throws.
Very soft zone press after the free throw make by St. Mary's.
13-5 our score here. Stone dribbles out top looking for a screen. Now he's going to launch from way downtown, and he gets it to go. Lance Stone with a 3-point bucket for Renaissance. They push it out to an 11-point lead here halfway through, or nearing halfway through our first quarter.
Yeah, that was almost at the volleyball line. That is a long 3.
Zaire Collins out top. Into the corner on the far side. Shot up, no good. Nice high rebound there by number 3, Johnson. And he's fouled on his putback. That looks like it's going to be perhaps the second there on Yancey Jr. Yes, it is, and that could cause some problems. I'm not sure how deep they go as far as big men for the Phoenix, but their biggest guy just picked up his second foul.
And just early look at Gary Johnson, the second here, 6'4" junior. He plays much bigger than 6'4". He was working for that early dunk, and then he went up and got that rebound like a man. And so when you're taking your big guy out now, which Renaissance is doing, may give Johnson a little leeway around the basket.
And both free throws are missed there. Back down on the other end, three-pointer no good. There's Johnson for a rebound.
Yeah, Johnson is active, and he's explosive.
Zaire Collins in the lane. Nice little up and under for 2. And now St. Mary's getting a little momentum swinging in their direction. Three-pointer out top for Renaissance. Silences that real quickly. That's Jordan Sigmund again. And we heard that he can fill up the score sheet, and he's doing so far so good.
There's Johnson again, just cleaning up anything that's missed around the basket.
Sigmund back the other way. He's going to pull again. In and out, no good. Rebound tapped around. Taken by Johnson. Up the floor for Ward. Ward into the lane, no good. And now he's going to be fouled from behind by Harris Jr. 19-9 our score, 3:27 left first quarter. Brett Parrott along with Mike Plunkett here in the Gray Ribbon Showdown. Inbounds to Johnson. Another bucket for him. I have him with 8 so far.
I've got him with 8. 8 of the 11.
8 of the 11, and there's a turnover by Renaissance. Ball right back to the St. Mary's Dragons out of St. Louis.
Yeah, I think we're going to see that with the Phoenix. They're probably going to turn it over a little bit, and they're probably going to press St. Mary's right into some layups, but that's the way they want to play. They want to speed this thing up. You don't get 19 points in 5 minutes without speeding things up a little bit.
Collins drives into the lane, tries to spin, ball knocked away. Here comes Stone. Kick ahead, ball up, and they're going to call that a travel. I thought we were going to get a 3-point play there. Number 5, Jaden Miller, caught the pass, but apparently took too many steps before he got that ball up.
They do like to run the floor, though, and as good as Stone is at finishing, he's almost equally as good as passing the ball, finding that man to get him the ball.
This is Marvin Neals Jr. with the ball, now out top for Johnson, and he's fouled. That's another 2 quick fouls on a Renaissance player. Just checked in, Harris, I believe he's the one that replaced Yancey Jr., and now he's got 2.
Their depth is going to be tested.
Brandon Flint is going to check in for Harris. And this also puts the Dragons into the bonus here for the rest of the quarter, as Gary Johnson is going to step to the line for 2.
He missed his last 2 attempts.
This one is up and good.
Short memory, you miss a couple, you step right back up and make the next one.
Xavier Clark checks into the game for St. Mary's. In between free throws here, replaces Kurz. Johnson's second free throw is a little bit strong. Fight for the rebound. It is pulled out of there by Renaissance. Sigmund gonna walk the ball up the floor. Gets a screen, brings it to the right side. Now up top for Stone. He's gonna pull the trigger from 3. Short, no good. There's Johnson flying in for the rebound. And he couldn't catch his feet on the landing.
Yeah.
He's gonna be called for a travel. He's going to check out of the game now, being replaced by Roan. And Renaissance will inbound underneath their own basket. Stone kicks it across for Sigmund. Fresh shot clock here. Sigmund's not going to take too much of it, though. Launch from 3, no good. Rebound, here comes St. Mary's. Collins drives into the lane. He goes up, and that one is going to count. And a foul, Zaire Collins. 3-point play.
Real strong take to the basket.
To the line, and again, just like we saw in the first game where Romeoville got out to a hot start and then DeKalb slowly crept their way back in. St. Mary's doing that right now against Detroit Renaissance. 19-15, 2 minutes left, first quarter. Stone, left wing, looking for a screen. Goes away from the screen, pulls up from baseline, rims out no good. Here comes St. Mary's. Collins with the basketball. He's gonna pull up and launch from way downtown, no good. Right back to Renaissance. Renaissance, nice pass across court. Layup up and good. That's Jaden Miller with the 2. Long pass down the court. They're gonna say last touch by Renaissance. Renaissance not too happy about that call.
No, they don't agree with it.
But St. Mary's gonna inbound. Out top to Collins. He's gonna immediately, yep.
Yeah, he carried the ball.
Turnover St. Mary's, right back to Renaissance, and Johnson checks back into the game for St. Mary's. Looks like St. Mary's pressures the inbounds, but then kind of falls back once the ball has been inbounded and everybody heads down court.
Yeah, it's just little soft pressure. Make them work a little bit, take a little time off the shot clock as you bring the ball down the floor.
Stone kicks across, that's Sigmund. He drives in this time and hits a 6-foot jumper. Puts him into double figures with an early 10 points in the game. Collins out top. Like he wanted to pull for a second again. Instead his teammate pulls and hits that Marvin Neals for 3. 23-15, under a minute left here, first quarter. Stone working his way against the sidelines. Now gets a double screen. Looking to reverse field, gets it into the lane, throws it up. Oh, he made the shot. They're gonna call the foul.
They called it on the floor.
Like I said, Jonathan Michael told me this guy's a finisher. He finished there, but they called the foul before he got that spinning shot up.
Yeah, he is a finisher. He's definitely got a scorer's mentality. I think every time he touches the ball, he's in scoring range.
He's going to inbound here, and the ball is tapped by Gary Johnson for St. Mary's. Turnover back down the other way. Neals to Collins, drives the lane, no good. We're going to get a foul call. Late whistle there, but it did look like contact was made.
Yeah, I thought it was a foul. Did a really good job. Came down the lane, shifted to his left hand, and that created the reach of the body to go across and foul him during the shot.
That's the first on Flint, who's the third inside player into the game for Renaissance as they continue to rack up fouls early in the game. We're still in the first quarter here. Number 4, Caden Ward checks back in for St. Mary's, replacing Johnson. Collins' second foul shot is up and no good. The rebound by Flint. Hands off to Stone. Here comes Renaissance. Crosses the timeline.
It could go for the last shot, but this would be like a 4-corner delay for them to hold the ball for 30 seconds.
Stone is just dribbling here right out by the timeline on the left side. Content, now he's gonna drive to the hoop, kick out into the corner. 3 ball is tapped out of the air and brought down by St. Mary's. Now they have the last shot, but the pass sails over the head of 23 Kerrs out of bounds. 1 second left. We'll see what kind of play Renaissance has dialed up for this. Deep in the corner, ball is tapped, and time will run out as the ball flutters out of bounds. End of 1, the Detroit Renaissance Phoenix 23, the St. Louis St. Mary's Dragons 18. And this Power Up quarter break is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us. And also being brought to you this game by Keps. Come to Keps Sports Bar in Washington during the TOC. Check out our menu on their website. And they also feature trivia every other Wednesday night at 7 p.m. and Texas Hold'em every Sunday night at 6 p.m. You can also follow and like Keps on Facebook for more information. Culver's is proud to sponsor this year's KBM TOC and is the official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard. Culver's strives to make a difference in their community and is giving back in a big way. $1 from every concrete mixer purchased this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria, and let Scoopy know we sent ya. And PJ Hare is again proud to be a sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and this year's Building for the Future All-Academic Team. They wish all teams good luck, and let's cheer them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma. Back to the action here, start of the second quarter. Detroit Renaissance with the ball to start.
Looking at a zone, looking at an extended 2-3 zone. I don't know if it's for one possession, maybe they're just trying to slow this Phoenix attack down a little bit. But
Stone gets around and gets a look for 3, no good. And Gary Johnson with his second, the rebound for St. Mary's. Zaire Collins out top, looking for his screen to come. He gets it, but he's gonna not take it and pull from behind the screen for 3, no good. Nice long rebound there by Ward for the Dragons. They'll get another shot at it. That's Ward out top, looking to drive in the lane, cut off at the free throw line. Kicks it out to Johnson. Johnson lost the handle for a moment as he looked to hand off. Now inside for Collins. Collins posting up against the shorter Stone, but as he turns, loses the handle. Turnover, St. Mary's.
yeah, just kind of a tough break. He was looking to make a move around the basket, and the ball just slipped out of his right hand.
Looks like St. Mary's extending their pressure a little bit here.
2-2-1 full court, a little trap.
And we're going to get it over and back. It worked for him. Johnson picked the ball up in the wrong place you want to pick it up. Right when you cross the timeline, got trapped, and as he tried to pass it back, ball off the hands and into the backcourt. Collins gets the inbounds for St. Mary's. Cross the court for Johnson. Here's Ward. Ward eyes up a 3, doesn't take it. Hands off to Collins. Out top, 3 ball is launched off the backboard, no good. A long rebound again by Ward. Poked away for a moment, now they have a little advantage. Renaissance, nice job getting back. 3-pointer taken and down by Zaire Collins. And now we have a 2-point game again.
Yeah, it's just incredible. You look up and it's 13, and then you look back down, now it's 2.
Sigmund into the lane, picks up his dribble, out into the corner, 3 ball up, and that's good. Answer back by Jaden Miller for Renaissance. 26-21, 2 minutes in, second quarter. Collins is going to launch again. He hits it, and he's fouled. 4-point play coming up for Zaire Collins. And he is not shy from taking it a couple of feet beyond that 3-point arc.
No, and I think if you put pressure on him, all he's going to do is back up and keep shooting. It's not going to matter.
Foul is on Stone for the Phoenix, and Collins is going to go to the line to look to cut this to a 1-point game. He does make the shot. Inbounds, finally gets it in. And this is Clark into the lane. Kick out into the corner. Ward with a 3. Out, no good. Oh, rebound for Gary Johnson. Flies above everybody for the putback jam, and now St. Mary's with a lead.
And they got a little excitement going right now.
Keeping up with that hounding pressure. Renaissance almost turned it away, but gets it underneath for a quick bucket by Jaden Miller. Now we have a timeout being taken by Detroit Renaissance. I think Coach John White does not like how his team is handling this pressure.
Yeah, they got a bucket that last time, but they were pretty scrambled, and I think he wants to get them a little more organized.
Again, this power-up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us. 28-27, Detroit with a 1-point lead over St. Louis here in this gray ribbon showdown game brought to you by Titan Industries. How do you think Detroit can start to handle this St. Mary's pressure, Mike?
You press somebody because you want to speed them up, and that's exactly what they've done. And I think all they need to do is the initial part of the, beating the pressure is slow down a little bit. Then once you have beaten it, you got the advantage. Now you attack. And I think they're trying to attack a little bit too soon, and they're throwing up a shot. And you look at the shot clock, there might be, 28, 27 seconds on the shot clock, and they don't really need that if it's not the right guy shooting it.
St. Mary's with possession out of the timeout as Renaissance called it right after their bucket. Their pressure here, they get it up to Johnson, who takes it baseline for the score. Gary Johnson up to 13 points now. And here comes the pressure again from St. Mary's. Able to break it into the corner, now out top to Stone. Out to Sigmund, he's gonna launch for three. That's short, no good. Rebound Ward. Gets it poked away, right underneath the Miller for an easy bucket.
I was going to say, even though Sigmund missed that shot, that was a much better offensive possession for Renaissance that time. You got the right guy shooting the right shot.
Niels brings it across the court for St. Mary's, now works away out top to Collins. That's within his range right there.
It really is.
And he decides to give it to Johnson.
And Renaissance, when the shot goes up, they got to get a body on Johnson because he's so good. On the offensive board.
Tried to drive the lane there, got rejected. Back down the floor, layup no good. Rebound brought in. There's Yancey Jr. with the bucket. He's back in with his 2 fouls here that he got early in the first quarter and gets a bucket.
Yeah, you kind of wonder if maybe they didn't put him back in there just to try to neutralize Johnson a little bit.
Now he gets a steal up the floor and another layup. Jaden Miller is feasting on layups right now. He's up to 11. And now all of a sudden Renaissance is out to a 5-point lead.
Yeah, that timeout was a good timeout. Just kind of regroup a little bit, do what you do.
Now we get a foul called against St. Mary's as they're getting a little frustrated. Johnson trying to create separation, pushes off against Miller.
That's his second foul, which is big.
Yancey, after his quick contribution, is going to be checked back out of the game for Renaissance as they will inbound with 3.5 left here in the first half, leading by 5.
So Coach Turner has decided he's going to take Johnson out with his 2 fouls. 5-point game, try to keep him close, have him full strength for the second half. What I look for, if this lead gets extended a little bit, Johnson may have to come back in.
Into the corner, shot up, nice pass into the lane, and Sigmund with a 14-foot jumper there. Extends the lead out to 7 here. Collins up the floor for St. Mary's, across to Niels. Now out top, that's Clark. Clark looking to drive, now kicks back to Collins. He's going to launch a deep one again. Left this one short. Ball is tapped on the rebound, and St. Mary's is able to recover. Ward in the lane, no good. Clark knocks it over to Collins for 2.
Really good heads-up play by Clark to get the ball to the guy that had the shot.
Sigmund hands off to Stone for the Phoenix. Dribbling out top.
Flirting with that half-court line.
He wants to drive against the bigger player. Gets it up and under and in. There's another finish for Lance Stone. 38-31. Renaissance with the lead. Niels in the corner. He's going to pull the trigger from 3. Left it short. And rebound by Sigmund. Looking to drive the sideline and gets bumped by Niels.
No free throws. Haven't been many fouls this quarter.
Yeah, just 1 against St. Mary, or 2 against St. Mary's, 1 against Renaissance. You see the Metamora Redbirds. They're next up on the docket. As we continue day 5, they'll be playing as a part of the Washington Invitational section of the tournament. Stone dribbles out top for Detroit Renaissance. Looking to go in the lane, kick out, 3-ball up and short. Collins with the rebound, kicks it up ahead, 2-on-1 opportunity. Shot up, no good, but we got a foul call. Thomas Kurz drives it right to the hoop and gets contact.
Yeah, got him with the body. He's holding his hands up. He did have the hands up, but he did bump him.
Kurz to the line for 2 here. Makes the first. He's got a couple of free throws on the game so far. 13 checks out, and number 2 back into the game, Malachi Jackson. This might be his first appearance in the game for Renaissance as they go deeper and deeper into their bench. Kurz rolls in the second.
2 big free throws. Big minute and a half here in the half, really for both teams. And key, I see Gary Johnson back in the game. His team down 38-33. He just can't pick up his 3rd foul right now. Absolutely. Lay a zone.
There's Stone launching against the zone, misses everything, and the rebound falls right into the hands of Chase Roan for St. Mary's. Almost lost it up for Johnson. Whoa. Collins was looking for the lob to Johnson. Might have been better off taking the safer play than the highlight play right there, especially down 5.
I think so, because I
guy on the court there, getting in there for the rebound. Now he'll go to the line for 2.
He might only be 5'7". I'll take him on my team any day of the week. I'll take him on my team any day of the week. He can play.
He's got 11 already in the contest. And hits the first at the line. Second one upcoming, and that's down as well. 40-33, ticking down in the last minute here of our first half. Game number 2 today at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. This is Johnson, who's been the leader so far when he's out there for St. Mary's, along with Collins, who takes it to the hoop and scores.
Nice. I liked what Collins did. He slowed down and made the defender have to backpedal a little bit. Finish strong.
Renaissance losing the handle on the other end, and
used the timeout.
St. Mary's must have had possession there for a moment, and they got the timeout.
Smart timeout.
So they're going to have a chance at the last possession of the half here to cut this 5-point deficit down even more. 22 seconds left here in our first half. Again, at halftime, we'll send it back to the Tournament Central, brought to you by Uftring. We'll see what the fellas have in store there at halftime, if they got anybody set up for an interview.
And what you can do here, if you are the Phoenix, is, depending on who the guy is on the ball, but if they want to put it down in a dribble or 2, you got a couple fouls to give. You can kind of screw up what they're trying to do in this last 20 seconds. You don't want to foul a shooter.
Collins is going to bring the ball up the floor. We know he's the shooter. It looks like they're going zone here.
Yeah.
2-3. Looks like they're going to be content with just letting him dribble out. He might just take one step in and launch from there.
Yeah, he's in range right now.
5 left on the clock. Gets a short screen. He is going to pull, and he hits it. As time runs out here, Zyree Collins hits a 3, and that tightens this game up even more as we head to halftime. Detroit Renaissance hangs on to a 2-point lead, but Zyree Collins there with a big 3 to cut the lead to 2 headed into halftime.
That gives Collins, I believe, 19 points.
Yeah, I have him for 19.
And he was a little quiet early. It was all Johnson early for the Dragons, and then Johnson get a little bit of foul trouble. They start to key in a little bit on the inside, and Collins lit it up from outside.
We have a pretty high-scoring game at halftime here, 40-38. Looks like if they're on this track, we'll be headed into the upper 70s, maybe low 80s by the time this game is over. We'll send it to halftime now. Again, halftime score, Detroit Renaissance 40, St. Mary's out of St. Louis, the Dragons 38. Quick break here, and then we'll head it back to Uftring Tournament Central.
The 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the team at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. To request an appointment, visit their website or call 844-OSF-4-HOPE. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And welcome into Uftring Tournament Central, halftime of Game 2 of the final day of the 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Glad you're with us bright and early on this Saturday morning. I'm Joey Wright, and Robert Dowling is our next guest here in Uftring Tournament Central. Robert, appreciate the time, and you are the coordinator for all the great officiating we've seen throughout the week. Just take us inside a little bit what this busy week entails for you.
Well, thanks, Joey. And, yeah, it's a great event, and I've been doing this for a few years. I've been refereeing here since the beginning. So, as I was mentioning, we're already planning ahead. You know, we'll have basically the same group of officials next year, but we already know of one newer, younger gentleman that we'll be bringing in. And then, as I was saying, we'll work around the schedules with some other of the good tournaments in the area. We like to work with the other coordinators. Not a lot of great officials out there, but we've got some of them, and we like to spread it around, and they like to work other places when they can. So we share alike. And if they need to work in Lincoln or Peoria Heights or Springfield or Decatur in the morning, then we'll work them at night here, and vice versa. So we'll start working with those coordinators here soon to figure it out for next year.
You mentioned you're already starting to plan ahead toward next year. We've still got 6 games left after this one ends in this year's tournament, so truly a year-round process that goes into planning this event. I imagine, though, 19 years? This is the 19th TOC, so almost 2 decades of experience with the tournament. That's got to help.
Yeah, so we know what we're looking for here. You know, these aren't regular games.
Sure.
It takes a different mindset when you come out here versus what we did last week or what we're going to do next week. So yeah, we've had to adapt over the years, and some special athletes that we won't get to see anybody like this the rest of the year. I mean, you've got dozen future Division I players out here and probably a half dozen potential NBA targets. So it's a little different for most officials when you step into a setting like this.
As an official, I know you'll be behind the whistle for St. Francis and St. John Bosco later tonight. What goes into calling a big game like that, be it a game at the TOC, be it a regional, sectional, super sectional, state game later in the season, or a big event, one of those shootout type tournaments throughout the season? Just what are you looking for when you step onto the court in a big atmosphere like this?
Before we even go out there, we're having a pregame. We're looking ahead to see who the stars are. Who do we have to be aware of? Are there any matchup issues? Unfortunately, there might have been bad blood the last time they played, so we have to be aware of that. If they had a scuffle or something, we want to make sure we're really doing some preventive officiating out there and getting ahead of it so it doesn't jump up and catch us by surprise. And then we have technical fouls and a potential fight situation. And we're always trying to keep the best players in the game, because that's what the fans are here to see. They're not here to see us referee. They're here to see those players. So we want to try to manage the game, talk players out of difficult situations so we can all move forward and have a smooth event.
Fortunately, plenty of film to review on ClutchSportsIsle.com if you go back through a fun week here at the TOC. Heading toward the finish line here, Robert, and I want to shift gears as we get ready to send it back into the gym shortly. Obviously, Kevin Brown was a legend here in Washington. His name and likeness everywhere here in the gym. KB Strong Foundation has a great presence fighting the fight against glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. Can you just take our viewers inside maybe a story or two with him? I know everyone we've talked to here in our Off During Tournament studio show, almost everyone anyways, has a story or a fun anecdote about Coach Brown to share.
I probably tell this story a couple times each year, but the first year at the old Robertson Fieldhouse, which has since been demolished, I had one of the first games was Washington High School versus Chicago Washington, and Chicago Washington had 4 future NBA players and 6 or 7 future Division I players, and they came out and they blitzed Washington early on 10-0, and Coach Brown called the timeout, and he didn't even let him get to the sidelines. He met him out on the floor, gave him a little bit of a fire-up speech that everybody in the field house could hear. Never swearing at the kids, but just, he was on them, and he wanted them to know that he didn't think that they were playing up to their potential, and they just needed to do better. And slowly but surely, Washington came from behind and won that game over a much more talented team. And that just sort of epitomizes what Kevin Brown got out of his players and what he expected from his players every single day.
KB Strong Foundation doing such great work here at the tournament to further the fight against glioblastoma. Jody Brown does a great job with the KB Strong Foundation. If you're here throughout the day, they've got merchandise available, proceeds going back to that fight. KB Strong doing a lot to help OSF Healthcare here locally, the title sponsor of this year's tournament. And also you see a link on your screen, QR code and link. You can visit that website if you're not able to make it today to learn a little more about the great cause and donate if you're able to. We certainly implore you to do that. Robert, appreciate you making some time for us. We'll send it back inside the gym. Good one between Renaissance and Southside St. Mary's out of St. Louis. So we'll see how that turns out after this break. This has been Off During Tournament Central at the TOC.
Thanks.
Yep. Thank you.
Awesome.
The 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the multidisciplinary team at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. Offering comprehensive cancer care services including access to clinical trials, radiation oncology, hematology, chemotherapy, immunotherapy, and surgical oncology. To request an appointment, visit the OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute website or call 844-OSF-4HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. Buy Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 53 locations in 38 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
And welcome back once again to Torry Gymnasium here at Washington Community High School. We're in Game 2 of the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, and we got a good game here after one half of action where the Detroit Renaissance Phoenix lead the Southside St. Louis St. Mary's Dragons by a score of 40-38. Renaissance came out quickly, and then slowly but surely St. Mary's inched their way back, applying a little pressure defense at times. Even took the lead at one point. Brett Parrott along with Mike Plunkett. And Mike, how do you see this second half shaping up? We saw kind of runs by each team in the first half.
And I think that's what we're going to see. If you like offense, this is a game to watch. It's an enjoyable game. Both teams are not shy about shooting the ball. A lot of threes being thrown up. Very good athletes. They share the ball. It's not individuals trying to do things. But I think, you nailed it. I think it's a game of runs, and I think maybe whoever, it's kind of like, in baseball, you got the last at bat, you got a chance to win. Whoever got the ball in their hands last. With one exception, we're dealing with 3 guys on the court with 2 fouls. If somebody gets an early 3rd foul, that could change the game a little bit. Particularly some inside guys. But I look for it just to be up and down, back and forth, good, exciting basketball. And again, maybe the last run is going to win this game.
Yeah, we'll see. Renaissance, their big guys had some foul trouble in that first half. We'll see what they start with here in the second half. Looks like they're not going to start with the same starting 5 as the game, as I see Dominic Yancey Jr., number 30, on the bench to start the half. He started the ball game, but it looks like number 13, Alfonso Harris, is going to start the second half for Renaissance here as they inbounds to kick off our 3rd quarter. And it looks like St. Mary's coming out with a zone to start the 3rd quarter.
Yeah, I think they went to that zone and have had some success in it. They put a little full court pressure, but the zone has just kind of slowed down the Renaissance attack a little bit.
This is Sigmund out top for Renaissance. Now to Stone. He's going to pull the trigger from 3, no good. Offensive rebound, no good. Tapped around, and now taken in by Ethan Smith for St. Mary's. Lob pass. There's Gary Johnson, who had a couple of highlights in the first half as well, starting off strong and tying the game here for St. Mary's early on 3rd quarter. Nice backdoor pass there from Stone.
Good defense by Collins. Got a hand on that shot.
Unable to finish was Harris. Ball tapped out, and it'll go to St. Mary's.
Yeah, Collins at 6 feet tall was able to change that shot by Harris at 6'4". That's a very good play by Collins.
Zyree Collins now will bring the ball across midcourt. Give off to Smith. Smith's going to pull up and hit. Nice jumper from Ethan Smith. We didn't see much from him.
No.
He started the first half, but we didn't see much from him on the floor. Comes out and gives St. Mary's the lead.
Yeah, his first points of the game, but he shot it like he shot it before.
Ball knocked out of bounds. Long reach of Gary Johnson for St. Mary's. Renaissance to inbounds from the sideline. Jordan Sigmund, who was in double figures in the first half, going to inbounds for the Phoenix. Gets it into Miller, back to Sigmund, now out top Stone. Stone was looking to drive, out top Sigmund. His 3 is up, and that's down. Jordan Sigmund.
He's pretty pure. That's a pretty nice looking shot.
Right back down the floor. St. Mary's looking to get back down quickly, and Smith turns the ball over out of bounds. He was looking for Clark on the cut, through the pass behind him. Here comes a little more pressure by St. Mary's. Renaissance able to get it across half court, now into the corner. That's Harris. Now out top Stone. Now they're going to bring a trap at him. He gets rid of it to the other side of the floor. 3 ball up, no good. Rebound is tapped. Last touch by Renaissance. It'll stay with St. Mary's. Or no, we'll stay with Renaissance, excuse me. Looking to inbounds.
Whoa.
Shot is blocked. That's Johnson again. His length playing a factor here. And a wide open look for Xavier Clark. And we got a back and forth game now. St. Mary's up by 1. Into the corner, Harris for Renaissance. To Sigmund, other corner for Stone. Drives baseline, now back out top Sigmund. Here's Harris, 3 ball up, that's short. Offensive board by Miller. Into the corner for Stone. Stone drives baseline around everybody. Kicks it back out to Harris. He tries a floater, gets it deflected. And it ends up into the hands of the Dragons.
Yeah, that zone has caused Renaissance some problems. Really
Collins,
good take by Collins.
real smooth to the hole for 2. St. Mary's on top by 3 now. There's Harris, he's gonna pull for 3, long this time. Fight for the rebound on the floor, and I think
He's out of bounds.
yeah, he had his back on the end,
Yep.
on the sidelines there. That was number 5, Jaden Miller number 5, Chase Roan for St. Mary's. I'm looking at my wrong number 5 here. Renaissance will retain possession. Inbounds to number 11, Lance Stone. Looking for a screen. He gets it out top. Cut off. Out to Sigmund. His 3 is up and off right, no good. That ball is going to hop out of bounds. Back to the St. Mary's Dragons.
I think St. Mary's doing a good job. You know, when they're trapping Stone or double teaming Stone every chance they get, and you know, Stone, he's not going to turn it over, but it's going to make him give the ball up, and now somebody else has to make some decisions and make some shots. And they're not quite as good with the ball not in Stone's hands.
Collins shed Stone that time and got the inbounds pass and took it right to the hoop for 2. He's over 20 now in the ball game.
Yeah, Collins is a scorer.
There's Stone again, getting pressured by multiple people, has to give it up. Sigmund, cross court. Jackson for 3, no good. Nice offensive rebound, no good. Sigmund, no good. Ball around, and what do we have? Looks like we're going to get a foul call. They're going to call it against Renaissance. I think they got number 13, Alfonso Harris. I think that's his 3rd. All to St. Mary's.
Not an easy game to call. Up and down. You got hands all over the place. Guys are playing hard.
This is Collins in the corner from 3 this time, left it short. Offensive rebound falls right into the lap of St. Mary's, put back no good. Now Renaissance, they're looking to push. This is Stone all the way to the hoop, and he gets fouled as he goes in for the layup. Look like 4. Caden Ward got him on the wrist.
I think that's what Renaissance wants to do, and that's what St. Mary's has stopped them from doing with this zone, is pushing the ball down the floor.
Stone
Stone
in
that
double
chance.
digits. He makes his first free throw.
I think Stone in the open floor is just really, really dangerous. He's going to either, like you'd said, he's going to finish very well around the basket, or he's going to find an open teammate.
Flint's going to check out for Renaissance, as he had just picked up his 3rd foul. And now pressure being applied by Renaissance. 3-point game. Foul right after the inbounds, though. Foul on 3, Sigmund. Oh, no, they got Jackson on the foul there. Thought he held up 3. The referee.
That's how St. Mary's deals with this.
Collins able to get across the timeline. Now into the lane, little hop step through. Got his own rebound after the miss. Blocked out of bounds. Will remain with the Dragons.
Collins is very deceiving. He's only 6 feet tall. That's what he's listed in the program, but he just finds a way to get to the basket. He's a scorer.
This
a little
is
quicker than he appears.
the other guy's been scoring for St. Mary's. Johnson with the shot, no good, and we got a foul on the rebound. This is going to be against St. Mary's. That's on Niels. Second foul on Niels. Ball back to Renaissance. And again, St. Mary's showing some pressure here. Sigmund and Stone play catch now to the high post. In the corner, this is Miller. That might have been deflected, but right into the hands of Sigmund for 2. I have him for 15 now in the game. Collins across midcourt. We got a 1-point game right now. Collins into the lane. Oh, nice look underneath, and a finish by Thomas Kurz for St. Mary's. Here's Sigmund driving baseline for Renaissance. Out top. This is Malachi Jackson. Back to Sigmund. Drives baseline all the way this time. Johnson with the block up top, but I think we got a foul underneath that.
Now let's see who they call that all. I thought Johnson made a good block. So somebody on the somebody underneath got him.
I think they got.
Yeah,
they got Niels. That's his third. Sigmund to the line, makes the first. Clark back in and Smith back in for the Dragons. Sigmund looking to cut it to one with his second free throw here. And he gets that. 50-49 right now is our score. St. Mary's with the lead and the ball. Renaissance the pressure, able to break it. And nice little handoff to Collins, who goes in for the left-handed score.
Collins leads all scorers right now with 25. With a long ways to go yet in this game.
Stone a deep three for Renaissance, no good. Long rebound, this is Collins behind the back. Fakes a pass and gets to the hoop. Counted and he's fouled. Yeah, he's just kind of silky smooth there, Mike.
He is. He doesn't look like he's moving as quick as he is, but he really is. He's good with the ball. I think he's bigger than what he is because he's good around the basket. He's just a really, really good player.
Yeah, we saw him knock down some long threes in the first half. This half, he's doing it a little bit differently,
yes,
though.
Yeah. And he's up to 27 points, and he still has 10 minutes left to play in this game.
Ramon Jones checks in for Renaissance as their foul trouble for their interior players continues. I think that's his first appearance as Collins makes the free throw to end the three-point play. This is the new check-in. Jones in the corner, out to Sigmund. Brings it back out top, now to Stone. Stone goes in the lane, up with the scoop, left hand, no good. Pounds the wall.
One of the rare times he didn't finish.
Now to Collins, he's feeling it. Three this time, no good. Rebound comes to Renaissance.
Kind of surprised when Collins shoots and it doesn't go in.
Sigmund pushes it up all the way in for the score. Now St. Mary's going to slow it down a little bit. This is Ethan Smith out top. Gibbs to Zaire Collins. Back to Smith,
great
up and
fight.
under. Counted and he's fouled. Smith started the game, saw very little action in that first half, but he's contributing here in the second, now up to 4 points. Chance to make it 5 at the line.
One shot, one.
It doesn't seem to matter who's on the floor for either one of these teams. Everybody can play.
Nobody seems too shy about putting the ball up towards the basket.
And you know, the St. Mary's School has an enrollment of 281 students. And they haven't missed on any of the good basketball players in that building, that's for sure.
Able to break the pressure is Renaissance. Now looking into the corner for Stone. His three is up and rattles off, no good. Nice putback, no good. Again, no good. And finally Collins comes out of there with a rebound. Long way down the floor, a little too hot to handle. Looking for Roan under the basket, just off his fingertips out of bounds.
Yeah, that needed to be a perfect pass. That was a really hard pass to make, but when you're up 7, you can maybe get away with that a little bit more than if you're down.
And that pressure causing Renaissance to eat up some time.
Yeah, just trying to get the ball out of the hands of Stone, which they did, and Sigmund.
Sigmund takes it into the lane here. And he's going to draw a foul. Not sure if that would have counted. It hit the very top of the backboard. I don't know if that would have counted if it dropped or not, but he'll go to line for 2. Collins with the foul. Only his first foul, though.
That's kind of incredible, isn't it? He's been so involved.
Sigmund makes the first. Yeah, Collins up to 28 points, but only 1 foul in the game. Sigmund makes them
Sigmund
both.
may have 21 according to the board.
Yeah, he's up into the 20s now as well. 58-53, St. Mary's the lead. Last 10 seconds of the third quarter here. Ethan Smith gives to Collins. Down to 5, dribbling out top, looking for a screen. Instead, decides to drive. He hits a running layup while falling out of bounds. It goes, and he's fouled again. Zyree Collins now up to 30 with .7 left.
That's huge. Gives them a chance to get this to an 8-point lead. They have the ball to start the quarter. Really nice possession by the Dragons.
And he does hit the free throw. Renaissance with .7 left. He's going to heave it from over three-quarter court, well short, no good. And at the end of 3 here, the St. Louis Southside St. Mary's Dragons 61, Detroit Renaissance Phoenix 53. And this quarter break and timeout is the Power Up, brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Mike, what do you see for this fourth quarter here?
Well, you know, I was just thinking when the first quarter ended, Renaissance had 23 points, 40 points at halftime, so that was 17-point quarter, now a 13-point quarter. So in a game that has been kind of loaded with offense, I think the defense of St. Mary's has really changed the whole complexion of this game. Being at one time, I think they might have been down early by 13, and now up 8. And so I think it's going to be, you know, how is Renaissance going to be able to attack this zone? Because St. Mary's done a really good job of getting the ball out of the hands of the scorers. And Renaissance has got to find a way to do something with Collins, who is just kind of scoring at will. 31 points through 3 quarters, and all in a variety of ways. So, and again, St. Mary's just has to keep doing what they're doing. You don't want to change things. You don't want to get too quick doing anything offensively. Just keep doing what you're doing, and we'll see how this thing finishes up.
St. Mary's with the first possession of the fourth quarter, and there he is again. Zyree Collins drives baseline up and under for the hoop, extending the lead to 10. 3 ball on the other end, that's up and down. Malachi Jackson.
His first bucket, and it's a big one. See,
right back down the floor.
Yeah, Renaissance track. They're just not getting back right now.
That was Chase Roan with the bucket there for St. Mary's. Into the corner, here's Jackson again, gonna try, and 2 in a row.
And there they go,
right back down again, and we get a bump and a foul. That's Dominic Yancey Jr., who again was another starter in this game, but has seen limited action, mostly for him due to foul trouble.
Yeah, it seems like every time he comes in the game, it's a foul. Now they're taking him right out again.
And Flint, no, not Flint, that's Harris checks back into him, but he also has 3 fouls in the game. Trying for the steal off the inbounds was Sigmund, almost got it, and now Stone has it, and we have a foul called there.
Kind of a lucky break for St. Mary's that foul was called, because Renaissance had a layup.
They would have had an easy layup for sure there. We do have a 6-point game now, so Renaissance with a chance to cut into it further here. Sigmund and Stone play catch out top.
You know, we said somebody else going to have to score. Malachi Jackson, back-to-back threes. Is he going to be that guy?
Setting up in that corner again, and here it is. This time he misses, but he got a good shot. Rebound to St. Mary's. And they'll get it into the hands of Collins. He's been the star of the game thus far. Over 30 points, dribbling out top. Kicks in the corner, Ethan Smith a 3. Short, no good, rebound Harris. Here comes Renaissance, Stone looking to push.
That's what he wants to do.
Kick out Sigmund, 3 ball up, and that is down. Jordan Sigmund not wanting to be denied as one of the stars of this game. cuts it to 3.
And that's when Renaissance is at their best, when they can get it out and go, particularly in the hands of Stone. But harder to do that when you score. Like right now, it's going to be a little tougher for them.
There's Collins again, right on and up the floor, poked away.
Good
nice
hustle
recovery.
play by Miller.
Yeah, nice recovery there by Jaden Miller. St. Mary's ball out of bounds. I don't know if Collins looks like he might be limping a little bit. I don't know if he's starting to cramp up. Maybe that's just his trot when he's just walking. Cross court, here's a 3 attempt by St. Mary's. That's short, no good. And rebound comes down to Sigmund for Renaissance. Back to Sigmund, up the court quickly. 3 ball by Stone, that's up and good. Lance Stone, a 3 ball. And we have a timeout on the floor as Detroit Renaissance Phoenix cuts it to 2. 67-65, this power-up timeout. Again, brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Mike, as we come out of this timeout, looks like Detroit Renaissance has found their shooting touch, and this has brought them right back into this ballgame.
Yeah, they're much better in their transition threes than they are if they're running an offense a little bit, and that's what they've been able to do a little bit more this quarter so far. So St. Mary's got to be able to counter that. They either have to get somebody back who's going to be able to just slow that down a little bit, or put some pressure initially on the ball. But the long rebounds, if you miss, and the long rebounds coming out to Renaissance, the ball gets in the hands of Stone or Sigmund, they're gonna make something good happen. And so again, it's gonna be who can dictate the pace. And those are, it's weird. It's the same shot, but in transition, it's really a different shot.
And we've also seen Malachi Jackson come out of nowhere,
right,
hit a couple of threes from that deep right corner in this quarter as well. So between him and maybe Jaden Miller, who's also scored some points this game, giving them a third option to go to besides Stone and Sigmund. St. Mary's inbounds here as we resume action. 5.5 left in the game. Renaissance trying to apply pressure. St. Mary's breaks it across half court to Johnson. Now they get it into hands of Collins. He's got 35 on the game. They're going to send a double team at him.
Yep, make him give it up.
But he gets it back. Now he's going to scoop into the lane, throws one up. No good, but nice offensive board and putback. Caden Ward
his first
with the board.
You know, and that's where you run into problem. If you double Collins, which is not a bad idea, but you better be able to rotate and find somebody else to get a body on.
Sigmund, the 3 on the other end, answers.
Sigmund now has 27 of his own.
And we're back to a 1-point game. Ethan Smith crosses the timeline for the Dragons. Looking to the high post, knocked away. There's a steal by Jackson. Up to Stone, Stone to Sigmund. Up, no good, gets his own rebound, no, but a foul is called. That's gonna be on Johnson.
I think they called that on 0 on Ethan Smith.
Oh, they did, you're right.
And I thought it was Johnson until I saw the official point at him, so. You and I saw the same thing, but the official saw something else, and the only thing that matters is what he saw.
They're a little bit closer than us up here on the top row of Torry Gym. Sigmund hits the first. He's about to 30 points as well here, and the game is tied. Chance to take the lead here. Jordan Sigmund, who, again, Jonathan Michael told me in a game earlier this week he went off for 40 in a game, and he's
not surprising. He's at 29 right now.
And gives his team a 1-point lead. St. Mary's with the ball now. Looking across court for Johnson, off his hands, out of bounds. Ball back to Renaissance now with a chance to extend their lead. And Malachi Jackson really giving them some very important minutes here.
Yeah, and Renaissance kind of turned the table on St. Mary's a little bit, not letting the ball get in the hands of Collins, other people having to make some decisions, and the results aren't quite as good.
Stone out top. Far corner for Jackson, out to Sigmund. His shot might have got deflected there by the long arm of Johnson. Into the hands of Zyree Collins, breaks the timeline. Dishes off to a streaking Xavier Clark, who takes it all the way to the hoop for two. Now St. Mary's back in the lead.
And a really good play by Collins. Two people came at him. He didn't force anything. Get the ball in the hands, trust your teammate. He did, and he made a nice play.
Kick out, 3-ball up, and that one's gonna wedge. That was Stone, Lance Stone with a 3-ball. That results in a jump ball. Possession arrow will stay with Southside St. Mary's. Ward, or no, the ball's gonna stay with Renaissance here, excuse me. Jackson to inbounds, way out top to Stone. And looks like we might have a timing situation going on here. Referee blows the play dead and walks over to the scorer's table. Again, a reminder that one of our local teams, the Metamora Redbirds, will be up in our next contest. As it looks like
So the shot clock issue is what,
Yep, gonna reset the shot clock to 31 seconds. 3.5 left here in the game. Very tight game. 1 point lead right now for St. Mary's, but Detroit Renaissance with the ball as they inbound to Lance Stone. Guarded by Niels, gets a screen, drives in the lane, kick out. This is Harris, a 3, no good. Rebound, Miller, no good. Now to St. Mary's.
It's off of somebody's foot.
I thought it hit Detroit's Renaissance's foot.
I think you're right.
And it did. Trying to outlet there was Niels. And on his outlet pass, it deflected off of a foot of a Phoenix. St. Mary's to inbounds, gets it to Collins. He's gonna take it all the way to the hoop. Scoop shot, no. Rebound, no. Rebound now to Renaissance. They're gonna push. This is Sigmund, cross court, Stone for 3, no good. Rebound tapped up by Miller and scores. Jaden Miller gives Detroit Renaissance a 1-point lead.
And again, that's a result of them pushing the ball down the floor, getting that early transition 3.
Collins is going to draw a foul about 40 feet away from the hoop here. That's against Stone. Again, fouls to give, no free throws as of yet. That may come important in the last minute or so of this game if one of these teams gets themselves into the double bonus. Collins to inbound, throws it in the backcourt for Niels. Niels has been quiet this game, only 3 points, brings it across half court to Gary Johnson. You gotta figure they're gonna try to go to Collins every possession. Johnson instead drives, loses it as he goes behind the back, ends up in the hands of Ward. Ward underneath the Collins, reverse layup, no good, rebound Renaissance. Here comes Sigmund down the floor, nice.
Nice look.
Look, blocked by Johnson though. Here comes Clark to the bucket. Xavier Clark with a nice layup to give St. Mary's the 1-point lead again. And now as they bring the ball up the floor, Clark's gonna foul Sigmund. Several lead changes just alone in this fourth quarter here. Right
Probably
now,
several more to come. The way this
Renaissance looking to take the lead again. They're down 1 here as Stone throws it into the corner for Sigmund. Gets some space, fade away, no good. Rebound, Collins. Collins, long pass up the court. Now underneath to Johnson, his shot no good. Rebound is blocked, and as Sigmund gets the next rebound, we got a foul against St. Mary's. That's Johnson's third. That could be important if By chance, I don't want to say it, we get overtime.
Don't say that word.
In this game. Too late. It's come out of my mouth. It is now a possibility. Renaissance, again, looking to take the lead. And it looks like we're going to get a quick timeout here by head coach John White of the Detroit Renaissance Phoenix. And all power-up timeouts are brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with Enercon. So Detroit Renaissance Phoenix will come out of this timeout looking to regain the advantage. They're down 1 right now. Some outstanding performances by individuals. Iree Collins into the 30s. Jordan Sigmund just at about 30, I believe, in this game. Lance Stone has had an impressive game. Gary Johnson for St. Mary's, an impressive game. It's going to come down to these last couple of minutes here. Perhaps the stars of each team will make the difference. Sigmund with the ball for Detroit Renaissance. Gives it into the corner for Harris. High post. Miller now back out to Sigmund. Now to Stone. Stone in the corner for Sigmund, wide open, 3-ball up and good. Jordan Sigmund gives Renaissance a 2-point lead now, and now we're just at about 1 minute left in the game. Collins out top for St. Mary's, nice crossover move into the lane, up and good again. Mike, how many times has he done that this game?
You know what, and you know, you said it, first half he was just backing up and knocking down threes. This has been almost everything to the basket, and with some contact and good body control. But, you know, he's got 37, he being Iree Collins, and Sigmund has 32 for the Phoenix. We're seeing some great individual performances, but we're also seeing some of the guys who really didn't score anything in the first half come in and make some inroads here in the second half. So, you know, each team is going to say we can't let the other team star beat us, but I think everybody's got the ability to score, anybody that's on the floor. So you got an open shot, I think people are going to be taking this thing. No such thing as turning down a shot so far in this game.
What do you look for Detroit to do out of this timeout? Do you think they're just going to run regular,
I think they're
what
going
they
to
do normally?
I think they're going to do just what they did last time. I think they're going to spread a little bit, then they're going to attack, and they're going to try to kick it out to the shooter, and that shooter happened to be Sigmund. I think that's not a bad, you know, strategy for them to do. You know, you're St. Mary's, you don't have to foul.
Right.
You know, you're going to get the ball back, there's no question. But I kind of like what they did last time. They just kind of spread out that defense and made it a little bit tougher to guard it, really to trap anybody and to guard anybody one-on-one.
We are going to see pressure here from St. Mary's out of the timeout. Jackson to inbounds for Renaissance, gets it to Sigmund, immediately trapped.
Foul right away.
I thought they might have called a travel there, but they got the foul first on the body contact. And that is going to send Sigmund to the line, as that was the 5th foul against St. Mary's in this quarter. Chance to, in this tie ball game, give Renaissance the lead. Jordan Sigmund, 32 points thus far in the game.
And Renaissance did a good job of getting the ball to the guy they wanted, the ball in his hands. Good free throw shooter, good with the basketball.
He hits the first to give Renaissance a 1-point lead, looking to make it 2 here on the second. If you're St. Mary's, you got to box out as well on the chance that he does miss.
Well, you got to be ready for some pressure. Here it comes.
77-75, 55 seconds left here. Highly entertaining game here between these two teams. St. Mary's able to break the press. They get it across to Xavier Clark, now to Collins. This is the guy they won it with. He goes right to the hoop and scores and fouled. Xavier Collins again. This is about the 3rd or 4th time just in this half where they fouled him on a shot just like that.
And that was maybe the most impressive move of all. He was challenged. He went up. You know, again, he's only 6 feet tall. He's, you know, we're not talking about a 6'6" guy doing this. Horn went. He shouldn't have.
Yeah. They rang the horn.
Are they going to count that free
after
throw?
he already had the ball. I think you got to count the free throw.
Well, they didn't. The officials didn't stop anything.
They're discussing. We'll see what happens here.
They didn't blow a whistle to stop anything, so I think that if I'm St. Mary's and they don't count that free throw, I'm going to be a little upset.
Yeah. It would give them a 1-point lead here. No, they are going to count it.
Yeah.
So Collins again with a big play, giving his team a 1-point lead after the
Scoreboard is not reflecting that, but that bucket
they
did
should.
go. There we go. 78-77, 41.3.
St.
Collins
Mary's
with 40 now.
going to continue to apply the pressure. They do get it to the hands of Stone. They got long Gary Johnson out there with his long arms at the front of that press. Sigmund, ball is tapped. 27 seconds left. They will have to shoot before the end of the game. Shot clock now to 15. Stone with the ball. Into the corner for Sigmund.
St. Mary's has to be aware of.
Now to
A
Stone.
second
Stone
shot.
into the lane. Takes it up. Rejected by
block.
Johnson.
They got a foul.
They are going to have to foul.
And they got a foul to give
Collins,
before the shooting.
5-4. Foul is called just with 3.5 seconds left. Gonna send Zaire Collins to the line already with 40 on the game. And he might be able to ice this away. Oh yeah, they're not in the bonus yet.
No, they got.
They got to give one more. So now what do? You just try to make sure don't throw it towards the opponent's basket for sure. We're going to have a timeout as Coach Brian Turner of St. Louis St. Mary South Side wants to discuss this before this big inbounds play.
Yeah, you know St. Mary's is going to get fouled the minute they touch the ball. So what you want to do is you spray this thing out. You're right. Look at the direction of your basket, and they're going to key on Collins. Not a bad idea to get the ball to Collins because he's probably going to make free throws. But if you get it to somebody that there's nobody close to, and it's going to take them a second or two to foul, do that. Making the free throws not as important right now as taking some time off the clock if you can do so.
Absolutely. I think a couple of other times, if I'm remembering correctly, they've also had Collins be the guy taking the ball out of bounds. So could we see a inbounds quick back to the
right back
inbounder?
to him.
Yeah. So we'll see what Coach Turner is drawing up here for this inbound. You, again, have to expect a lot of pressure to be applied by Renaissance.
I can't see the timeout situation. What does Renaissance have as far as timeouts? Can you see?
Yeah, that's blocked from my view by the shot clock as well.
I can't tell if that's a 0 or a 1.
St. Mary's has 1, I can see, but I cannot see the other side. Looking to inbounds. They do get it into Collins, and he is fouled immediately. Foul given up by Sigmund. And that should now send St. Mary's to the line. So they did what you said, Mike. They got it to the guy they wanted to. Nice drawn-up play. They sent Johnson deep, the tall guy, maybe to throw a jump ball if necessary. But then Collins came around that screen, and now he knocks down the first.
Yeah, you just got to figure Collins is going to make his free throws. He's made everything else. Now your decision here is, if he makes this one,
do you foul?
St. Mary's, do you foul?
Yeah.
And the reason I asked timeouts is if Renaissance, if they were out of timeouts, you're almost better off missing that second one.
They're just going to go Stone from half court, just a little bit short, and that's going to end it. 80-77 is our final. What a fantastic game we saw in this Gray Ribbon Showdown game brought to you by Titan Industries. A couple of stars really came to call here. Zaire Collins, 42 points.
What a performance.
Jordan Sigmund, 34. I had him down for.
That's been sitting on the board as well. And numerous other players with a lot of points.
Yeah. We got some presentations being done now for the teams in this game. Gary Johnson being recognized from St. Mary's for the Gray Ribbon All-Tournament team. I believe they said he averaged 14 points, 11 rebounds, and a couple of blocks for each game. Congratulations to him. I had him down for 15 in this last game.
Yeah, with a lot of rebounds.
Lance Stone being recognized from Renaissance.
What a player.
They said he averaged 25 points a game in this tournament, along with being the lead ball handler of his team as well.
Average 36 points. Average 36 points a game.
Zaire Collins. So he bumped it up a few this game we saw with his 42.
Yeah. He's a very, very deceiving, very, very good player.
Yes.
And the last person, he averaged 34 points a game, 7 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals from Renaissance, Jordan Sigmund.
And as predicted, the last tournament, all-tournament team player from Renaissance, Jordan Sigmund. 34 this game and averaged in the 30s for the tournament as well. The tournament director, Sean Powell, down there announcing those, and Roger Holtzauer of Holtzauer, one of our fine sponsors of the tournament, down there to hand out those medals as well. So that wraps up our coverage of this game. Again, one of our local squads, the Metamora Redbirds, coming up next. I believe they're going to be taking on the Florence Wilson team from South Carolina in the next game. Again, our final here, St. Mary's 80, Renaissance 77. We'll send it to a break and then back to the Uftring Tournament Central.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor on and off the court. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and will soon begin the first clinical trials against glioblastoma in this area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And welcome into Uftring Tournament Central. Need a little more cord here as the day moves along. Joey Wright and Charlie Schermerhorn hanging out with you, counting you down to Metamora and Wilson. Going to be a great game. We'll see how that pans out here shortly. And Charlie, first, how about that game between Renaissance and St. Mary's, south side out of St. Louis? What a game that was. Maybe one of the best games we've seen this week. Don't want to go as far as to say the best, but what a game it was.
You know, definitely one of the best games, like you mentioned, where I almost went into overtime, which, I mean, anytime that happens, right, you can just assume that there's high-level basketball going on, which really has been the key to this whole tournament, what we've been seeing the whole time. So lots of amazing dunks, lots of great shots. So certainly a very, very fun game to watch.
In theory, every game today should be pretty good. The brackets have worked their way through the National Classic and the Washington Invitational, and every matchup should be pretty even today. And up next is Metamora and Wilson. Now, Metamora last night, Charlie, taking a surprising loss to some to Paideia. Paideia had taken 2 tough losses to start the week. Metamora was 1-1. And with just 8 players, the Pythons have enough in the tank to beat the Redbirds. So how does a talented Metamora team led by first-year head coach Justin Dame bounce back today?
Well, I think that they got to reset pretty much, go back to the basics. Metamora, obviously very, very talented, and we've seen that. I don't think that this loss is a big knockoff for them. I think that they'll be able to bounce back. But going back to your question, though, how do they respond to this? You know, obviously you got to get Zobrist the ball. He can shoot the ball. I mean, one of the best shooters I've ever seen. His step back 3 is like it's very good. And I think that College Bradley is going to be real excited to have him on the team next year. But also getting the big man Jonah Funk involved. I think that would be also another key to victory, and one more key, just defense too. I mean, you got to be able to win games. You got to be able to play solid defense. So that's definitely key also.
Of course, we cover Metamora all season long here on ClutchSportsIL.com and through Clutch Sports Media Overtime, our venture that you can use to learn more about not only Metamora, but some 30 teams in our coverage area. So would implore our viewers to subscribe to CSMOT here either this week or as the season moves along, and John Michael does great work with that. But Wilson, obviously a little bit outside of our coverage area from Florida, South Carolina, but happy to welcome them to Washington this week. Charlie, it's going to be a good matchup, but talking about the Tigers, I think they'll match up quite well with the Redbird.
I mean, I compared them actually to LSU. I mean, they got the colors, maybe just add a little bit of purple.
Same name.
You're right. But, I mean, just they got so much talent, so much athleticism around the board. I mean, whenever you're watching, I mean, it's like there's dunks at pretty much every possession. I mean, a made 3. There's so much athleticism on the court that I wouldn't be surprised. It's you know, Metamora is obviously very athletic too, but I think it's more of like it's talent versus sheer athleticism too. I mean, don't get me wrong, both teams super talented, but I mean it's going to be it's a great matchup.
I agree with you, Charlie, and that's coming up right around the bend here on ClutchSportsIL.com. Glad you're with us for Day 5, final day of the 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And one more point on Wilson. Charlie, whenever there's a team from South Carolina in the TOC, take note, Denmark Olar a few years ago was a fun team to watch. And, of course, Zion Williamson, maybe the best player in TOC history. It's a long line to choose from. 4 number 1 picks, him included in that conversation. I know he put on some great shows when he was here in 2016 with Spartanburg.
Yeah, I mean, Zion, so many great players. You mentioned Zion, but just kind of go off that, too. You got Anthony Davis. You got people like Andrew Wiggins, too. All of these NBA players, I mean, it just shows the range of talent that all these teams are able to produce and bring into the Tournament of Champions.
Anthony Bennett as well played here. He was the 4th number 1 pick. Didn't have a great pro career, but really turned a lot of heads as he was an up-and-comer, and certainly the Cavaliers saw enough in him to make him the number 1 pick of that 2013 draft. Charlie, rumor has it you'll be putting on a headset for the first time here.
That's
you'll
true.
You'll be on color for the 3 o'clock
game.
Yeah, Juneau in the house. They'll be playing, and it's Juneau and Archbishop Hannon, right?
I believe so. I mean, certainly looking forward to it. First time, but you know, I feel confident that I can at least throw some ball knowledge out there. But it should be a lot of fun. So I'm grateful for the opportunity, though.
This guy knows ball, folks. Charlie Schermerhorn's going to do a great job on the call for that game. And Charlie, as we continue here in the Uftering Tournament Central studio show, counting you down to Wilson and Metamora. Of course, we talk a lot about Kevin Brown throughout the week. I know you've been in our studio before to field some questions on everything he meant to you, obviously everything he meant to this Washington community, KB Strong Foundation, so named after him and his courageous fight with glioblastoma, really doing a lot of good here in Washington at the 19th annual TOC.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin Brown, one of the most influential people in my life, right? And I certainly my dad's life too. Just a great person. I mean, you can see the vast impact that he has. I mean, anywhere you look around, there's KB Strong stuff anywhere. And if you happen to see my interview with Scotty yesterday, he's just one of the most passionate people I've ever met. But Coach Brown impacted so much more than just basketball, right? I mentioned a few days ago that he was a baseball coach too. But outside of sports, he was just such a great person, great character guy. Whenever you need something, you could go to him. And in his loss, it hurts, right? It's one of the most devastating things that I've ever had to go through. But you know, there's just so much awareness and so much fundraising that goes towards glioblastoma that KB Strong is just doing so much great work within the community that Coach Brown would be so happy and so impressed, and I know that.
I believe, Charlie, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think since KB Strong launched, they're up over the $500,000 mark, raising money for glioblastoma.
I'm not completely sure, but I would not be surprised.
I want to fact check that, but I know they've raised a lot of money, and I know their goals are big in the future. And you know, Jody, I've said this a few times this week, pardon me, but Jody Brown said on Thanksgiving they have a big banquet at Countryside every year for all the teams that come in from so far, and compared KB Strong's goal, maybe ultimately similarly to that of Susan G. Komen, which does a lot of great work for folks impacted by breast cancer. Maybe KB Strong in the future becomes something like that for folks battling glioblastoma. It's already on a great track to be something like that.
No, I also, you mentioned that. I compare it, though, also to St. Jude. You know, I think just all these nonprofit organizations that are doing their best to raise money and awareness for such horrible disease. So I tell viewers that if you can, go to KB Strong, donate some money. It doesn't have to be a lot, but just donate because it's needed, right? There's so many families, so many people who are impacted by these disease, and it's just awareness is so powerful. Awareness and fundraising is so powerful. Just to try and make a difference for people like Coach Brown, people like Polly Fuller, and their families.
There's a link on your screen now. You see it on the bottom. QR code and KB Strong's website, kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. An excellent point, Charlie, and encourage our viewers to check that out and donate if you're able, because the money truly goes to a great cause. Also, there is merchandise available here at the TOC if you're planning on stopping by later. Hoodies, shirts, tumblers, they've got hats, all KB Strong merchandise to raise money for that fight against glioblastoma. Charlie, we're getting ready to send it inside the gym. Metamora and Wilson ready to go at it. The third game, I should say, of Day 5 of the 2024 KBM TOC. So we'll send it into the gym after a break. This has been Uftering Tournament Central at the TOC. The 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the multidisciplinary team at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. Offering comprehensive cancer care services including access to clinical trials, radiation oncology, hematology, chemotherapy, immunotherapy, and surgical oncology. To request an appointment, visit the OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute website or call 844-OSF-4HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Beacon, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. Buy Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 53 locations in 38 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking, member FDIC. And buy Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
It is Game 3 of the final day of the 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, and it will be a doozy. It is the local team, Metamora, just a little bit up the street from Washington, and it's also going to be the Wilson Tigers based out of Florence, South Carolina. My name is Michael Savoy. Join alongside me is Mike Plunkett and Mike. I mean, this should be a great game. We already saw 2 great games, and this should be no different.
Yeah, this whole tournament has just been full of really good teams, great athletes, and entertaining, exciting games. The game that was just played here just fit that bill perfectly. Looking for another one here. Probably a little bit of contrasting styles. We've got a team from the Midwest playing a team from down the Southeast. So maybe a little bit different styles. Interesting to see who is able to kind of exert their will and be able to play the style they want to
Certainly, as we get ready to see the start lineups for both these teams, I saw Florence Wilson play a little bit ago. They are pretty much a 2-headed monster. You talk about senior Tristan Thompson and sophomore Josh Leonard. Josh Leonard is getting offers from all across the nation. A lot of Power 5 schools, especially Keystone schools in South Carolina, Clemson in South Carolina, that is respectively. And you also talk about Tristan Thompson. He's a Coastal Carolina commit. So they are the 2 star players to look out for this Florence team.
Yeah, when you're looking at a 6'7" sophomore, that's people are going to be looking for that young man.
See the Tigers start lineup be introduced. They'll be led up by Rashawn Woodbury, Tristan Thompson, aforementioned, Christian Bruce, Elijah Smith, number 21, and of course Josh Leonard rounding out things for the Tigers. This is their first TOC appearance, and they've got a win record so far 2-1. And they look to get out of Washington 3-1 and get into their state slate in South Carolina. Now looking forward to the Metamora Redbirds. We know about Metamora. They're, like we said, right up the street from Washington in the Mid-Atlantic Conference. Their banners in here, so pretty well-known team. Very successful team throughout the years. A couple years ago, they went 2-2 in this tournament, won the state championship. The only 2 losses they took that year were in this tournament, so they can definitely do well in this tournament regardless of the record. You can do well in the season regardless of the record in the tournament, but this is a different Metamora team. They lost last night against the Padilla school, so they have to work it out for them with this Wilson team.
Yeah, Metamora is not afraid to come here and play the good teams. It's kind of a new team. Some of the faces are gone. They have Zobris and Greaves back. You got Funk, a senior but new to the program. So they're still trying to figure out things and a new coach and what's going on. But when it's all said and done, Metamora is going to be in the mix as far as area schools and throughout the state of Illinois.
Certainly, and this should be a doozy. Metamora, I shouldn't say it was an unexpected loss they took, but they definitely feel like that they were the better team last night, but they took a loss, and I feel like they might be humble enough to take care of business against Wilson. And for Wilson's end, we got to keep the positive momentum going. They're going in this game with a running record in this tournament, a very hard tournament, so that's something within itself. As you see the game ball being introduced.
Yeah, I really like to have the OSF employees bring out the game ball, and I've been seeing all the ads and people talking about OSF. My wife and I volunteer for OSF. Really, it's a nice facility, and we're very lucky to have that here in Central Illinois.
Certainly, OSF, a title sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament Champions. We're just about ready to be tipped off here as Jonah Funk and Elijah Smith get things started in this ball game. And it's Smith win the tip, and it's Wilson with possession.
And you talk about the big names and the big players, literally and just in name.
Woodbury from downtown, no good air ball, but Leonard with the offensive miss, and Romeoville and Zobris, Matthew Zobris, one of the players to look out for this Redbird team. A Bradley commit, just in town in Peoria. Things started with the Redbirds.
I've seen Zobris at a few Bradley games earlier, so that's a good look for him to start the game.
Zobris from downtown, no good. And rebound tapped around, but eventually grabbed by Leonard, and here come the Tigers. Bruce driving in, and he'll score. Bruce was all over the place when I did a game with Cody Schindler last morning. He was all over the place on defense. He's a really great, grinding it all out guy. He can do it on both ends of the ball.
Just called a tough foul on Wilson. See if you're going to call the game that tight. If they are, the players just have to adjust.
Exactly. Not every official is built the same. They sometimes let some calls go, let the teams play, and some officials are more strict on foul calls, and it's all about that adjustment. As Greaves on the right wing. Back out to Zobrist. Ramage. There's Funk on the top of the free throw line. Runs right into a Wilson defender. That is stolen. Woodbury the other way. Back to Leonard. Pump fakes and scores.
Yeah, a little fake handoff by Funk, but he kept the ball down low and the guard skipped him.
That is Leonard's first 2 of the night. We were expecting a lot of points from him. He's been scoring quite a bit for this Wilson team. There's Ramage. Greaves driving in, turns around and shoots a jumper at the free throw line. No good, hit the front of the rim. It'll go out of bounds, and it will be Metamora basketball.
Well, we'll see how Metamora deals with the pressure. You know, they're going to get it, going to contest dribble, pass, everything that they're trying to do. But Metamora runs a really good, moving, flowing offense. It's not easy to guard. So, and when you get those open looks, you're going to have to knock them down.
Exactly. Jonah Funk and Matthew Zobrist, the headliners for this Metamora team. I had already mentioned Zobrist committed to Bradley. Jonah Funk transferred from El Paso Gridley High School, a little bit east of here, committed to South Carolina, so he's got a lot of talent himself as well. Here's Zobrist. Probing, turnaround jumper, no good. And here comes Tristan Thompson the other way for Wilson. And Woodbury from the corner, airball. But right there is Leonard, taps it up, no good, taps it up again. And eventually crowd from the Redbirds. And here's Funk.
Yeah, Metamora's got to be aware. They miss a shot. The Tigers going to be out and running. They're going to try to push the ball down the floor. Metamora did a good job getting back and securing that defensive rebound.
Nice pass in there to Ramage. Oh, nice cut there. No good. That was Brady Jones, and it's tapped out of bounds, and possession arrow still stays with the Redbirds.
Brady Jones, what a nice looking freshman for Metamora. He just doesn't play like a freshman. He comes out and just gets after it.
Well, that 8th grade team from Metamora last year had won that IASA state championship game, so they got a lot of talent themselves. Caden Turner, another one of them too, as Zobrist from downtown hits a 3. That's Zobrist's first 3 of the game, and it's Metamora's first points.
Yeah, they've gotten Zobrist a couple good looks already, and that's a good sign for Metamora. The offense getting him the looks.
Woodbury unable to handle the pass. It's Funk out to Zobrist all alone, and he'll get the layup to fall. Metamora takes the lead.
Good job by Funk. He didn't try to do too much with the ball. He had one dribble to right himself, saw Zobrist coming down the floor, got the ball to him for an easy 2.
Leonard, nice pump fake. Oh, beyond the back pass, but Elijah Smith. Woodbury. Downtown, no good. That was Christian Bruce. And the Redbirds go the other way. Ramage. Funk challenging the defender, no good. That was Elijah Smith, and Elijah Smith with the foul.
Yeah, if he goes straight up in his hands, it's not going to be a foul. But as soon as he extended that right arm down, that was going to be a foul.
It's a good matchup down low there. You're talking about Jonah Funk at 6'10" senior and Elijah Smith at 6'7". That's a pretty tall matchup. I mean, even, you know, for this tournament, I mean, 6'7", 6'10" even. I mean, that's probably about the average height for most of these teams.
It's crazy. I'm looking at the, Wilson. They're starting at 6'6", 6'7", 6'7".
And I'm only 5'4", so I'm looking at these guys like they're the Empire State Building in New York as Funk hits his first. It's Funk's first points of the ball game. We're just early here, getting started here, 6-4. Just a little bit over half of the first left to play. Funk goes perfect at the line. And here come the Tigers. Here's Leonard. Pump fakes. Gives it out to Woodbury. Tigers will attempt to slow it down, run some offense. Here's Elijah Smith getting it out to Leonard, and Leonard will scoop and score. Right to the basket he went, and no one was there.
Yeah, you can't. I've noticed that Metamora is not helping a lot off of a couple guys in this respect. The shooter, particularly Tristan Thompson, but you see Leonard come down the lane, somebody's going to have to help off their man.
Ramage back out to Ashton Greaves. He'll shoot a three and he'll not have to go. And Leonard the other way for the Tigers. He's out to Woodbury. Woodbury stops and bakes and scores. That's a nice shot by Rashawn Woodbury, the 6-foot sophomore.
Yeah, to be able to pull up and knock that shot down is a skill. Kind of a lost art in basketball. It's kind of a go to the basket and shoot a three game anymore, and I like that short range jump shot.
Nice pass there by Zobrist to Funk, and he'll be content with shooting a little floater. It hangs around the rim. Oh my goodness. And now we're fighting for a rebound, and eventually it's Ramage back out to Zobrist, and he'll eventually throw it away. He was looking for Ashton Greaves, and a little miscommunication there. It'll be Wilson Ball.
Yeah, Zobrist had to do it all over again. He'd shoot that shot, but really good shot fake on the part of Zobrist.
Yeah, he's been shooting the ball quite a bit, so I'd assume he thinks that a lot of teams now will look at him and think, okay, he's going to shoot the ball, and we're going to guard him up close. We're going to contest every shot fake he even takes, so he's got to do a lot more shot fakes, I'd assume. Here comes Leonard. Looking for a Smith screen.
Metamora's it's a man-to-man, but it almost plays like a zone.
There's a timeout being called as head coach of the Wilson Tigers, Yusuf English, did not like what he's seeing in the offensive end. And you got to think it's probably because of that zone kind of man-to-man defense, that kind of flip-flop, hybrid defense they've been playing.
Yeah, kind of a soft man-to-man, kind of gives the appearance of the zone. So you got to attack it almost like a zone.
This power-up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and Jensen packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. Yeah, I talked to Yusuf English a couple days ago in Tournament Central. He's a very nice guy. I mean, you're talking about a guy that enjoys a laugh or two. I mean, he's a very good interview. And believe it or not, his last name's English. He's a teacher. You know what subject you teach? English.
I was going to say math, but no, I guess it's
yeah, you wouldn't have a wrong guess. You wouldn't have a bad guess there. Because Wilson had taken that timeout.
Yeah, that timeout was called by Coach English. I think he just looked at what was going on the floor and didn't like the approach.
The shot clock violation there is Wilson on offense has gone a little bit out of sorts. I mean, I had seen them play a little bit before. A lot of their points, a lot of their production comes off their transition offense. Their defense feeds into their offense, but I haven't really seen them play out of offensive sets. And
yeah, I think that's what Metamora is doing, just that soft man-to-man, making them maybe make some shots from the outside, see what they can do running that offense.
Zobrist, nice feed down there to Funk. 101 is Funk. Woodbury, nice pass to Ramage, and Ramage scores. Nice play there for Metamora, and they retake the lead.
Yeah, Jonah Funk just kept his composure, took it to the baseline, and nobody kept track of Ramage, and Funk made a real nice dish to him.
Here's Thompson, top of the key. He drives in, looks to score, and he will. Nice shot there from Tristan Thompson.
I think that's what Wilson's going to try to do is everything's going to try to go to the basket.
There's a blocking foul there. That one was on Bruce. I think Yusuf English and company were looking for a charge, and if that was a charge, it would have been a Jody Brown State Farm charge. We appreciate her being a sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. As the Redbirds will inbound with 1:35 left to go, just over 90 seconds left in the first frame, 9-10. This has been a very close game so far.
Yeah, Metamora's doing a good job controlling the tempo. This is probably the pace they want to play this game at right now.
Here's Greaves. Oh, had the right idea. It was Matthew Zobrist that was looking to cut to the basket, but he must have slipped.
Yeah, he lost his footing when he was going to change directions.
It would have been a great play for Metamora, but mistakes do happen, and they had one there. Smith on the top of the key. Will shoot the jumper, a long two, and he nails it. Elijah Smith. And now the Wilson Tigers have a 3-point lead. Just under a minute to go. Nice tip there from Bruce. Seeing that all tournament long from him.
Yeah, a little too much
Sometimes you play those aggressive defenses. I've said it before. You get pros and cons out of it. You get a pros that you get a lot of steals out of it, but a con is that you get a lot of foul opportunities. And some officials, if you're really up in somebody's grill, they have no problem calling those fouls.
Yeah, and what you have to realize, a little different. It's not what typical high school kids are going to play with, but with a shot clock, you look up and maybe when you force him out at half court and there's 15 seconds on the shot clock, they're out of their offense now. So don't foul, don't bail them out. Just make them now have to try to approach from half court with only 15 seconds left.
Zobrist double team, passes it out to Greaves. Greaves, 17 going to the shot clock. What a steal there from Leonard, using all of his body on the other way. Oh my goodness! A Euro step, carry over defender, and he slams it home.
He got down the floor in a hurry, didn't he?
I'll say he got some long strides. 20 seconds to go. Shot clock is off, and Metamora will probably be content holding for the last shot unless they get something good. Oh, nice look down low, just an errant pass. And Zobrist will turn it over back to the Tigers.
Yeah, that's the case for Metamora. They're going to have the possession to start the second quarter. Get that last shot, have the possession, and they just take care of basketball.
And the Tigers, you're talking about a team with 13 seconds left to go, but it might seem like 25 seconds for most teams. They're going to get down and score in a hurry.
Oh, 13 seconds for them. It's like 3 possessions.
Here comes Thompson. 3 to go.
You got guys that can do that.
Downtown, he nails a 3, and that's how the quarter ends. Tristan Thompson increases the Tigers' lead to 5 as they end the first quarter. 8. They extend the lead to 8, and they end the first quarter just like that. What have you seen out of the Wilson Tigers that's impressed you so far?
Well, you know what, we noticed the fact early if on a miss they're gonna push the ball out. They're gonna try to get in transition. But even this last set that they ran here to get that last shot was very well done. So I think what Metamora's got to do is continue to kind of keep the pace at their preference.
This Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Yeah, for Metamora, it was kind of a close game to begin with, but we had seen this yesterday against Wilson and Romeoville. Maybe see more sponsored while we're at it. Come to Kep's Sports Bar during the TOC. Check out our menu on our website. We also feature trivia every other Wednesday night at 7 p.m. We feature Texas Hold'em at 6 p.m. every Sunday night. And follow and like us on Facebook for more information.
Yeah, I think where Metamora has gone wrong more than anything else is they just have to take care of the ball a little bit better. They've had a couple turnovers. And, you're playing a team as talented as this Wilson team is. You want to make sure that you are going to be able to have a chance to score every time you have the ball.
Yeah, a team as aggressive and talented as Wilson, sometimes you have to take their aggressiveness and have it to your advantage. As Greaves wide open for 3, he'll nail it. That's a good start for the quarter for Metamora. Ashton Greaves for 3.
Yeah, that's what Greaves can do. Here comes.
Oh my goodness, Josh Leonard the other way. With the snap of a finger, he throws it down. That's what he can do, 6'7" sophomore. There's a reason why he's got a lot of Power 5 offers.
Yeah, just look at it. You look at the, that's a major college body right there, and then you put the skill on top of it.
Yeah, once you're Metamora and you score, you got to get back and play really good transition defense because Wilson all of a sudden can just score. As Jonah Funk swarmed, but he still scores. Nice play there by the big man for Metamora.
Yeah, real nice play by Funk. Yeah, Metamora hasn't done a very good job of faulting when Leonard has been able to get 3.
Leonard gives it to Thompson. Thompson, another one of those potent players for the Tigers. Gives it Elijah Smith wide open for 3. No good. And hits the shot clock, so it'll be out of bounds and be Redbird ball. Yeah, you're right about the Metamora defense. There's been some inconsistency with their help, and they can play a really good man-to-man defense, but you got to be able to help if you're playing man-to-man defense.
Yeah, when you get a guy like Leonard, you got to key on him knowing that when the ball's in his hands, he comes down the lane. You got to be able to be willing to draw charge.
Jake Walker checked in for the Redbirds at quarter break, number 24 in white. Zobrist double team, give it to Walker. Zobrist one-on-one with Thompson. He'll pull up from 3. He nails it right in Thompson's face, Matthew Zobrist.
That was not an easy shot because that was good defense.
And here comes Thompson, or here comes Leonard the other way, pardon me. What else is new? He draws the foul.
Now all of a sudden it's a 2-point game. You know, it was 8.
Yeah, Metamora, you talk about Matthew Zobrist. He's been not shy to take any shots in this tournament. And sometimes it doesn't fall for him, and a lot of times it does. And you've seen 2 there from him. Be dangerous for this Metamora team going forward.
Yeah, I don't think coach is going to tell him, don't shoot. Sometimes you just have to make sure it's the right shot, but most of the time when he's taking it, that is the right shot.
There's Leonard second at the line, missed his first. He'll make his second, 1 for 2 at the line for the talented sophomore. Nazir Smalls checks in for Wilson.
I would just see how well, you know, over the course of the game, you know, Metamora is going to feel this pressure. You know, it's not full court trapping, getting after him, but you just can't get real comfortable if the guy in your face all the time.
Zobrist, speaking of guy in your grill, in your face, Thompson is all over him.
Yeah, they're trying to make Zobrist get the ball if they can.
Funk turns it over. Here comes Leonard with the steal in the break. But he turns it back over to Metamora. Funk the other way, all alone. And what do you know? Jonah Funk dunks.
As Jim Matson says, Funk rhymes with dunk.
It's a 1-point game. Thompson from downtown, he nails the 3. And just like that, Wilson with an answer.
Nice double play to crowd with the shooter.
Yeah, this tournament goes on. As the night goes on, I expect this crowd to get a lot bigger. Especially because the host school, Washington Panthers, plays right at prime time. As Funk and 1. What a cut to the basket and finish over the contact. There's a reason why he's a South Dakota commit. He can do just that.
Yeah, he's having a really, really good game. I saw him play Tuesday night, and just his growth as far as a player at this level from Tuesday to Saturday was really impressive.
He was a part of a very good El Paso Gridley team that won the State Farm Holiday Classic last year, and he was still a very dominant player then. You have to think, even last year, you think, okay, he's a senior. No, he's a junior, and he still has quite a bit to go in his playing career. So, senior Jonah Funk, look out, folks.
And, you know, and when you're playing 2A instead of 3A, you know, sometimes, you know, you're not going to face competition like this. So I think once he's adjusted to that, you know, his game has picked up this week. And I'm sure that's encouraging for the Metamora coaches.
Certainly, and even encouraging for him, knowing that I can compete at an even higher level than El Paso Gridley. As pass is tipped in, nice zone play there from the Redbirds, and they get another possession. Zobrist drives in, turns it over. Now scramble for the ball, won by the Redbirds. Zobrist gets a pump fake. I think he's just looking to shoot. He just can't get a nice shot off.
Good job, though. He didn't force anything right there. He knew he didn't have it. Got time. Take a look at the shot clock.
Oh, boy. From the volleyball line, airballed it.
Yeah, a little too long there.
Here comes Thompson the other way. Back to Leonard. All alone. He'll slam it home. Josh Leonard.
That's his third dunk.
Yeah, he's been flying all over the court. He's got 11. Scoring leader for this Wilson team. Halfway to go here in the second as Zobrist from downtown. No good. Reeves with the offensive rebound. Back out the three-pointer attempt. That was no good. That was Brady Jones. But rebound there and the foul. That was Jonah Funk drawing the contact. And he'll go back to the line for 2.
Yeah, Funk has been really active, really good.
Yeah, he's been active on the offensive glass too. A lot of offensive rebounds for the South Dakota commit. And with that will come some fouls and some free throw shots. He hits the friendly rim on that one. You got to think, even though it's a second quarter, it's very, very early in the season. You got to get some of these players more in game shape. And there's a timeout being called.
This is a lot of high-intensity games played in a short period of time.
Definitely, and it's Thanksgiving tournament, just very early on in the season. It's not just any Thanksgiving tournament, it's a very high-level Thanksgiving tournament, as this Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and enjoy your future with us. Yeah, just not any normal Thanksgiving tournament. A lot of Thanksgiving tournaments will feature some great teams, don't get me wrong, but there's very few that can have teams from California to South Carolina, from Michigan to Texas, all come into one place in Central Illinois to play basketball.
Yeah, and basically every game that you're playing against somebody who's a D1 talent or D1 prospect or a signee, or if nothing else, they're going to play at the next level. So you know you're playing against good competition. Not many breaks in this tournament.
Funk converts 1 of 2 at the line. It's a 2-point ball game, 23-25. 4 minutes left to go here in the first half. We'll have the up-drink out of group tournament Central coming up for you at halftime.
Big zone right now by
Did a great job getting the ball in the middle, but Leonard turned it over. He traveled. That's how you break a zone, though. You get the ball in the middle, you let your best athletic man do his job. And this time he turned the ball over. So Metamora, great job on the defensive end.
Yeah, and they really have. They've just slowed down the tempo, not letting. You know what? Leonard's going to get his. And he's going to get a dunk or two. He's going to get.
Oh, nice cut by Greaves. Oh, rejected by Bruce.
He got blocked by Bruce. Might have got bodied by Leonard. I think the officials were looking up and they looked down at the body. I think Leonard got him.
Tell you what, these Wilson Tigers, we know they're athletic, but they're not shy to put all their athleticism on the line in this tournament. They've been high flying.
They are high flyers.
Oh my goodness. And it's not just the players we come to expect that score a lot of points. I mean, you talk about the whole starting 5, just athletic. As the Redbirds start. Zobrist working on Thompson. He'll turn around and he'll miss it, but no, nice offensive rebound by
Good
Jones,
pass
and
by
nice Jones to Funk, and Jonah Funk throws it down.
Wilson got a little greedy, and they thought they were going to get a breakaway there, and Jones did a really good job getting up that ball and getting the ball.
Bruce from downtown, and the Tigers answer back with their three-pointer of their own. But yeah, I mean, you're talking about Brady Jones, just a freshman. He's been playing like he's an upperclassman. He's got a lot of experience, I'd assume, from even the middle school level, playing the highest games of his career. He's coming up with some big offensive rebounds.
Yeah, he doesn't look like a freshman, physically or just the way he plays.
Funk, a short corner jumper, and he nails it. Jonah Funk showing that he's not just a high-flying dunker, he can shoot the shot as well.
I think he's got 14 by my account. Yeah, I think the board has. That's a good half for Funk.
Thompson, free throw line jumper, he nails it. And Metamora scores, and Wilson has an answer of their own once again. Just approaching the 2-minute point of the first half. 3-point ball game, been pretty good so far. Here's Jones. Kicks it out, and probably was tipped, but Greaves in the corner wide open, he nails it. Ashton Greaves has been shooting the daylights out of the ball so far in the first half.
I'm not sure that's how they drew that up, but it was laid out well.
Wilson trying to answer back with their own 3, no good. And Metamora.
Chance to take the lead here.
Exactly, less than 2 minutes left to go. 100 seconds left to go, actually. Could take the lead. Pass to Jones down low. Jones out the defender and just draws the foul. Close to an and one, but he'll get 2 shots at the line.
The last couple times that I've noticed Jones has been a real strong effort of posting his man up inside. And I think they can probably get the ball.
Yeah, first-year head coach Justin Dem. Probably very fond of his freshmen. And a young team by all accounts as compared to last year's Metamora team that had a lot of talent on their team. In the past couple years, they've lost a lot of senior talent, but Justin Dem, first year Metamora head coach, trying to navigate a tough start to the Tournament of Champions, and by all accounts, a 1-2 mark in this tournament is not something to not be ashamed of. You're playing some of the very best teams in the country, like we had just added, but
yeah, like we said, they're not afraid to lose a game or 2 early in the year, and that's okay.
Justin Dem taking over from the legendary Danny Greaves. The jumper there from Bruce, no good. Rebound by Brady Jones. And the Redbirds will push. Zobris, oh my goodness, a step back three, he nails it. Matthew Zobris, he's been taking tough shots all tournament long, and he's not shying away from anything. He's nailed some of them tonight.
More all of a sudden up 35.
Oh, nice pump fake by Thompson. Rebound there from Leonard, and no good. And Zobris will be pushing the other way for the Redbirds. That's the Ramage. Back out to Greaves. Greaves, Funk. Funk trying to pump fake, get the man up, and he does, and Elijah Smith picks up the foul for the Tigers. Tigers have 4 personal fouls here in the second half, or in the second quarter, pardon me. And Funk will go to the line for 2. Funk, a very good free throw shooter, and you got to imagine the way he plays, he has to be really good at free throw shooting because of all the contact he forces down low and all the fouls he probably would draw.
Yeah, you're going to get fouled a lot inside, so having a big who can also shoot free throws is a real bonus.
Feels like something that's very underrated in today's game. When we think of big men in 2024, we think of guys that could be a stretch 4, a stretch 5, and while Jonah Funk can certainly shoot the 3-point ball, he's also a very good free throw shooter. I think we just jinxed him, but yeah, that's okay.
Always.
It happens. Here's Thompson driving in. Tries to draw the foul, but he'll still score regardless. And without this, the Wilson Tigers are only down by 4. It's been a very close game throughout as the shot clock is off. And Zobris near the half-court line. Here's Jones back to Zobris. Zobris, oh, yes, he did travel.
Yep.
And that's
He's
kind of
going
what
to
we
come off that and pull up and shoot, but really good defensive play by Wilson to get out and change his shot.
We haven't seen that much out of Zobris this tournament long. If he's shooting the ball, he's shooting it with confidence. That one was a little bit less confident. It's 2 seconds, 1 second to go, and Josh Leonard will miss the half-court shot. At halftime is the Metamora Redbirds. They had dropped to the Padilla School yesterday. They come back in today's game against Wilson, and they have a 4-point lead, 36-32. The scoring leader would be Jonah Funk with 15 points, and scoring leader for Wilson is Tristan Thompson with 12. Thoughts on the first half of the action?
Just, you know what, good solid game, kind of a game of some runs. You know, you had an early lead by Wilson. They were able to dictate the pace. Metamora was turning the ball over a little more than what they really wanted to, and they stopped turning the ball over, getting some shots, getting some looks, and got themselves right back in the game. Ought to be a very interesting second.
Certainly, and you look at Metamora, we had already mentioned they lost to the Padilla School yesterday. They have a losing mark in this tournament so far. A lot of teams in a losing mark in a tournament, any Thanksgiving tournament really, would kind of feel down on themselves most likely. You know, you kind of get that mindset of, you know, maybe we're not as good as we think we are, but Metamora coming out of this, coming out of the game they had last night, going into tonight, kind of more, I guess, humbled and, you know, understanding that, hey, you know, we're good, but we're not as good as we think we are, and, you know, we're good enough to make some statements here. So, yeah, I mean, Metamora is just, they're going to be good.
Well, you know, you go back the last 3 years, you know, Metamora gets a second in the state. They win the state. They get to the sectional, you know, final and lose to a very, very good Richwoods team. So, you know, anytime Metamora steps on the floor now, they've kind of got a target on them. You know, people know who they are. So you do find out about your team early in the season here. And it's not all bad for Coach Dane and his staff, I think, to get a couple of losses here early and figure out, you know what, you know, these guys think, okay, you put the uniform on and people are going to, you know, be afraid of you. No, people are going to come out and play, so here's some things you have to work on to get a little bit better. And they're going to take it, and as they get into their conference season, they'll use these experiences this week to better themselves in the conference.
And on the flip side, you talk about Wilson out of Florence, South Carolina. I talked to Yusuf English at a Tournament Central hit a couple days ago, and he was just a great interview, first of all, and, you know, a great guy, great coach. Obviously, he's coaching a great Wilson team, and he had mentioned, you know, just how great the Florence area is in terms of basketball. He talked about teams like South Florence and West Florence, including themselves. So he's got a great state of basketball over there. But for now, we're going to toss it back to Upstream Tournament Central, where we'll have a couple guest on the show, and we'll talk some basketball. We'll be back with the second half right after our commercial break.
The 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the team at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey, from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. To request an appointment, visit their website or call 844-OSF-4-HOPE. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Welcome back inside Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central. Jonathan Michael here, Clutch Sports Media. Halftime of Metamora versus Wilson. Good game brewed on the court, but lots of activity going on around here at the gym at Washington all week. Lots of people helping put this tournament on, helped us get the tournament out there, especially on social media, and these guys right here from Dagger Studio do a great job of it here. Clayton Coolman and Jace Vanderveer. Guys, you guys have been, it's been a busy week for you guys. You guys have been all over the place. Tell me what this week has been like for you guys behind the camera.
Busy is an understatement for sure. It's gas the second it starts, and you don't stop. I'm sure you guys get it as well.
Yep.
It's a lot, but we love it.
For sure. And I know you guys, sounds like you guys have had a busy day. You were somewhere else before you came here. What were you guys doing before you got here to Washington today?
Yeah, we went over to the OSF Cancer Research Center. We were out there with St. John Bosco. We're doing a documentary on the tournament and them that kind of encompasses what the tournament's for. Their team has been impacted by glioblastoma, so we're covering the tournament and how their impact has brought them back time again.
Most definitely. And, Jason, maybe tell me a little bit more about, this documentary you guys are doing. I know you guys have gone really in-depth, what it sounds like, on this. You guys even went out to St. John Bosco, if I heard it correctly.
Yep. Yeah, so a couple of weeks ago, Coach Schimmerhorn called us and was like, hey, guys, pretty last second here, but got an opportunity to, do something cool. And we kind of dropped our hats on everything. We were like, let's do this. And, so we flew out there with Jody and Roger Holtzauer and Ben Armstrong, and they went out to an event at St. John Bosco's school on a Saturday, a cool fundraiser event for them, and Jody got to kind of share her story and what the KBM TOC is all about. We got to meet the players and kind of tell them what we're doing, but kind of telling that whole side of the thing, I think, was really kind of a really cool piece that's going to be in this documentary ball, and that's kind of what the documentary is meant to be about, is we do a really cool basketball tournament, but at the end of the day, all of this is for a bigger cause.
Most definitely. And, just real quick on this documentary, because I know I'm going to want to watch this when this is all done. Where will people be able to watch it somewhere? And if so, where can they find it?
Yeah, we're still working out a couple things on where we're going to post it, but it'll be up on YouTube. Not entirely sure on the timeline. We're trying to not give ourselves quite a hard deadline, but there's not a day that it needs to be posted. But yeah, I mean, we're hoping a couple weeks, a month after the tournament, we can have this thing put out on YouTube and blast it all over the socials. I think we're talking about maybe clipping it up and putting it on Instagram too. So it'll be kind of all over the place.
Very cool. And again, these guys have been also doing all the official tournament videography from the TOC as well. You guys are not only shooting the documentary, but also the highlights as well. You see on the KB Memorial TOC Instagram page, and also on your guys' Instagram page. Where can people find you guys on social media?
Yeah, Dagger Studio on Instagram. Daggerstudios.co is our website. You can get on there, see some of our work. And then anything else. We got a Facebook page, Dagger Studios, as well. But yeah, doing the double time this week with the highlight clips and the doc, it's been crazy for sure.
For sure. Well, hey, last day of the tournament, guys, you guys have been doing some phenomenal work. Some chill guys here from Dagger Studio and doing some great work here at this tournament. Guys, we'll send it to a quick break and come right back for the second half of Metamora versus Wilson on the KBM TOC.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but they help reduce this anxiety and stress through their rapid appointment scheduling process, which can shorten the amount of time it takes for patients to be diagnosed and begin treatment for cancer. You can either be referred by your doctor or contact them yourself. OSF Cancer Institute will always respond within 1 business day. Visit their website or give them a call at 844-OSF-4HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank, local people, local decisions, local success, everything you want in a community bank, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
Welcome back to the start of the second half between Metamora and Wilson. And this game has been very close, Mike. You were just saying, you know, it's kind of unbelievable that Metamora is up on this team, but it's really been a well-played game.
Yeah, you know, it has been. You got, and again, you know, we were talking about this, you know, off air, but you know, it's so early in the season. We're not even in, you know, I mean, tomorrow's December 1st, so you know, this is the first week of the season, first week of games. We're seeing high-level competition, and we're just seeing what teams are capable of being, and you know, to see what these teams, you know, you want to kind of be able to follow these teams, see what kind of season they have, see where they are in January and February, and see who's playing for state championships down the road. Because the level of play, the level of athleticism is phenomenal. And here we are with the Metamora team. That's a little bit of unknown this year. They got some, you know, some new pieces, and including a new head coach, not new to the program, but a new head coach. You find out, you know, basketball in Central Illinois, it's really good, and we're lucky to have it.
Definitely, and you know, there's also this thought process about a Thanksgiving tournament, especially one that's high regarded as this one. That's the teams that play, and you know, you have nothing to lose. You know, you're not playing in your state playoffs, and one game decides your season. No, this is literally the beginning of the season. You have nothing to lose. You have obviously some things to prove. You know, you want to prove that, you know, you belong in a tournament of this magnitude, but you also realize that, hey, you know, if we have a losing record in this tournament, our season's not over, it's just starting.
It doesn't mean anything at all. It's just, how did you play? What do we need to work on? And can we get better at some of those things?
It's the start of the second half as Bruce brings up the ball for Wilson. Here's Leonard. Nice shot fake. Gets a shot. Oh, nice pass there to Smith. He mishandles it. And Metamora gets the turnover. A good matchup right here we've seen all game long. Zobrist and Thompson. Oh, nice cut there from Greaves. Nice screen there from Zobrist to free up Greaves, and Greaves scores.
And that's what Metamora will do. They will take advantage of if you're overly aggressive, they're going to go back door on you. They're going to get a jump ball.
Oh, no, they're going to get a travel.
They're
going to get a travel, and that would be on Ramage. And that's one of those calls, if you're an official, it's hard to tell, really. Yeah. I mean, you just got to look for that rollover, and that's what Ramage did, and that dictates the travel.
Yeah, there's always going to be three things that could happen to them. That was the worst one that could happen for Metamora.
There's Woodbury, gives it out to Thompson. Leonard looking to attack Jonah Funk. He'll put up a shot, and it's good. Nice spin move there from Leonard.
Slow down, just let things develop, and then a quick little jump hook.
Here's Zobrist the other side. Herbert's look to set something up. Here's Zobrist penetrating in, and no good, but rebound goes to Funk. He'll put one up, no good, but he taps it in. And Jonah Funk eventually scores. He gives Metamora a 6-point lead. And here comes the Wilson Tigers the other way. There's Bruce, short jumper, no good. And Ramage grabs support from Redbirds, and he'll push the other way. He's it outside the Brady Jones, the freshman, and he'll get fouled by Woodbury. Woodbury ended up reaching in, just being a little too aggressive.
That's kind of the game started. Woodbury had a little touch foul, and he gets one here again. Then I don't think he had another one in the half. So
not the smartest fouls by any means.
But I'm going to see what I can get away with. Okay, they're going to call that. I'm not going to do that anymore, and we'll move on.
It's kind of a feel you out foul.
Yep.
That's the way you could think about it.
See what they're going to call.
Sure, South Carolina has not necessarily a whole different style of refereeing, but I bet, Florence, a decently sized city basketball can be a little different than, say, middle nowhere country style basketball. So you just got to get a feel for the refs, especially in a different state. There goes a good pass, and ends up being deflected to Jonah Funk. No good. Rebound by Jones. Jones puts it up. No good. Taps back out. Here comes Woodbury and the Tigers. Thompson wide open for three.
Too wide open.
No good. You got to think if you're Metamora, you cannot let that happen again. As Funks turns it over to Thompson. Thompson looking for a body. No good. Ends up getting his own miss. And it's ended up being rejected by Metamora. Rebounded by Wilson. And there goes finally a foul on Leonard. He'll go to the line for two.
Coach English wanted a foul. I'm not sure there was a foul before that. I think that definitely was a foul, but I think they missed a couple of opportunities. But I think Metamora did a good job of getting their hands on the ball.
Leonard shooting two. No good first one. Yeah, the officials have done a fantastic job.
I think so.
Tournament long, it's not even just this game. They've done a fantastic job officiating these games, letting the players dictate the outcomes of these games.
Yeah, nobody's going to get every call that they want, but they've done a good job. They've been fair.
You cannot please everybody as Leonard knocks down 1 of 2.
You just call what you see, and they've done a good job of doing that.
Here's Funk on the top of the key. He looked to drive in. Free throw line jumper. He nails it. Nothing but net for Jonah Funk.
He is feeling really good about himself this game.
Yeah, 19 points.
A lot of confidence.
After not a showing that he'd like to have against a Padilla school, he ends up redeeming himself, if you will, in this game against Wilson. Three-pointer there from Elijah Smith. He'll nail it. Elijah Smith is at a 4-point game, 42-38.
Yeah, just too open. Metamora's showing a little different look on offense this half. Run a little bit. Now they run a little bit more of what they ran the first half. We're going to look for some back screens. Oh, Funk killing the three.
He said he was feeling confident. He misses the three, though, but Brady Jones gets the rebound. Ends up getting stripped away by Elijah Smith, and the Tigers will go the other way. Here comes Leonard, crossover. He'll slow things down for the Tigers. Try to set up a play in an offensive set. It's a 2-3 zone look for Metamora. Here's Smith.
That's a travel.
Like he traveled, he did.
Yeah.
He had Woodbury wide open, but he ended up not getting in there legally.
Yeah, it just did not look right as he came across. Just never really was under control.
He had the right idea, though, getting that pass out to the wing, but like you had said, just didn't look right. It obviously wasn't legal in basketball terms, so turnover for the Tigers. Here comes Zobrist. Separation. Out the Funk. Nice defense there.
Yep, that ball was deflected.
Thompson trying to get it backcourt violation. Won't get it, but a turnover. There's Woodbury, and
that should
be a clear path foul.
That's
not
a very good foul.
It's a clear path foul, and the officials do put up the X.
Yep.
That's not a great foul there. No clear path foul really is great, especially at this point in the game. I mean, it can be good in the fourth quarter if you really do need it, but in this point in the game, you don't really need to worry about doing a clear path foul.
No, you get, right there, you give up the 2 points and you live with it. They turned the ball over.
And now
you got a chance of giving up
especially
2 free throws and then the ball.
Especially in a close game like this, where these free throws really do matter, and obviously personal technical foul. Get some shots at the line. Be Woodbury shooting the Tex. Woodbury's been a solid player so far in this game for the Tigers. This first one's no good. Deshaun Woodbury, a 6-foot sophomore. He's going to be with Josh Leonard for the time being for the next couple years. They'd be the new tandem. for the Wilson Tigers, a very good Wilson Tiger team. Be a force to be reckoned with, not only Florence, but in South Carolina as a whole, as he knocks down the second of 2 technical free throws. Be a 3-point game, just a little bit over halfway to go here in the third quarter.
Well, if they don't score a bucket here, it'll turn out to be a good foul.
Bruce drives in and he falls, though.
Yeah.
The Woodbury corrals, and here comes Leonard. Driving in is Leonard. The scoop layup, no good. Gets his own miss.
He's out of bounds.
Tap out, but he was out of bounds when he touched the basketball. It'd be Redbird basketball.
So, you know, honestly, if Ramage doesn't do that foul, it's a layup, it's 2 points. He commits a foul, they made a free throw, didn't score, it's 1 point. He knew something nobody else in the gym knew. I'll make an intentional foul, they're only going to get 1 point out of it instead of the 2 on the breakaway.
You can see the future, if you will. He went into the time machine in his mind. He's like, okay, you know, either I can allow a dunk or I just know he's going to make 1 or 2 at the line. But I mean, that's still not a foul you'd like if you're Justin Dame or just really any head coach, especially at this point in the game. Given, you know, if it was this time in the fourth quarter, you know, there's a chance, you know, it'd be a good foul. But given a team like, especially a team like Wilson, 2 shots at the line and the ball back in that situation just wasn't the most ideal.
Right.
So you get a stoppage of play to clear up some sweat and water in general on the floor.
Blood on the floor, I can't tell.
It's hard to see.
It must be, they're spraying.
They're still cleaning up some things, but we'll have some time. We'll have some time to read off a Culver's sponsorship. Culver's is proud to sponsor this year's Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, and it's the official pre and post game stop for Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard. Culver's strives to make a difference in their community and is giving back in a big way. $1 from every concrete mixer purchased this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria, and let Scoopy know we sent you. Here come the Redbirds. To the stoppage to play.
Culver's may be my stop on their way out of town today.
Zach Bourne in the ball game for the Redbirds. Yeah, Culver's is legit.
Culver's is good.
Appreciate Culver's.
Culver's is good.
Here's Ramage. Nice pass out of the funk, and he'll get the reverse layup to go. Nice pass there from Ramage.
Just good ball movement overall by the Redbirds at possession. That's what's gotten them this lead, is they're taking care of the ball. They were turning it over early.
Leonard the other side, no good. Rebound corralled by Elijah Smith, and the Tigers will get a second chance. Down low, nice cut there from Thompson. Left wide open to the rim, but not before a foul from Matthew Zobrist.
Yeah, Zobrist was trailing him across the lane and then reached across rather than beating him to a spot.
The Tigers will look the inbound. Got 3 minutes left to go here in the third. Woodbury left wide open, great inbounds play, but no good. The 3-pointer hit the backboard. It was a little bit of an awkward shot, and Redbirds the other way. Zobrist.
5-point lead with the ball in a position to stretch this lead a little bit. They've controlled the tempo.
Yeah, this certainly feels like a very important possession. Get an off-ball foul on Wilson. Woodbury, I'd assume he's looking displeased.
He does not agree with it, that's for sure.
He'll be subbed out. He's got 3 fouls, so he'll take the time on the bench for the time being. In form is Isaiah Addison. As Metamora had an opportunity to score a layup there, great inbounds play, but will settle with Zobrist on the top of the key.
Yeah, Jones had a really good read, broke to the basket, and that's going to be a charge.
Charge called Zach Bourne driving in, and Wilson will get a Jody Brown State Farm charge. Jody Brown, a great sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament Champions. Great. Any coach would be pleased with the charge, though. You talk about Yusuf English. He'd be very pleased. Any coach would love that.
It's nice that they recognize that particular play in this tournament, and I know that was one of Coach Brown's big things.
Leonard no good. He was pretty much going into that Metamora zone trying to finish. Here comes Thompson the other way. And it is a charge. Another Jody Brown State Farm charge. And Metamora returns the favor on Wilson. Both teams even themselves out with charges, and now Metamora will go the other way. Once again, Jody Brown, a great business lady and obviously a good sponsor for the Tournament of Champions. Here comes the Redbirds the other way. Funk.
Ooh, had the back door. Probably good decision not to make that pass.
That's what the Redbirds have been trying to do, using the Wilson aggressive defense to their advantage. Here comes Zobrist. Floats it up and he'll get the roll to go.
With the right hand.
That was a little bit of an awkward shot, but hey, it falls. As Wilson the other way, a three-pointer from Woodbury hit nothing. Jonah Funk actually tried to grab it before he really even hit the rim, which it looked like he didn't hit the rim. Obviously, no goaltend called.
Right now, Metamora has this Wilson team completely out of sync. They've slowed things down. They're running an offense. They're running off the high post.
They're really just playing their style of basketball and using the Wilson aggressiveness to their advantage. As Zobrist, a long three-pointer, no good, but Greaves flying in for the rebound and scores.
That's a really good play by Hester Greaves.
A three-pointer that way for Wilson. He buries it.
Boy, they needed that.
Oh, goodness. Isaiah Addison, new sub in, and he buries a three.
They needed that big time.
Here comes Greaves the other way. Trying to pick at his pocket is Thompson, and he gets called for the foul, and Yusuf English not too happy with that foul call, but you got to think that, anytime you can try to reach behind somebody's back to grab the ball, I mean, it's not going to work out well for you 9 times out of 10. So the Redbirds will inbound the ball. Looks to be an off-ball foul on Bruce.
Another hold.
They end up trying to back into Brady Jones, and it kind of looked awkward from the start. And Bruce is not pleased as well, and so is not the Wilson bench. The coach is freaking out a little bit.
And that puts
that's Metamora
the
in the
Redbirds
bonus
to the line
for the rest of the third quarter. The rest of the 57 seconds left to go. Pardon me. In the third. Jones hit this first. Jones, just a freshman. There's a couple of freshmen on this team that really stick out to me. Jones and also Caden Turner. Caden Turner, one of the better point guards, especially in the freshman level in the state, I'd assume. Played some very valuable minutes against a very good St. John Bosco team. So this Metamora team, while they're young, they have some very talented players, as you see Colin Ramage check back in for the Redbirds.
All of a sudden, it's an 8-point lead for the Redbirds.
Yeah, Wilson all over the place, unable to really solve the Metamora zone, and on the offensive end, or excuse me, the defensive end, they've had some really aggressive ways of their defense, but it's really worked against them. Metamora, great job cutting to the basket and doing all the stuff right on offense.
Yeah, Metamora's just kind of put this team to sleep. They have no.
Oh, there goes a wedgie again. You saw in the game you did last game as well. There's 2 straight games with a wedgie. We gotta get a wedgie sponsorship at some point. That'd be nice.
Yeah, you don't see that often, and to see it back-to-back games is rare.
It's interesting though when you see that kind of stuff happen. It creates a funny moment. As there goes Greaves and pounding is Thompson, but he'll get called for foul. Yeah, the game day Wilson had played against Romeoville, they had played really aggressive defense and ended up working for them. Got a lot of steals, jumping passing lanes, ended up getting out to some really good leads. But in this game, Metamora, a different team than Romeoville by all accounts. They've been using Wilson's aggressiveness against them, as Greaves is short on his first. Ashton Greaves, senior for this Metamora team. He'll look to convert in a second, and rolls around and goes. It's a 10-point lead for the Redbirds. Excuse me, 9-point lead for the Redbirds as Leonard drives in and he'll draw the foul. So Leonard's been doing that all game long, just trying to drive in, draw contact, and shooting a lot of free throws as well.
Yeah, Wilson's really not able to do a lot offensively, so this time it was just get the ball to Leonard and let him create and see what he can do. And he drew the foul on the shot.
Leonard's first goes. Yeah, Leonard, obviously we know about him now, given that he's been playing in this tournament, and he's got a lot of Power 5 offers, including the what we can call the Keystone schools in his great state of South Carolina, Clemson and South Carolina, respectively. So he's going to be a great player for years to come for this Wilson team, and don't be surprised if he gets even more offers after this tournament. He's been unbelievable, and so have some of these other sophomores in this tournament as well. There's 17 seconds left to go. In the third.
Good possession here for Metamora. They want to get a bucket here.
Bourne back out to Zobrist, wide open the three. No good, but rebound tipped out, gotten by Wilson. The half-court shot to go for Thompson is no good. After three, it's a Metamora 7-point lead, 51-44. Thoughts on what you saw in the third quarter from both squads?
Yeah, you know what, the biggest thing was I think Metamora was able to control the tempo, kind of put this team to sleep, and Wilson's got to find a way to speed this action up.
After the third quarter, we read some of our sponsors. PJ Hare. PJ Hare is again proud to be a sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and this year's Building for the Future All-Academic Team. We wish all teams good luck, and let's cheer them on as they play for gear for glioblastoma. Yeah, I mean, this tournament, we've said it all game long and all week long, really, since this tournament has started. You know, this tournament has a lot of great teams. It usually has a lot of great teams, a lot of great players, and can't be ashamed of losing some of these teams, especially a team like St. John Bosco, number 5 team in the nation, via Max Preps. No shame losing to them at all. So
but then you find out here, you know, you're Metamora, and you're saying, you know, this team is you know, size-wise and athletically and all that, they're similar to some of the teams in the Peoria area that you're going to have to get through in this when it comes time for the 3A postseason. So it's good to put yourself against a team like this. Let's see what we're capable of doing. Let's see how we can do some things. And they got to be happy with where they are right now.
Here comes Bruce for Wilson. Thompson. Just trying to combat the zone, trying to get the ball in the middle of Leonard, I'd assume.
Yeah, Metamora's just done a really good job of just, you know, making them just slow things down.
Leonard drives in and scores over Jonah Funk.
And that's been their best offense, get the ball to Leonard and let him go.
That's their best way of combating the zone. Bring the ball in the middle to your best player. If they collapse on you, pick it out for three-point shooters. If they don't, it leaves you one-on-one. Leonard's more than capable enough to score, and he just did there. Zobrist looking. Left wide open the top of the key after some pass fakes, but no good.
Yeah, don't leave the shooter, and they certainly did.
Leonard the other way, and it'll be a foul on Ashton Greaves. And that'll be the first foul of the fourth. It's turned out to be a pretty good ball game by all accounts.
Yeah, it's still going to come down to, you know, somebody's going to have a spurt. Somebody's going to be able to have a little run going here. Metamora's just got to continue doing what they're doing to not let Wilson be the team to have that spurt.
Thompson.
Metamora ball. That's
Leonard was unable to finish over the small defender Ramage. Got out of bounds and it'll be Redbird ball.
That was a big possession because they had a really good shot, you know, good chance to get this thing to 3 points and didn't get it to fall. Now Metamora just has to take care of the ball here, get a good shot. Backdoor.
Oh, nice backdoor cut for Zobrist and the foul. And one. Bruce draws the foul and commits the foul, pardon me, and Zobrist led to the line for a 3-point play.
Yeah, that's just really good. That's playing together, knowing what your teammate is going to do, being able to read what their move is going to be.
Yeah, you don't get those backdoor cuts with those passes without having a lot of team chemistry. As Jonah Funk, the offensive rebound after the Zobrist miss, but stolen back away for the Tigers, and they'll look to push. Here comes Leonard driving in, and he'll get a wide open look to the basket and scores.
Yeah, he's basically going to just try to put the team on his shoulders and carry him.
He's up to 20 points. The electrifying sophomore got offers from the Keystone schools in the state of South Carolina, amongst other Power 5 schools, as it's a
10-second violation. Makes it easier for the officials with the shot clock. All you got to do is read the numbers.
Certainly, and I wonder how they count it without the shot clocks. I wonder if they go 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. I mean, there's other ways you can do it.
Yep.
Regardless, 10-second violation. And Metamora unable to get the ball past half court in time and be Wilson basketball.
And I look for Wilson to just try to extend and their pressure and put a little more pressure, but they've been kind of hampered a little bit with fouls.
Leonard to the basket, one-on-one once again with Funk. And like we had said, if he's going one-on-one in the zone, in the heart of the paint, he's going to try to score. He does so there again as Redbirds go the way with Jonah Funk.
Yeah, that's been their offense. Get the ball to Leonard and let him go.
Here comes Jones, sophomore freshman.
Those
Off
are
the
the
Greaves,
shots
the
Metamora's
senior,
got.
no good. And Zober is struggling with the rebound, and ends up being Wilson basketball. This game's only a 3-point game, far from over. We still have a lot of time left to go.
Oh yeah, we're almost 6 minutes left. A lot of possessions, a lot of things could happen here. Metamora is now going back to a straight man-to-man.
Metamora trying to switch things up on Wilson to see if they can adjust, and Wilson looks like they know how to run a man-to-man offense of themselves, and here comes Elijah Smith, flying to the basket, plays it up, no good for a foul. They have a...
Yeah, I think he got bumped.
They have a, in the city of Peoria, about a, the Noah Vale, Metamora, in the city of Peoria, about a 15-minute drive from Washington. This is 2-2 from the line from the senior. Here comes Leonard the other way for the Tigers. Thompson wide open for three. He buries it. A nice screen set there from the Tigers to free him up, and Tristan Thompson can definitely shoot the ball.
Yeah, now we got a 2-point game, 55-53. About 4:45 to play. A lot of things can happen at this point.
Here's Zobrist driving in a floater again, no good. Rebound by Leonard, and they'll look to push. This is Wilson at its best, and they look to score, and they will. Tristan Thompson, nice pass up by Leonard, and it's a tied ball game, 55-55, halfway to go here in the fourth.
And you said it, that's Wilson at
55-55, halfway to go here in the fourth.
And you said it, that's Wilson at their best, and that's what they want to do. They want to push the pace. It hadn't been that way. Second, third quarter were basically played at Metamora's pace. That's a really, really good
And the reason why it's played at Metamora's pace is because they get a lot of cuts and drives and and one opportunities. Once again, Matthew Zobrist will head to the line for a 3-point play.
Really good pass.
Yeah, the senior has definitely woken up. You know, a lot of 3-point shots have been taken by Zobrist, and a lot of good ones at that, but he's been doing a lot more in this game in terms of driving and scoring, and he's showing that he's a force to be reckoned with. He looked to convert the 3-point play. The Bradley commit. This is the 3-point opportunity. Able to drive back down to Smith.
Nice block by
Leonard. And he'll get blocked out of bounds. Metamora, great defense there. Still Wilson basketball, 4:08 left to go. Redbirds with a 2-point advantage. Leonard nearly got it stripped,
almost took it.
but now here's Smith for three, no good.
Stay with Wilson. Good effort by Greaves.
Now it's Wilson's ball. Excuse me, I keep saying Smith. That was actually Isaiah Addison. Shot that three. Smith wearing number 21 for the Tigers. Here's Thompson for three, wide open. He buries it. He's got a clean stroke. And he shows it off there.
Yeah, he's, would you say Coastal Carolina where he's going?
Yes, Coastal Carolina.
He'll be a good player. Oh.
It was one school. Greaves nearly wasn't looking for the ball. Able to recover himself. Able to drive in, kick it out to Jones. Jones driving in, looking for the shot.
That's going to be
oh, and the block.
Yeah.
That was a close one there. That could have gone either way, and
yeah, just
did not
didn't
go
quite have
way.
the angle.
Did not go Wilson's way. Now the freshman Brady Jones at the line for what could probably be in the varsity level at least the biggest free throws he's had in his young career. To extend the Metamora lead, or excuse me, no, to get Metamora the lead. Almost lost track of the score there.
Yeah, you know what? I looked up too to remind myself that, yeah, this team has taken the lead.
58-58. Jones for Metamora to take the lead. He buries it.
That's composure for a young kid, doesn't he?
Exactly. Composure from the freshman, and the Redbirds have a 1-point lead with 3.5 to go. Leonard into the zone to Thompson. Out to Addison in the corner. Addison driving in, kicks it back out to Smith, and Smith turns it over. Oh no, it's back to Thompson and the Tigers. Thompson driving in, it's blocked. And Redbirds go the other way. And it's blocked again, Leonard. Leonard going the other way himself. Leonard shooting, and that worked awkward. And the reason why it was awkward is because it was a travel.
Yeah, he took that extra step.
And Leonard will turn the ball back over to the Redbirds. We get a timeout call. I believe that was Metamora. That was Metamora's timeout.
I'm old school enough that I can't ever figure out why that Euro step is not a travel all the time anyway, but he did a little Euro +1 on that one.
Yeah, you talk about, the traditional versus modern styles of basketball. The outfits change, and so do some of the play styles change.
They do. And I just can't wrap my head around that one, but that's part of the game now.
This Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. So we're back, and this game has definitely been one to look out for, folks.
Yeah, 3 minutes, 59-58 Metamora with the ball.
And Zobris, the ball, goes out to Grease. Jones, he's just passing around the perimeter right now, trying to see if he can get a ball inside it. Oh, best handle there by Zobris, and now
took
goes
his eye off the ball.
Leonard.
That's going to be a block.
Oh, goodness, Leonard showing off the dribble moves and getting the finish and getting the foul called on him, with them, and they get the three-point play opportunity at the line. That's pretty much been a reason why he's been one of the players to look out for. He's a very talented player for Wilson.
Yeah, when you get down to a game like this, a 1-point game, under 3 minutes to go, you're counting on your best players to perform. And so far, Leonard has really stepped up in this fourth quarter.
Takes a second to tie his shoes. Probably takes a second for all 10 players on the court to catch themselves. Very important, 2 minutes and 46 seconds to go here. His free throw's off, but batted around, it'll stay. Wilson basketball, batted out by Metamora.
Nobody got a body on number 1, Tristan Thompson. He almost tipped that thing back in, but still kept the ball live, and they maintained possession. You got, when your opponent is shooting a free throw, you got one thing to do, and that's rebound and miss. Don't worry about anything else, and Metamora failed to do that.
Here's Elijah Smith, no good, but tapped in by Tristan Thompson. He lets them know. A lot of talking going on with Wilson, and
Thompson's excitable, but you know what? That's all right if he's not, depending on what's coming out of his mouth. But you got to show a little emotion. That's okay.
Yeah, it's not really a high-stakes game, but a lot of emotion from both sides.
You're a competitor.
Greaves drives in and one. The blocking foul being called, and Greaves to the line for a three-point play.
Greaves just finds a way to get it done.
Myquan McWhite with the foul, and
Greaves with a chance to tie it up.
So pretty big free throw here from the senior. Big parts of Metamora's teams in years past have been from Ashton Greaves, and shows composure there and knocks down a free throw to knot it up at 62 all. Just a little bit over 2 minutes left to go here in regulation. Stay with us, folks. After this game, we'll bring it to Upstream Tournament Central, and then we'll bring it to the next game of an 8-game slate of the Washington Tournament Champions, as there's a shot there from Thompson, no good. Rebound by Brady Jones. The freshman has been all over the place, and he's showing composure himself on the glass. And here comes Zobris. Jones in the top of the key at the volleyball line. Here's a good matchup here, as we said all game long. Thompson and Zobris. And trap down low. That was Zach Bourne, and
yeah, got himself in a little bit of trouble there, but caught a break ball out of bounds. Still got 8 seconds running out of bounds play.
Zach Bourne, a sophomore. Gets some good varsity minutes this game. Part of a very young Metamora team. As Jonah Funk gets the inbound pass left wide open. Thought about shooting it, gives it to Zobrist.
Good
His
decision.
three-pointer no good at the front of the rim. Rebound by Bourne, gives out to Zobrist again. And he'll be content with just setting something up. Tied game 62-62 with just over a minute left to go here in regulation. Shot clock at 23. Had a nice cut there by Bourne. He'll be content with just being conservative on offense. As here comes Greaves. Greaves driving in trouble, finds Zobrist. Oh, Zobrist once again, thought about shooting a three. And how about that? That was, let's see here, Isaiah Addison had a really good contest on the shot, and they know Zobrist likes to shoot the ball, so every time he pulls up, they got a chance to block it, and if they get their hands up there enough, Zobrist is going to think secondly about shooting it, and they'll be in travel all the time. 52.5 remaining, 62 all. Here comes Wilson.
Be really surprised if, I was just going to say, if that ball doesn't go right to Leonard.
He's one-on-one, and he draws the contact and the foul.
Can't believe it.
Jonah Funk has been one-on-one with him in the zone all game long, and Leonard is not afraid of anybody. He gets to the line for two. Tigers have 5 fouls, so the Redbirds will be shooting 2 all for the rest of the way. And Metamora will call another timeout, and probably a really good timeout for them as well. It's a 62 all, and it's a really key point in this game. This power-up timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power your career? Visit interconpower.com. Engineer your future with us. Yeah, very important moment in this ball game. You know.
Yeah, and
good timeout.
Yeah, Metamora's talking about right now. What are we going to do? You know, what if he misses both? We're going to do this. If he makes one, if he makes two, we're going to do this. So they're going through. You know, and you know, every coach has a little different strategy on how they do things, but I'm guessing they're probably going to look at it and say, you know, we want to take what's going to be our first good shot. We don't necessarily, you know, have to make a three to get the lead, or make, you know, we just want to take the first good shot that's available within our offense, and then play good, solid defense depending on what the situation is.
This is what this tournament's all about. One of the very best teams in South Carolina, and certainly one of the very best teams in Central Illinois by where this gym is and by where this tournament is hosted, and certainly one of the very best in the land of Lincoln. Less than a minute to go. We're not up at 62. Leonard with some of the biggest free throws in his young career, and he'll rattle one home.
And another key here is, if he misses this, you have the freshman, you got Jones with Thompson. He's got to block him out. Thompson last time just about tipped in a miss. Thompson's got the inside track again, but it fell in.
How about that? And Wilson has the lead after 2 really big free throws from Leonard. And Metamora's got to score. Oh, nice cut by Funk. Oh, goodness. We've seen that all game long. Metamora cuts, generating into some points. That time, Jonah Funk. And it's now 20 seconds left to go. We're not up at 64. And Wilson will probably be content with holding for the last shot. Unless they get a really good one immediately. Leonard passes it out to Addison. Addison looking and gets the mic on McWhite. McWhite out to Addison. His three-pointer, no good. Rebound tapped out, and it'll be Wilson basketball. Jonah Funk knocked that one out of bounds.
Now Metamora has a foul to give.
2 seconds.
They got a foul to give here. That scoreboard, I think, says 3 team fouls on Metamora. So what you can do here, you don't want to foul a shooter, but if the ball gets thrown in and the guy's got the ball on the floor, you know, nothing wrong with fouling him. Now you got to start over. It might be 1.5, 1.2, something like that with having to throw it in again. So
Wilson had called the timeout. I'm sure they're discussing an inbounds play to take the 2 seconds off the clock and win them the game in regulation. But for the time being, this power-up timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. This is probably the biggest moment in the ball game so far. You're now up at 64. Both teams have played a heck of a ball game. Both teams have played their styles of basketball at certain points of the game. It hasn't felt like that one game where, you know, one team dictates the outcome of this game. I mean, we've seen Wilson play their high octane, fast-paced transition offense. We've seen Metamora take advantage of Wilson's aggressiveness on their offensive end.
Right, and I'm going to look now. I'm thinking if they've got some kind of lob play that they have, designed on an out-of-bounds play, we'll see it here. If the pass gets thrown in and it's down on the floor, I look for. Now we're getting a timeout here. Probably by
Metamora.
Did Metamora call the first timeout, or was it?
That Wilson called the first one.
Okay, so now Metamora's going to see.
Metamora just tried to see what formation Wilson was going to be in for that inbounds play, and well, we're at it again. Entercon, a proud sponsor of the TOC for nearly 50 years. Entercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear and chipset packaging, ready to power your career. Visit EnterconPower.com and enter your future with us. Yeah, it's kind of like that, like in football, like using a football example where, you're going for it on fourth down and, we call a timeout to discuss the plan fourth down, and the other side of things, the other head coach calls a timeout just because they don't like what they see or they just want to see what they're doing. Kind of like what we're seeing here with the inbounds play for Wilson. So we've got 2 seconds left to go. 64 all. What do you like here for Wilson in terms of this inbounds play?
Like I said, if you've got a play in your arsenal that involves a lob that's going to have one of your big guys be able to come down and get it, that's something I would see. Otherwise, it could be just the screens.
Thompson for the win. No good. Yep. And we are going to overtime here in the third game of day 5 of the Washington Tournament of Champions. What a game we've had so far.
Great game. I didn't think they really executed real well on that one. I think that they might have been able to get, I don't know if they had any timeouts left, but sometimes you run through that and and if you don't get a look, that you won and a counter, then you can call timeout and try something else. But that wasn't really, Metamora defended it well. Guy wasn't really open. Maybe give them time for a little counter, maybe something inside on that or whatever. But hey, it's early in the year. They don't have everything put in yet either, which is another point. So
it's a great point. And, I was thinking maybe, Josh Leonard could be used in a lob opportunity to win the game.
That's what I thought.
All you really need was 2 points. It's a tight ball game, so any point would account for them. But Tristan Thompson shooting a three-pointer is not the worst option. He's a great shooter. Obviously, a quality shot for him at the corner. He stopped and really had nobody in his face, and it was a great shot from him. Get a second here. Shot at Entercon once again. For nearly 50 years, Entercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear and chipset packaging. Ready to power your career? Visit EnterconPower.com and enter your future with us. Danny Greaves in the house, checking out his Redbirds and checking out a heck of a ball game from his former squad. Handed the keys off to Justin Dame late last year.
And Danny's watching, that's his grandson, Ashton, right?
Metamora, 4 minutes left on the clock. Redbirds.
Oh, a little hold.
Got a foul there.
Little hold.
Once again, another foul there by Wilson on their defensive side. Just looking at the football state championships in Illinois that are just starting out. Nazareth Academy defeats Juliet Catholic 29-27. That has been a really good ball game in Class 5A as we get back to game action with Jonah Funk knocking down his first. Metamora with the 1-point lead with 3:46 to go.
Is that a repeat for Nazareth? I think it might be.
I know they played last year for the state championship. 2 very good Chicago area Catholic schools in terms of the football realm at least.
Well, we know for sure there won't be a Catholic school winning the 6A championship because there's 2 public schools playing that one. But I think they've won everyone up through this. So,
out of 8 classes in Illinois, the 6A state championship is the only one without at least 1 Catholic leagues team, or it's 1 public or 1 private school team. So it should be fun. This game action here. Leonard draws a foul, and he's been doing that all game long, where he's one-on-one with Jonah Funk. That time it was Zobrist with a hand. Leonard will go to the line for 2. From here on out, we got 3 minutes to go. All of these free throws are very important.
Yep, and they're both teams in the double bonus. Both teams are
Leonard mixes his first.
I'm guessing, and I'm saying both teams got to be running out of gas a little bit. It's a lot of basketball you played this week.
Yeah, especially because it's early on in the year. You're not necessarily in game shape, as we mentioned before, as Leonard knocks down his second of 2. And it's tied up at 65. We got 3 minutes left to go with Zobrist. Here's Ramage, Colin Ramage. Runs more of a motion offense now with Jones. Here's Zobrist and the foul again. This time at Leonard. And Zobrist will head to the line for 2. Both teams are about at 5 fouls each, and if that's the case, the foul committed would mean 2 shots at the line for the rest of action. Here's Zobrist first. Drains it. It's going to come down to the free throw shooting. I had to assume. Who can shoot the free throws better? Zobrist looks to go 100%. And he will. Metamora, 2-point lead with 3 minutes left to go here in overtime.
Yeah, you're at the point now where you want to take care of the ball. You get opportunities, good opportunities to score. You got to capitalize on those, and you don't want to foul. Every foul.
Oh, Elijah Smith, and now he puts up from Tristan Thompson just a little high, especially a little bit high for an athletic freak like Elijah Smith even.
Yeah, if he's not going to get it, not many people in the gym are.
Here's Jonah Funk. Here's Ramage back to Zobrist. Funk screen, Zobrist open for a second, thought about it. Gives it to Ramage, back to Zobrist. 9 seconds on the shot clock. He'll shoot a 3, no good, hit the front of the rim, and here comes Leonard the other way. Here comes Thompson.
Got away with it.
Thompson from Leonard, no good. Leonard gets his miss, and he'll draw the foul. And Leonard with an opportunity to tie up the ball game with 2 free throws. Ashton Greaves picks up the foul there. Big free throws coming for the sophomore. Highly touted recruit, 6'7". A plethora of Power 5 offers. Knocks down his first. Composed is Leonard. He'll knock down the second. Make it a tie ball game, 67 all. And he will. This game has been fantastic, and it's setting up to be a wild finish, even in overtime. Wilson and Metamora. Greaves to Zobrist.
Yeah, there hasn't been any big lead.
Funk is wide open, but wasn't able to get the pass to him was Zobrist, and he'll get the ball back to start off. Out to Greaves. Greaves driving in. Zobrist, nice move to the corner. He buries it. A big shot there from the Bradley commit Zobrist, and the Redbirds have a 3-point lead.
And a good pass by Greaves. Found his teammate, knew where he was, got the ball to him in a spot where he could catch and shoot.
McWhite for 3. The answer back, no good. Rebound by Zobrist. Great box out there from Zobrist, and he'll look to be conservative and just walk the ball out the court. No hurry all.
Get it across, though. He's getting close to that 10 seconds.
He's very close. He's going to be half a second short. And another foul called by Wilson. And the Redbird shots at the line. These shots are probably the most important shots in the ball game to make that 2-possession ball game if you even make one.
Yeah, no need to foul there. I'm not sure if it was just fatigue, if he really wanted to.
The senior Ramage hits his first. So 2-possession ball game with 1:13 to go in here in overtime. Big free throw here from the senior, 6'4". He nails it. A 5-point lead for the Redbirds, 72-67.
And Coach Dame just told his team, I think, don't foul, no fouls. Show your hands, don't let them even think it's a foul. If Leonard gets the ball inside, don't try to block it.
McWhite for 3 at the corner. He misses it. Rebound by Wilson. It's Elijah Smith. Smith rejected by Funk. And Zobrist with the ball, looking to not get fouled. Get some time wasted off the clock. Gives it to Funk. Funk is right there, really wide open. He certainly has on both sides of the ball. And Wilson not fouling yet, but we Metamora with the timeout before any fouls will happen from Wilson. Oh, goodness. This
Yeah,
game's been fantastic.
Yeah, all you do now, Metamora, you spread the floor, make it hard for them to foul you. They're going to want to foul you. Make it a little bit harder for them to foul you. You know, move the ball before somebody can get to you. And then it just comes down to, Metamora's got two things to do right now. One is take care of the basketball, and two is make free throws. If they do that, they can't lose this game.
Well, I had saw Romeoville and Wilson play, and Romeoville, the way they played was really effective for Wilson because they didn't really do as many pass cuts and everything to get to the basket as Metamora has done. And that's how Wilson won that game against Romeoville. They just kept getting steals, and transition offense is their game. But the way Metamora's combat all of that is they've been doing a lot of pass cuts, and they've been taking advantage of the aggressiveness of this Wilson team. There's a reason why they have a 5-point lead now.
Yeah, they really have put this team to sleep a little bit. They got a little spurt. Wilson did in the fourth quarter to get a lead, but Metamora countered it. But for the most part, Metamora's been able to dictate the tempo and pace of this game.
There's been spurts of this game where Wilson had some momentum going their way, and they played their style of basketball. But I agree with you. I'd say for about 3/4 of this game, it's just been Metamora's style of play, and that's really what's dictated their lead so far. It's got a 5-point lead, 72-67, 38.4 to go here in overtime.
Like I said, take care of the ball. Don't turn it over.
Give it to your best player, your college commit. One of your college commits as Zobrist gets fouled, and he'll head to the line for 2.
That's the first thing. You took care of the ball. Now the second thing is make free throws. You do those two things, you can't lose.
Zobrist will have 2 at the line. Both teams are at 5 fouls, well over 5 fouls as a matter of fact, so no doubt about it. 2 shots at the line for the rest of the way if there's a foul committed. Zobrist misses his first. Like you said, make your free throws, take care of the ball. You did one of those things. Now you got to capitalize on the second part.
Because if you make both those free throws, it's a 3-possession game. Now you make this, it stays a 2-possession game.
Zobrist makes his second. It's a 6-point game with just 30 seconds to go here in overtime.
And don't foul. That's
Tristan
a smart
Thompson.
play by Zobrist.
That was a weird, awkward-looking shot, and foul was called. That one on Ramage, and Ramage, the senior, will get his 2 shots at the line. Yeah, that was a weird shot by Tristan Thompson at the other end.
He was trying to draw the foul, and Zobrist did a really good job of avoiding the foul.
Anything you got to do with less than 30 seconds left to go, if you're the losing team right now, you got to at least try to get a shot up. Wasn't able to fall there, and
at the college level, in the last minute of the game or last minute of overtime, any make, the clock stops. Doesn't happen in high school. So if a guy makes a shot, you're still going to let that ball bounce around a little bit before you get it in. You can still, them scoring is not going to be the end of the day for Metamora right now. So just don't foul. If they get a layup, give them a layup.
2 big free throws there from Ramage to make it an 8-point game. Great defense there for the Redbirds, but ultimately it's a foul call as Wilson will be at the line. I don't think a foul in this situation for Metamora is necessarily the worst thing in the world. Make Wilson forced to get them at the line, as opposed to a for sure solid shot by Tristan Thompson or Leonard. But here's Leonard at the line, shooting 2, and there we go.
Rebound. Just make sure you get the rebound.
He's guaranteed 1 if he makes a free throw. Could have been 2 if he had any other shot, or maybe even 3. So there you go. Then you got to get the rebound if you're Metamora, and if you're Wilson, you got to make sure that you're aggressive.
And if you're Metamora right now, if they're pressuring, you get the ball in, you'll take a 10-second violation over a live ball turnover. You don't want them to be able to turn it over and shoot a layup, and all of a sudden it's a 5-point game, and you haven't burned off much time. Not that you want that 10-second violation, but you got to understand the time and the situation right now.
7-point lead for the Redbirds as Wilson will talk things over. Yusuf English calling a timeout. And, while this game also has turned into more of a spread game, not as close as it once was, this game definitely is still not over. Metamora still has to do their job of taking care of the basketball.
Right.
And Wilson has every right way to try to get defensive deflections, get transition offensive buckets. And for them, it's, if there's a team in this tournament that can really make an impact in 22 seconds with a 7-point deficit, it can't be Wilson.
Right, and the only way they're going to be able to do that is if Metamora doesn't take care of the basketball. So you don't want any of the live ball turnovers, or you especially don't want to turn over, you don't want a 5-second violation right here, because then, you get the ball back, no time has gone off the clock, so you got to be able to get it in. He can move the baseline. He can run on the baseline, so he's got a little flexibility here.
Metamora setting up in their press break. Struggling to get the ball in, and it was Leonard, but he was out of bounds before he can end up saving the basketball. But man, that was scary for the Redbirds.
Yeah, now he can't move. Now he's got to stand still.
Got to stoppage of play. Try to get some spots shored up. I'll tell you what, everyone in this tournament, everyone from the director of the tournament, Sean Powell, everyone down to everyone that runs the concessions, everyone that makes sure the court is clean. Everyone's done a fantastic job.
They
so
do
far.
a great job, don't they? It's a whole community. You named some of the people that are in charge of the tournament itself, but just the pride they have.
It's like there'd be a foul called on Mick White of Florence.
Well,
or it might be out of bounds.
If they do that, yeah, no foul called there. If they do this another 21 times, the game will end right here. But I don't think that's going to happen.
That'd be forever. This game's been fantastic, though. 7-point lead for the Redbirds. They have 2 jobs to do: take care of the basketball, and when they ultimately get fouled, make your free throws.
So you got to get it in. There you go. They got it in.
Funk.
Don't worry about the 10-second. There you go.
That's the right person to get the ball to. Him and Zobrist have been great free throw shooters, and Funk obviously has got a lot of shots to the line, as he does all the time because of how much of a force he is down low. So that's the right person to get the ball to if you're the Redbirds.
Yeah, and he's a good outlet man against the press. He's had an outstanding game today, 24 points.
Him and Zobrist have accounted for 49 points. Zobrist with 25, and now at 50. 2 star players for this Metamora team this year. 2 college commits, 2 high-level Division I commits. Funk going to South Dakota, and of course, we've already talked about it, Matthew Zobrist being a Bradley Brave. As Funk, a big-time free throw, he drains it. It's a 9-point game, and Wilson has to hurry and score. Here comes Leonard. He misses the layup. And Funk with the rebound. He's got to hold on to the ball and take care of it, and he ultimately gets fouled. That would have been scary for the Redbirds.
Yeah.
You got to hold on to that basketball. But ultimately, no harm done. Funk at the line for 2.
Yeah, I think they're okay now. It's going to take 3 possessions of making threes, all 3 of them. And to do that in 11.2 seconds is really tough.
Funk would put the icing on the cake if he at least drains one of these free throws, make it a double-digit lead. And he misses his first. Metamora's not even bothering being in the free throw lanes as Funk hits his second. A 10-point ball game with 10 seconds left. 9-8. Be a 3-point shot from Thompson. It's
Another
a wedgie.
one.
And that's 2 wedgies in this ball game. Oh, goodness.
3 for the day so far, and 2 in this game.
That is heartbreaking if you're the Wilson Tigers. Pretty much puts the icing on the cake.
Well, that's a jump ball, so that's going to stay with Wilson, but
and that's
4 seconds. Let him score.
They'll just be content with just shooting a 3-ball by the Panthers script on the sideline, and it's no good. And that is the ball game. What an entertaining ball game this was. The Wilson Tigers out of Florence, South Carolina, put a valiant effort together, but ultimately it was the Metamora Redbirds that took control of the game from the opening tip and came out of this game with a victory, a 10-point victory over the Tigers. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, just a good game, good entertaining game for an early of the year contest. Very well played, and both teams learned a lot about themselves, and we wish both teams the best of luck as they move forward to the next part of their season.
It's certainly been a theme about learning about yourselves, and obviously in this tournament you're not going to play your best basketball immediately, especially if you're playing against really good teams themselves. But now here comes the award ceremony. Yeah, just a great game by Metamora. You talk about a team that is young, more young I guess than last year, and took control of this game, and they won it.
Yeah, they definitely come into this game or this season with a few question marks. You know the program that you have and everything. But what you're really looking to do is figure out what your team has and where we need to work on and what we need to work on and go from there. Tristan Thompson being honored as one of the
He's been
members of the
outstanding.
he's a Tremendous player.
Coastal Carolina commit, Coastal Carolina. Again, a great player in Tristan Thompson. I mean, when we all saw the program and we saw there's a Tristan Thompson on Wilson, we were thinking of the NBA player Tristan Thompson. This kid's legit. This kid can definitely make an impact.
Yeah.
Not only on the next level, but maybe even professionally. And here's Matthew Zobrist.
Yep.
He's also been unbelievable. He comes from a very athletic family.
Yeah, his dad was a very good player at Bradley, and he's going to follow in his dad's footsteps. And his last game here in the tournament, 25 points, pretty good performance.
I believe this is going to be Josh Leonard.
Yep.
13 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, 2 blocks. Sophomore Josh
Yep.
28
Josh
points and 13 rebounds a game on an average for the tournament. That's pretty good.
If you didn't know who Josh Leonard was, folks, you probably would have thought he was a senior. No, he's a go. He's legit.
He's just a kid, just got a driver's license, I'm sure.
Yeah, he's the real deal, folks. He's been doing it all sides of the ball. Scores a lot of points, gets a lot of the dirty work done as well, and so does this Wilson team. And that's why this Wilson team, in my opinion, even though they lose to the Metamora Redbirds and they ultimately fall to 2-2 in this tournament, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with in their stay at South Carolina.
Yeah, they got to be happy with this trip. You know, what a great bonding experience. You get on the road, be gone for a few days and perform at this level, and hopefully that carries over into a very successful season for them.
And the flip side for Metamora, you talk about a team that, you know, had a heartbreaking loss last night against the Padilla school, a talented Padilla school. And, you know, Justin Dane, the first-year head coach, he went through a lot. Obviously, you know, just getting to this tournament and understanding that, you know, his first games being the head man at Metamora were going to be against really good schools.
Right.
And his team had battled through some adversity, and ultimately they leave Washington. They leave up the road to Metamora with a winning effort.
And a pretty good understanding of what the team's all about.
Certainly, it's. We go back to the studio. We go to the Upstream Outer Group Tournament Central, and when we come back, we'll have the fourth game of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament Champions at Washington High School. For now, we'll send it back to Upstream Outer Group Tournament Central. Final here once again, Metamora 78. Wilson Tigers 68.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor on and off the court. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and will soon begin the first clinical trials against glioblastoma in this area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Welcome back inside Uptree Auto Group Tournament Central. Jonathan Michael of Clutch Sports Media here. Just saw a great overtime game between the Metamora Redbirds and the Wilson Tigers. I'm joined by a very important member of this tournament, Brad Stewart, part of the KBM TOC board. Brad, appreciate you joining us here in the booth. Overall, how's this tournament been from your perspective? What have you been doing throughout the week?
Well, John Michael, I appreciate you having me and appreciate the Clutch team being here. Another incredible year of you guys putting this out there for folks who can't be here. As you well know, there are teams from across the country that have folks that obviously can't travel this far to be here. This gives them an opportunity to see their loved one, you know, a family member, a friend play in this tournament. You know, obviously I'm kind of biased towards this tournament. I think it's probably the best Thanksgiving tournament in America.
I would agree.
And you guys are putting this thing out there for them. And you put a staff together. I know it's a ton of volunteers that help you guys out. Volunteers, sponsors are what make this happen, and you guys putting it out there for them. obviously an incredible job. So thank you, and thanks for having me up here.
Well, we certainly appreciate it, and I know it wouldn't be possible in the first place too without your team. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the volunteers helping put out this tournament and the board members and everything like that. I know we were talking with another one of the guys, or the head of refereeing, for this whole event, scheduling the refs out,
Mr. Dowling.
months in advance, and this really is a year-long effort, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So Coach E's really the pioneer behind how this thing goes. He's the most humble guy I've met, and he put a committee together. He's put a board together, and he's super connected. And what he did is got the right people. He's got a bunch of doers that, for the love of the tournament, love for basketball, and a love for our mission and what this tournament now has, a mission behind it. He's put these people and selected these people in place. I see Roger walking by. Obviously, Sean Powell's a huge part of this, and to see it all get put together, the week is a blur. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Now we're here to Saturday. It's a blur how quickly it goes, but it's a 365-day-a-year process that everybody that's involved, from coaches to committee to board, it's just an unbelievable event. I truly appreciate everybody that's involved.
Definitely. And, again, I know with it, there's so many different things. I'm sure that many people, things don't even realize goes into behind the scenes. What's something that you think that many people watching at home maybe don't know about putting together a tournament of this magnitude that you guys have to think about? With something that maybe that even we wouldn't know that has to be, addressed throughout the year? Yeah,
that's a great question. Obviously, reaching out and finding teams, which is part of Sean and Roger and Eric's kind of behind the scenes, is there's, Sean finds a team, right? And that team has a player or 2 players or 5 players. And if one of them would decide to leave and void a contract, they're scrambling. And how connected they are to find these teams, find these kids. Some of them maybe not as well known as others, but when they come here, they end up blowing up on the social media. They blow up on the internet and end up becoming, nationally known names.
Sure.
Some of the other things, like their travel plans and who puts all that together, it's insane.
Yeah.
The committee, they're mostly responsible for a lot of the sponsors. You have Titan, you got Uftring, OSF, obviously. There's 100 of them that right off the top of my head, I don't have, on the top of my head, but those committee members that are cultivating these relationships with these sponsors and committing to a product that we're putting out, there's too many unknowns and things that go on behind the scenes. It's impossible to name them all.
For sure, definitely. And you bring up a good point about, teams that maybe come here and, you have your St. John Boscos, your La Miradas, who's coming up next, by the way, for taking on Gibbs, also another very strong school. But, again, there's some schools, obviously, we haven't even heard of. We're trying to do our research throughout the week, looking at, this team might be good. But there's always those teams, like Wilson was, fun to watch throughout the week. Detroit Renaissance, that game they scored 103 was electric.
Yep.
What are maybe some teams that have, I'm sure how much you've watched, but, what are some teams that have, really kind of impressed you, saying, hey, that team was fun to watch?
So one of the teams that I really enjoy is St. Louis Vashon. I think they would come into this tournament and they wouldn't care who you put them against. They're going to come out and play as hard as they possibly can, and it's not just the 5 guys that are on the floor. It's their coaching staff's intense all the way down to their last guy that would get on the floor. They play with urgency, they play with passion, they play with intensity. They got dudes that I don't think they see these big names, and they're like, I don't care who that kid is. I'm going to go out there and play as hard as I possibly can. They're one of the teams I really enjoy watching play. I got to spend some time with La Mirada at Washington Junior High earlier this week. They did a clinic.
Yep.
Some sweet boys over there. Their coaching staff was really fun to hang out with, fun to be around. Enjoyed those guys. I'll tell you what, obviously I'm partial towards the Mid-Atlantic. I think we got a tough conference.
Yeah.
I definitely enjoy Metamora, what they're doing. Morton, again, it's going to be another grind throughout the Mid-Atlantic, so I enjoy the local teams as well.
Definitely, and just obviously again, what this tournament is all about. Giving money back to the KB Strong Foundation.
Yeah.
Just maybe tell the viewers just a little bit about that. Maybe some of them do know, some of them don't. So people, a bit about KB Strong, what they do, and where they can find them, just kind of in a nutshell.
Yeah. So KB Strong is a foundation that was founded after my best friend Kevin Brown. He caught a disease that nobody wants to get. It's something that impacts roughly 13,000 people across the United States. It's a disease called glioblastoma.
Mm-hmm.
What this tournament is doing right now is our number one mission is to create awareness, and that's exactly what this is doing. It went from us being local and having kind of a more local feel. It's allowing us to nationally speak to people that are watching right now from California, Louisiana, Florida, Texas.
Mm-hmm.
They're hearing the word glioblastoma and able to educate themselves that when you are diagnosed with this disease, you are given a 0% chance of beating it.
Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine Coach Brown or Coach E or Coach Dame or whoever walking into their locker room and saying, you have 0% chance to win this game.
Yeah.
But when you're diagnosed with this disease, you literally are given a 0% chance. So creating awareness is what KB Strong's about. Research, funding for research. We're pretty proud that at this point, 6 years, we've donated between University of Illinois College of Medicine, OSF, $450,000.
Wow, that's
a
impressive.
pretty incredible stat.
Yeah.
But we're not done, and it's not good enough in our opinion. So we're still fighting through, the logistics on how we're going to continue to bring in more money, how are we going to expand this, how are we going to make this more national. 32 Warriors. So we have anybody that's within an 8-county radius of Peoria.
Yep.
We support any glioblastoma patient with a $2,500 grant for them to go out and do whatever they want, whether that's pay off bills, go on a vacation and create a memory, completely up to that patient. So we're pretty proud of that. Some other things that we're doing, we do have a couple of other events. We have a golf outing. We have what we call Brown Fest, which is a day to celebrate Coach Brown.
Yep.
It's kind of an event that when you see Kevin, and I got to see it a lot, everybody knows basketball, Coach Brown.
Yep.
My family and I got to experience and enjoy vacations and nights out on the town and hanging out away from basketball.
Sure.
So that's kind of a night to celebrate Kevin away from basketball.
Yep.
It's a live band. It's a cold drink, whatever. So, yeah.
Awesome. Hey, that's awesome. Again, this tournament not just putting basketball and these teams on the map, but really more importantly, putting KB Strong on the map as well. You can see it on your screen right there, kbstrong-fightingthefight.com, or scan the QR code for more information. Brad, really appreciate you taking the time.
Thanks for having me.
It's been a pleasure having you as always. And guys, we'll send it back up to the booth after a quick break for a word from our sponsors, Jonathan Michael and Brad Stewart here in Uplink Auto Group Tournament Central.
The 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the multidisciplinary team at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. Offering comprehensive cancer care services including access to clinical trials, radiation oncology, hematology, chemotherapy, immunotherapy, and surgical oncology. To request an appointment, visit the OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute website or call 844-OSF-4HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Beacon, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 53 locations in 38 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
Back to Torry Gymnasium for the 29th out of 33 games here in this great tournament. I'm Teddy Ball alongside Wesley Stomball. Wesley, how are we feeling about this game? We got La Mirada and St. Petersburg Gibbs.
Yeah, really excited for this matchup between La Mirada and Gibbs. Opposite sides of the country, La Mirada coming from California and Gibbs from Florida. Both teams' first year in this tournament, and they have seen a lot of great competition already so far. Both teams are 1-1 so far in the tournament, so we'll definitely want to get a win here and come away with a winning record from this long trip for both teams.
Both of those games for either team coming to the same of two opponents, Morton and Vashon. So very similar looks for them early on. Now they get to see a look at each other. The starters for Gibbs consist of Isaiah Medina, O'Neal Delancey, Mathis Roberts, Bobby Crawford, and Jacob Daniels. And on the opposite side, MJ Smith coming out first. Julian Gomez. Followed by King Riley Owens. Gene Roebuck III. We're going to be hearing his name quite a lot today, Wesley.
Yeah, just in this tournament alone, we've seen him put up some big numbers, the #1 option for the Matadors. And he's certainly a dangerous player if you're an opposing team.
And rounding out the lineup for the Matadors, Jaden Cox, the 6'7" senior. These two teams, like I just mentioned, you know, they've played two of the same teams in competition, that being Morton and Vashon. Both those games going pretty similarly. They both got a win over Morton and a loss to Vashon, and pretty narrow games on either side. So this should, on paper, come out to be a pretty good game. As you see, get ready for the jump ball here. MJ Smith for La Mirada, and then on the opposite side, the 7'1" center, Isaiah Medina. Tip is won by the Matadors. Smith over to Roebuck. Is it to Cox? Sets the screen. 3-ball already up and good by Julian Gomez. He's a very lethal shooter. Had over 20 points in his last game.
Yeah, Julian Gomez is probably the best shooter on this team, and you've got to get out there if you're on defense and can't let him get open looks because he will make you pay.
Certainly will. That shot blocked away out of bounds by Roebuck, so it'll stay with the Gladiators. Inbounding for them, Mathis Roberts, the 6'3" senior. Hands it off in the corner. Gets the screen set, picked up by Smith. Passes high up near the logo, back to the corner. Screen set. Little pick and roll action, doesn't roll down. Another screen. I like this kind of motion by the Gladiators early on. Throw it down low. Get a guy on the backside of a defender there. That was on Smith. So
good
Bobby
pass there.
Crawford.
Good pass there up top from Isaiah Medina at 7'1". He certainly has an advantage when making passes. Being able to see over everything.
Got that side over top, like you mentioned. Screen set by Cox. Ball almost fumbled away by Smith. Gives it to the man with the only points for the Matadors. Now out to the corner. MJ Smith's three-point shot off the mark. King Riley Smith driving inside. Floater is good. Two buckets on back-to-back possessions for La Mirada. Very good offensive team.
Certainly, and King Riley Owens is a really good third option for that team. They've got some really good guard play and a lot of threats.
Last game La Mirada played.
Wow, tough turnaround jumper.
Their #1 guy, Roebuck, was a little bit in foul trouble, so King Riley Owens stepped up. Speaking of, driving inside is Roebuck, spinning, nearly trips, but he makes the layup for him.
I don't think he was even looking at the basket. I'm not sure how he got that one to go.
Strong start to the game for the Matadors. Successful on all their trips. Roberts has it at the logo, guarded by Smith. Gives it off to Crawford. Over to the wing, he gives it to Delancey. Three-point shot up, good.
Speaking of shooters, we've already seen a couple of tough shots there made from Delancey already in this game.
These are two teams definitely don't have a sole identity on shooting the ball, but they definitely can. Driving back inside is MJ Smith, puts it up, and it's good.
Another tough finish for the Matadors, and they can really give Gibbs trouble if they're shooting the lights out and able to finish on a lot of these tough drives.
Medina passes inside. Layup attempt on 2 defenders won't go. Roebuck driving inside, somehow finds a way through the 3 defenders, doesn't get it to fall. Cutting right, one-on-one with King Riley Owens.
That's a tough shot there for Owens over a much taller defender.
Going over to the left now, and that one will fall. Good start to the game for Delancey. Had the 3 a couple possessions ago, and now slicing and dicing down low.
Yeah, Delancey has all 7 of the points in this game for Gibbs, really keeping them afloat despite some struggles defensively.
Smith driving inside, Roebuck. Whistles blow. He's done a good job of going against the contact early. A couple drives ago, he had the one where he almost tripped, threw it up, got it to land off the glass. Owens will pass in. Gives an easy pass over to Roebuck on the right side. Little LeBron play there. Looked kind of like he was exhausted at the right side. Cuts in to the left. Rolls in for the easy points. 11-9, Matadors.
Yeah, really good physical drive there. Got position inside on him.
Speaking of physical drive, down low, you give it to Medina. Doesn't get the points to go, but he gets fouled. Medina, the DePaul commit. Not sure how much you know about college basketball, Wesley, but DePaul seems to be pretty aggressive over the past couple of years on going after transfer portal guys, and obviously now at the high school level, of course, with Medina.
I definitely call myself a college basketball fan, but I haven't seen a whole lot of DePaul lately. Certainly interesting in college basketball with the transfer portal. It's kind of just like free agency. Everybody's signing a one-year deal.
Second one will fall, so he goes 2 for 2 from the line. Kind of the modern age center that we see a lot in the higher levels, not as much in high school ball, just guys that are that tall and can shoot, move the way that Medina does.
Yeah, you can give opposing defenses fits when you can stretch the floor like that, because not a lot of guys have somebody who can defend a 7-1 guy down low and guard the perimeter.
A lot of motion on this set. Calling for the screen is Roebuck. Gets it, spins off the opposite side, driving in one-on-one on Medina. Gets blocked by, not Medina, gets his own rebound, puts it back up and draws 2. So Roebuck will shoot. I like his approach early on. I mean, I kind of talked about just attacking down low, but you know, especially when you have a guy on the other end that stands at 7'1" and Bobby Crawford at 6'8". Those are 2, towers down low. First one bobbles around, no good. Wesley, I'm not sure how familiar you are with La Mirada, but Roebuck, like I mentioned earlier, just a sophomore. He's got offers from UCLA, USC, Arizona, many other high Division I programs. He hits the second free throw.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous, only as a sophomore. And that list will likely only continue to grow over his next few years in high school.
Daniels gives it over to Delancey. His three-point shot off the front of the rim, rebounded by Owens. He has it, loses it, gets stripped, recovered by Crawford. Now in transition, they got the numbers. Give it to an easy layup down low to Delancey. Delancey, he's a guy, he's got some offers on his own. He's got some offers from Oregon and West Virginia. West Virginia's been knocking some teams off early this year. 3-ball up and good by Roebuck. 15-13, these teams are battling back and forth. Ball now, give it down to Medina. Hands it off to Crawford. Gives it over at the wings. A 3-ball of their own to Jacob Daniels. lot of shots from beyond the arc.
Yeah, and a high clip going down. Two teams with a lot of firepower offensively.
Screen by Cox. Owens gives it back up to Roebuck. Roebuck does that a lot. He kind of posts up from the high three-point line.
Yeah, that reminds me of, speaking of college basketball, Marcus Damask last year at Illinois. They kind of decided that playing booty ball was a little bit more efficient than the dribble handoff type of offense that they had been running, and it certainly worked for them, making a run to the Elite Eight.
Julian Gomez comes back in the game alongside MJ Smith. Roebuck will take a break. Gomez starting the game just how, or coming back in just how he started it with a three-point shot. That one won't fall. In the hands of Smith now. Tough defense, is able to hezzy off. Drives inside, good pass to the outside. Flings it around and to draw a contact there. Two free throws coming up for Santiago Lopez.
Mirada doing a great job so far of just driving, getting to the basket, finding kickouts. They're getting layups, they're getting fouled.
Lopez only a sophomore as well, so him and Roebuck for years to come could be a good pairing. Lopez standing at 6'7", still going to be growing for at least a couple years. First free throw is good, 16-16. Second one off the mark. Rebounded by Michael Braxton. Shows the depth of this Gladiators roster. You got a guy off the bench standing at 6'10", comes off and immediately makes an impact as he gets a shot there. It doesn't fall, but good job on the pick and roll. Smith driving inside, finds a little bit of room, and he gets it to fall. Give it over to Jacob Daniels. Jacob Daniels driving inside, fakes the first shot, second one up, gets fouled. Be Smith responsible for that one. Like he had ball at first and then might have got a little bit of an arm there.
As many shooters as these teams have, both teams finding success getting to the basket.
Wesley, one more thing I want to add is the first shot goes in. You know, when you look at this Gladiator squad, you see like 7'1", 6'10", 6'8", and you might not think about the other guys, but even their guards have pretty good size as well. So standing around 6'3", 6'2", 6'5", kind of a little bit of a mix of everything. Good height around their roster.
Yeah, and so everybody on those rosters can get to the rim. You know, you want your big men to have the height, you know, more than anybody, but it also really helps as a guard.
Roebuck driving inside, he checks back into the game. Fade away on Medina, off the mark.
Gibbs coaches wanted a charge there, but it looked like he just did a good job stopping on a dime.
Give it down low to Medina. He gets fouled. Third foul now for the Matadors. First frame, just 47 seconds to go though. Another one now, it'll be the fourth, and that one was called on MJ Smith. So I think he's had a couple of those. He's got to be careful. Don't want to get in foul trouble. We saw that in the last game the Matadors played where Gene Roebuck kind of got in foul trouble going into the fourth quarter.
Yeah, the last foul was drawn by Isaiah Medina, and that one by Michael Braxton Jr., a 7'1" guy and a 6'10" guy. You know, it's easy to get into foul trouble when you're trying to defend guys with such great size.
Got to play with a little bit of extra physicality. He's got to find that line.
It's so hard to officiate too when you got such big guys who are so strong and playing such a physical game. Certainly can't call a foul on everything, and it's tough to decipher what constitutes a foul.
Smith over to Gomez. Haven't seen too much of Gomez, but he was the one that started off the scoring for the Matadors with the opening three.
Cutting inside is Roebuck. He gets it up, gets it to fall. Well, he's going to shoot one more.
Another really good finish by Roebuck.
Very strong all-around game by Roebuck. I mean, he's a guy that can shoot outside. I wouldn't say he's the best shooter on the team. That's no discredit to him. Just Julian Gomez is very good as well, but he's very well-rounded, and he's a great shooter in his own right. But he can also finish, play great defense, and he's pretty quick as well, so it kind of contributes all around. As the and one attempt is good, so 3-point play, technically. King Riley Owens will check back into the game. Inbounding is Medina. 33 seconds left here in the first quarter. It's tangled up, but no whistles until then.
I mean, they had him trapped, really no need for Jaden Cox to commit a foul there.
Yeah.
And you're going to put him at the line as they're in the bonus now.
A little bit questionable there, and especially when Medina was going up floor, and Cox is really the only true big man for the Matadors, so kind of a questionable decision. So shoot two for a chance to close this one back within one. Hits the first.
He missed the first.
Oh, did he? I was looking at the scoreboard. My apologies. He missed the first. But he splits the pair. King Riley Owens will inbound. Oh, they're going to change it out. Roebuck's going to inbound. Gives it to Owens. Owens picked up by Perkins. Both these teams kind of playing not full court press, but at least sending one.
Yeah, even if you don't get a turnover, you can kind of get the other offense out of their scheme, and especially with that shot clock.
Gomez driving inside, tries to put it up, wasn't even looking at the basket, but almost fell. Rebounded by Williams. He's going to give it over. Last chance opportunity, just short. So at the end of the first frame, 21-19 is the score. Matadors lead. Seems like a pretty close game as both these teams starting to feel each other out.
Yeah, really impressive offense on both sides, especially we saw Gene Roebuck for the Matadors with a lot of tough finishes. So that on both sides, teams getting to the line. I think for both teams in the second quarter, something will be limiting the cheaper fouls. I mean, you know, if you foul a 7-1 guy who's going to the rim, that's one thing, but don't. But you know, you don't want to give cheap ones. You get the other team to the bonus.
This Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered community with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Thank you to Intercon, as well as Keps. Keps is a sports bar. Come to Keps Sports Bar during TOC and check out our menu on our website. We also feature trivia every Wednesday night at 7 p.m. and Texas Hold'ems at 6 p.m. every Sunday night. Follow us and like us on Facebook for more information. And Culver's. Culver's is proud to sponsor this year's KBM TOC and is the official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers, fresh frozen custard. Culver's strives to make a difference in their community by giving back in a big way. $1 from every concrete mixer purchased this week will be donated to the fight to glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, and Peoria, and let Scoopy know we sent you. Additionally, PJ Hare couldn't quite get to that ad read, but we'll get to them in the next one. Thank you to all of our great sponsors. We get set for second quarter action. Medina posting up, spinning off, puts up the floater, bobbles around, rebounded by Smith. Owens guarded by Medina. Crosses over, drives inside. Kind of, you know, he got the efficient move there, but it kind of shows the versatility by Medina. He has the confidence to go outside and guard along the arc. As he drives inside, whistles blow. They're going to say he traveled. That was Jacob Daniels.
Yeah, it was a good job by Medina. Got caught on a mismatch defending out near the perimeter, but was able to deter the shot enough to get the miss.
Like they're doubling down on that same possession. They got Medina on the outside. That one jumped high up and guarded by R.J. Williams. He brings it down. Gives it over to Delancey. Delancey driving inside. Mid-range J pull-up off the front of the rim. That one recovered by the Matadors, but they're going to turn it back over. Daniels has the ball again, guarded by Smith. Screen set by Medina, trying to cut inside, gets cut off by 2. Now over to Medina. Medina under, hits the bottom of the backboard, so a little bit too overshooting that one. But on the opposite side, how about R.J. Williams? He keeps making these plays. And Medina now with a block of his own. Great defensive stand in transition.
Maybe a mismatch here on the perimeter.
Gomez says he's going to try it anyway. Drives inside on the 7-footer, doesn't get it to Lamb, but he got the shot off.
But another really good job by Medina staying with the guard and not allowing him an easy layup.
Foul on the Matadors, on King Riley Owens, it seems like. Shooting 2 for the Gladiators will be on O'Neal Delancey. Once again, offered from Oregon, West Virginia, very respected player in his own right. First one won't fall. A few subs come in for the Matadors. Cox checks back in alongside. Sorry, Andrew Castro, read the name wrong. Andrew Castro in for the game now. First time seeing him. Owens over to Cox, hands it back off. Deep 3-ball by Roebuck, almost falls. Rebound Medina. Now on the wing, crossing over behind the back. Gives it to Williams. Williams playing a big role in this game so far. He sets a screen. Deep, wide open 3. Too much on it. Get their own miss again. Driving in on Owens. Mid-range jumper. Bobbles around yet again Williams, but he gets stripped by Gomez. Gomez in transition.
Good hands there by Gomez.
Rolls off. Nice touch around the rim. Just once again couldn't get it to fall. I think the opportunities are there for this team, and they, if they can start capitalizing on it. I like the way they're attacking down low though.
Yeah, Gomez at 6'3", trying to go in against the 6'10" defenders. Probably not a great idea. He was asking for a foul. But I think the length of Braxton just was a little too much for him to overcome.
Definitely makes it difficult, but whistles blow there. They're going to call a foul on O'Neal Delancey of the Gladiators.
That's one of those fouls you don't need to give. He certainly held him. And an offensive foul now. I say that, but looks like Delancey's pestering defense kind of frustrated Gomez and drew a charge.
Yeah. Jody Brown State Farm charge of Daniels. First one is off the front of the rim, then the backboard ultimately goes down. Second chance opportunity is good. They split the pair, 21-21. We got all tied up here. A bit of upping the defensive aggression. Hands it off to Roebuck. Big screen set by Gomez. Over to Gomez, top of the key, leaves him open. Medina got a hand up there, but it doesn't matter. Gomez at that spot has been electric. He's 2 for 3 to start the game.
The Matadors sent a number of screens on that possession, and Gomez was one of the screeners that just got lost on a little bit of a pick and pop. He didn't have a ton of space, but enough for him.
Rebound by Cox, gives it to Gomez. Gomez quickly in transition, bounce pass over, laying it up in good. Good luck, and let's cheer them on as we play for the cure for glioblastoma. So many great sponsors. Wesley that go into not only helping us with this stream, but also, just the tournament in general.
Yeah, it's inspiring to see everybody from the community who comes together, and really from around the country, as we see these different teams from opposite sides of the country coming around to support such a great cause.
Glioblastoma, obviously, it's a notable disease in our area because of the late Kevin Brown, but also it was kind of interesting to hear about the connection it had in St. John Bosco. Documentary being made with them, and one of the things I'm sure they'll talk about is just the connection to glioblastoma it has on some of their players. St. John Bosco, one of the better teams in the tournament. Driving inside as Romeoville puts it up for 2. 28-21 now as they're starting to size a little bit of a lead here. Medina don't respect his range. He's going to shoot it.
That's going to be dangerous for opposing defenses. Even if he's just knocking down wide open mid-range jumpers, if you have to go out and guard him, that's going to be tough.
Now Medina in transition. Puts an arm up there, but got to give credit to MJ Smith. Drives in. I like this approach. I've talked about it a couple times, but I think this team knows, the good shooting team knows, you got to have a paint presence down low if you want to open up those shots around the wing, and this team is not shying away from the challenge that is Medina and Crawford.
Yeah, they're really taking it right to him. They've had a lot of success so far doing that.
Smith will shoot one more. Bobbles around, but he gets it to fall.
I think the Matadors have also done a good job rebounding considering the height of Gibbs.
Right, give it to Roberts. Hands it off to Delancey. Bounce pass back to Roberts. Tries to give it to Medina, and it's tipped by Cox. In transition is Roebuck, one-on-one. Lays it up, good. Now a 10-point lead, biggest lead of the game. And a timeout is called. This timeout. Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Wesley, seems like we've seen a couple of these type of games where very close and then a little streak starts to go. But we've also seen, teams battle back from this scenario also. If you are Gibbs, how do you get back in this game against a formidable opponent like the Matadors?
Yeah, well, I think you've got to feed Medina. They really haven't been able to get him going at 7'1". And even Michael Braxton Jr. at 6'10", you've got to be able to get the ball into the post and exploit your size advantage. We also saw O'Neal Delancey early in the game really take over and score the first 7 points of the game for Gibbs, so try to get him going again. A really good job by La Mirada keeping a lot of those guys in check.
Top 3 tallest players on this Gibbs team are all taller than the tallest one on La Mirada, but yet they still trail. Bucket good there, cuts the lead to 8. Owens has it over to Smith, back to Owens. Smith loses his footing, he's okay. Roebuck, top of the key. One-on-one, spins off, nearly loses his footing, passes outside after Medina jumping. Now Gomez will drive in for the floater.
Good defense there by the Gladiators, and La Mirada perhaps trying to do a little too much dribbling, a little too much one-on-one, not a lot of ball movement there. So Gomez and Roebuck both try to take it on a drive, and it's a lot tougher when you have Medina there in the post.
Certainly is. Owens passes it in, Smith passes it in, gets tipped on the pass to Roebuck. Good patience there down low. Jacob Daniels, hearing his name a decent amount. Great response there by Gomez. Phenomenal three-point shooter. Daniels guarded by Roebuck, tries to feed the post. Blow again. Stay with the Gladiators. Foul on La Mirada.
On the screen, 6'2", King Riley Owens got switched onto Isaiah Medina, and there wasn't much he could do there with that mismatch.
Keep getting down to Crawford. Crawford, 3 of his own is up and good. How about that? How about the big man shooting from deep? Roebuck guarded by Roberts. Smith, Owens on the wing. Moving the ball around the top. Gomez in the corner. Swinging it opposite wing. 3-ball. No good.
I don't know about that shot selection there by Roebuck. Contested 3, not too late in the shot clock.
Another set of fouls by Mirada. Just giving an easy way for this team to get back in the game now. Well, what was a 10-point game, it could be cut to 4 after these free throws.
Yeah, Mirada has not been able to stay out of foul trouble. And given Gibbs 3 points to allow them back into the game, the chance to cut it now to 4.
Hits the first one, 5-point game. Goes 2 from 2. Gomez at the logo, driving right. Back over to Roebuck. Nobody down low, but Gomez drives in anyway, gives it to Cox. Cox tries to post, sends it back out, gets turned over. 1-on-1, going up, almost. Got to give him credit for the attempt there. Jacob Daniels tried to go up. Gomez 3-ball, up and good off the one-leg shot.
Big swing there. You feel like Daniels probably could have laid that in. And kind of a 5-point swing, goes to the dunk and isn't able to flush it. And then a 3 on the other end for Julian Gomez.
3-ball by the Gladiators is good for Delancey. Like you mentioned earlier, 7 points. First 7 points for them was scored by him.
Big bucket there. Swing momentum back in their favor a little bit.
Gomez tried to attack the rim again. That time got blocked by Medina. Recovers his own miss. Gives it to Roebuck. Roebuck driving in. Takes the shot 1-on-1 on Medina. Cox gets the rebound. Pump fake, puts it up.
Mirada doing a great job of getting offensive rebounds.
Down to that game plan. Driving inside. Hezzy step, little pass over the outside. And there you go. Give a dunk to Bobby Crawford.
Neil Delancey definitely got away with the travel there. He looked like he was going to try to Euro step, and then it wasn't there, and he definitely put his pivot foot back down.
Ball goes out of bounds. 1.9 seconds remaining here in the second. Stays with the Matadors. They have one last chance to add to their lead. 41-37. 4-point gap. Owens looking to pass in. Over to the corner to Gomez. Pump fake, driving inside. 1-on-1, and it's blocked by R.J. Williams.
So you pump fake and you get past the 7-1 guy, and then you get to the rim, and it's a 6'10 guy challenging your shot.
Probably not used to situations like that in the high school level. That sends us to halftime. 41-37 in what is a really good game. Got away from him a little bit, but like we talked about, just going on a little run, getting back into it, cuts that lead down to 4.
Yeah, really good job by Gibbs after that timeout, climbing back into the game. They were able to draw some fouls and get back into the game with free throws. And I think they were getting after it a little bit better defensively also. The good thing for Gibbs in the second half will definitely be rebounding. With their size, they can rebound a lot better than they have been.
Yeah, I mean, they started to do a little bit better of protecting the paint in that second quarter. It seems like the first quarter, no matter the size difference, Mirada was able to just get there. At least, maybe, they could disrupt some shots, but in terms of just getting there, they were getting there with ease. And whether it was Gomez or Owens or even Roebuck, it doesn't matter which guard it was. They were getting there, and on 7'10", 6'8", 7'1", 6'8", and 6'10" guys, you got to be able to stop that. We'll see how they approach that in the second half.
Yeah, some really good takes to the hole by Roebuck and some of the other Matadors in the first quarter, and you almost forgot about the size of Gibbs, but I think they reminded you of it there in the second quarter.
Definitely. We're going to get set for second half action, but first, take a word from these sponsors and also into the Upstream Tournament Central.
The 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the team at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. To request an appointment, visit their website or call 844-OSF-4-HOPE. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And welcome into Uftring Tournament Central here as we work through the final day of the 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Joey Wright hanging out now with Jody and Mickey Brown from my left to right. And guys, thanks for being with us. Jody, first let's start with another great Tournament of Champions here, almost in the books. It's been a great week of basketball, and I know a great week of fundraising and raising awareness in the fight against glioblastoma.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been just, I've been here every year for the 18 years, and it's just a great tournament. We couldn't do it without sponsors like Camp Comfort, which I know we're going to hit on, which is Kevin's campground. And so, great tournament. Thank you for what you do.
Absolutely, and thank you certainly for what you do. It's been great to see so much KB Strong merchandise all around. I think I've seen more hoodies and shirts and what have you this week than I have in years past, so that's great. Jody or Mickey, I want to talk about Camp Comfort, pardon me. I know that it was a great retreat for Kevin, and that was a place he liked to spend a lot of time. I'll open the floor to either of you just to explain to our viewers a little bit about what the campsite's all about.
Absolutely. So it's a RV park, and I always tell people, there's Camping Kevin and there's Coaching Kevin, and Camping Kevin was a lot more relaxed than the one on the sidelines. So he purchased that in January of 2018, and that was going to be his retirement job. He would be retired now, so he said, from teaching and coaching. And so now it's something that's become a labor of love for his brother and our sister-in-law, Mickey, and they run it for us. And so they got some really cool stories about how, we talk about it's bigger than basketball, it's bigger than camping, too, over in Carlock. So they have some cool stories, and I wanted Mickey to kind of share some of that as far as what people come through across the nation because of glioblastoma. So
yeah, and Mickey, we'll hand the mic over to you. We were talking before we hopped on here, and I know Jody was explaining $800 raised in the last year just from random people, that came in to camp there from across the country that left a few dollars behind maybe to help the fight against glioblastoma.
Yes, they've read our story on our website and pick our campground specifically because they've been touched by glioblastoma. And we have a bucket on the wall, and they would just drop money in there, and so
almost $1,000 just from people out of the goodness of their hearts. That's fantastic.
Right.
And Jody, I know I've said a few times here in Tournament Central and in the gym this week, but you mentioned on Thanksgiving that you envision KB Strong maybe becoming something that resembles the great Susan G. Komen Foundation, right? A resource for anyone impacted by glioblastoma, even if they didn't know who Kevin Brown was, to reach out to the KB Strong Foundation and get some help and relief from that. And it seems like just in the 5 years since Coach Brown left us, off to a really good start in that regard.
Oh, I appreciate that, and that has been a goal, from the beginning. Susan G. Komen, she obviously meant a ton to her family, but not everybody knows who she was or what her story was, but yet if you're in New York or you're in California, you go looking if you have a breast cancer diagnosis and you find support. We either be financially, emotionally, and that's what I want KB Strong to be. I'll always and will always, remember who KB was, but there's going to be a day that people don't. And but I don't want his legacy. I want his legacy to continue to push forward the support that people are getting from our organization when it comes to glioblastoma.
And certainly his legacy living on in full force here this week at the TOC, as it always does. We've talked to so many people here in Uftring Tournament Central that have had fun stories to share about Coach Brown, whether on the court or off the court. And I'll open the floor to you guys here in the last 2 minutes or so before we head back in the gym. You mentioned Camping Kevin. What was he all about, and I'm sure plenty of good times in that regard, certainly.
Yeah, definitely. He was fun, and we always talk about Brown Fest. It's hat on backwards, crown and diet maybe, and some live music, and you know, he had his camper, and it was a beautiful one, and he really had a great time, and he was so relaxed and loved to visit with the people, and I know, Mickey, you know you tell stories about Kevin too, to everybody who comes through. So what's your favorite Kevin story when it comes to camping?
Put you on the spot here.
Exactly. Oh my goodness.
How about with the campground? I know it's a little chilly out here this time of year, right? I think it's like 20 degrees outside. But I imagine when the weather gets warmer in the spring, Camp Comfort's going to be sought out by a lot of people. Just with the campground, what can people expect when they come out there to spend some time?
Everyone says it feels like home, and it's very relaxed, and I don't know, just, yeah, it feels homey.
Absolutely. It was, and
What else do we have out there?
A swimming pool, very nice swimming pool.
There you go.
Yeah, and all of our sites are full hookup, and pull through, which is a huge hit for camping people.
What about KB standards?
Yes, my husband and I, that's one of our big things, is we run it to KB standards, what he would expect of his own place, and yeah.
Well, he got a lot out of his players, certainly, in the best way. You know, pushed them hard, but drove them to be better people and better players. And Camp Comfort, you can certainly live up to those standards when you stop out there to spend some time. Guys, appreciate the time. Jody and Mickey Brown. We'll take a break and go back inside the gym. Day 5 of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions continues here in Washington. The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but they help reduce this anxiety and stress through their rapid appointment scheduling process, which can shorten the amount of time it takes for patients to be diagnosed and begin treatment for cancer. You can either be referred by your doctor or contact them yourself. OSF Cancer Institute will always respond within 1 business day. Visit their website or give them a call at 844-OSF-4HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank, local people, local decisions, local success, everything you want in a community bank, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
And welcome back as we get set here for second half action. I'm Teddy Ball alongside Wesley Stombaugh. Wesley, for these two teams, pretty close in that first half. 41-37 as La Mirada wins, or La Mirada takes control, sorry about that. What are some keys for both sides? How can the Matadors stay on top? And if you're the Gladiators of St. Petersburg Gibbs, you know, what can you do to take control?
Well, I think for La Mirada, it's going to be staying out of foul trouble. They gave Gibbs too many points at the line. It's tough with the size of Gibbs, but they've got to try to stay out of foul trouble and just keep getting to the basket and drawing fouls themselves. And then for Gibbs, I think the biggest thing will be controlling the boards better. I think they probably should have more success rebounding given their size advantage than they did. And it's tough to come back if you're giving your opponent second and third chances. So they've really got to control the boards. And then I think play hard on defense like they started to towards the end of the second quarter.
We'll see what Coach Murphy and Coach Baronos had to say to their guys in the locker room. How they changed some things in the second half. Starting with the ball is the Matadors. Owens has it as whistles quickly blow. Not too sure what's going on.
Seemed like it was something about the clock, but they did start the clock, so it's not that.
Yeah, no time change on the clock. Still 7:54. Anyways, continuation. Roebuck has it, screen set by Cox. The right corner gets doubled. Calling for Cox to push back. Posting up, spinning fadeaway. Off the mark. Good effort by Cox, but Medina too much there.
Good job by the Gladiators there, switching that screen and getting switched back and not letting La Mirada get a mismatch.
Clancy has the ball. He's pretty crucial to their offense, their game plan in general. Mathis Roberts, top of the key, over to the wing. Thought about a three. Screen set Medina. Gives it to the corner. Three ball up and good for Bobby Crawford. He had a three towards the end of that second quarter as well. He's showing he's not just a big man, he can shoot it from deep.
Yeah, definitely. I didn't mention that in my keys, but three balls will definitely help you get back into the ballgame.
Now just a 1 point deficit. Gomez tries to drive in. Mid-range jumper for him is good.
Kind of a disjointed take, but Gomez is able to regather and get a good shot in the lane.
Clancy driving in. Medina, top of the key, pulls up. Off back rim. Still shot a deep two in that first half. That was pretty impressive. Has the capabilities and the mindset of a shooter. Corner three off front rim to get their own miss. Smith circles back out. Near their own bench. Screen set by Owens, swings it back to Owens. Deep three by him. Bobbles around. Rebound Medina. Daniels guarded by Gomez. Medina, same look as before. This time passes down low to Crawford.
Good vision there up top by Medina.
The good insight you said over in the first half before we started the game, just that good insight you have just from being able to see over everybody. Gomez driving left. A little bit too much contact there.
Gomez beat Daniels off the dribble, and then Daniels kind of grabbed his shoulder as he was getting by him.
It seems like both players kind of had their hands and elbows tied together. Owens high points it over to Smith. Tries to hezzy. Can't get the height over Medina. Gomez does the same thing. Now switches to the corner. What a layup attempt by Smith there. Gets around Medina, jumps, reverse layup. Quickly driving in, a lot of speed on that drive for Jacob Daniels.
Good offensive rebound there by Daniels, getting his own miss and putting it back up.
He's going after that Gomez matchup. Him and Gomez on either side of the court matching up together. Screen set by Cox. Roebuck will spin up the other way. A 1-on-2 in his signature spinning fadeaway. Very crafty, efficient player. 47-44 Matadors, still stays close. Down low to Crawford, puts it up. He's having a game so far, especially here in this third quarter.
Yeah, knocking down a three ball and then stealing his man in the post there and getting a nice turnaround hook shot.
Roebuck driving inside, steps back, loses Medina. Now over to Owens. Owens swings it to the corner. MJ Smith for three. Just a little short. Owens to Gomez. Gomez crossing left. Pull up mid-range jumper. Sinks it. And a timeout will be called there. Presumably, that'll be a timeout by the Matadors. Okay. Talk some things over. I mean, they don't really need to. They're playing great to open up this frame, but still just a narrow 49-46 lead. I think it's probably a defensive thing to talk about. We're talking about this power-up timeout brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us.
It was a three ball on that possession by La Mirada where they were able to get the offensive rebound and the bucket, and a long shot, long rebound certainly plays to the advantage of the Matadors if they're getting longer rebounds, since they're just so clogged up there around the rim with the size of Gibbs.
Wesley, going back to your point that you talked about, just for Gibbs, being able to attack that glass, what have you seen in this first 4 minutes of third quarter action? Have they been doing that better, or it's still kind of a point of emphasis to be working on.
Yeah, I think Mirada has still been able to rebound on the offensive end. The Gladiators need to make sure they're boxing out the shooters and grabbing those long rebounds.
Roberts over in the corner, hands it off to Lancey. Driving inside, dishes to the corner. 3-ball is money. Jacob Daniels, him and Gomez have been going at it in this third quarter.
We got a tie game.
3:30 left here in frame number 3. MJ Smith crossing over, driving inside, loses the ball. And that'll be Gladiators ball. They have a chance to take their first lead, and I believe either the early first quarter or maybe even the game. Memory's not too great.
Yeah, mine isn't either, but certainly been a while.
Regardless, they have an opportunity now. Passes over the wing, driving inside. Daniels gives it to Medina. Medina getting some offense cooking now. Like, that's one of the things you said offensively for them as well. Just feeding the post, feeding their big men.
Yeah, for La Mirada, you've got to help the helper. Medina's man helped on that drive, but nobody helped to slide over and guard Medina. And he was able to get the ball for a wide open layup.
Interesting shot there. It looked like he was trying to draw the foul by Roebuck, but one-on-one with Medina. Couldn't get it off.
Yeah, not good shot selection, trying to shoot a contested baseline jumper over a 7-1 defender.
But they got a lucky break there. Gladiators throw that one a little too high over Medina's head and out of bounds. Owens over to Smith. Back to Owens on the wing. Bounce pass to Roebuck. One-on-one with Medina. Will he try the same thing? He fakes it, spinning. He's got a lot of confidence in his shot, but he gives it to Owens out up top. Back to Roebuck. Trying to shift over to the left, gets a second guy to pull up, and it was Bobby Crawford. So 1-on-2 situation there, Roebuck able to see a little bit of success.
Yeah, good job by Roebuck there, getting some separation from Medina. The shot on the possession before, there wasn't a lot of separation. Medina had a hand in his face with that one, able to get a bit of a step back and get some room to shoot.
Mathis Roberts switching to the other wing, pulls up for 3, nearly falls, but just off the side of the rim.
That gentleman walking by touched the ball before it hit the floor or anything. That's probably not a good idea, but probably wasn't going to be safe.
Passing into Owens. We're at the logo. It's the wing. Moving the ball around the perimeter. 3-ball. Deep 3. No good. Rebound by Crawford. Now switching to the corner. Mathis, his shot just a little bit too short. Mathis Roberts. Play will keep going, and I'm going to say he traveled there.
Nice break there for Gibbs.
Cole not too happy with that one. King Riley Owens will check out. I believe Gomez comes back in. Not disrespecting a little bit of the range there.
After his air ball, letting him shoot it.
He'll try again. That one not short, just a little bit too much. Hits off the back of the rim. Wow. Going off the range of his own. It was Roebuck. From the Panther logo almost, but
I don't know about that shot selection.
Got to be careful in a game like this, tied at 51.
Rebound there by Medina in the basket, but I mean, like 30 seconds left in the shot clock, and you can get that shot anytime. I mean, there's no reason to take it that early. That's a desperation shot.
Passes out to the corner to Garrett Cole, the 6'2 senior. He gets it to land. Last possession for him, he had the travel. It's a good bounce back response. Tight defense by Partita. Going to the outside, finds Crawford, spinning floater. Gets it to land, so back-to-back. Kind of switching the lead here. 10 seconds left in the third. Roebuck pump fakes. Easy little floater to land.
Nice move by
straight lead changes as a half-court heave, a little bit too high up the top of the backboard. No good. 56-55 Matadors, so they didn't lose the third frame. They still have the lead, however, a little bit narrower than when they came in.
Yeah, good job by the Gladiators. They knocked down some big threes that helped them get into the ball game. Mirada with some questionable shot selection. Certainly that heave by Roebuck from almost the logo was probably not a great idea, and allowed Gibbs to get in transition and get back into the game.
This Power Up timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Also, Keps. Come to Keps Sports Bar during TOC to check out our menu on our website. We also feature trivia every Wednesday night at 7 p.m. and Texas Hold'ems at 6 p.m. every Sunday. Follow us and like us on Facebook for more information. Also, Culver's is proud to sponsor this year's KBM TOC as the official pre- and post-stop for Butterburgers, fresh frozen custard. Culver's tries to make a difference in their community and is giving back in a big way. $1 from every concrete mixer purchased this week will be donated to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, Peoria, and let Scoopy know we sent you. And finally by PJ Hare. PJ Hare is again proud to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions this year and is a part of the Building for the Future all-academic team. We wish all teams good luck, and let's cheer them as they play for the cure for glioblastoma. Thank you to all our great sponsors. We get set here for fourth quarter action. Driving in is Neil Delancey there, gets whistles to blow. Couldn't see the number and looked up, but the first foul of the quarter. So the Matadors gives it to Crawford down low, puts it up. Second chance opportunity is good from Daniels. Wesley, how about that? Not too big of a guy, but able to get back up there for the putback.
Yeah, really nice rebound and a big bucket here as it's a one-point game. Every score is going to matter. Fourth quarter, that could play a huge factor. Fourth quarter, that could play a huge factor later in this game if the Gladiators get into the bonus early in the fourth quarter.
Certainly could, and in a close game like this, 58-57, every point matters.
Absolutely.
Crawford has it up top, feeds down low to Medina. Not much you can do in a situation like that. Had a one-on-one opportunity with a 7'1" guy committed to the ball, Medina. MJ Smith picked up by Delancey, gives it over. 3 ball off the mark there by Cole. Jacob Daniels switch it over to Crawford. Crawford over to Delancey. On the wing, he pulls up in front of Gomez. Gets off the side of the rim. Those two in that third quarter were really going at it, kind of the point of emphasis for those two teams. Speaking of, Gomez tries for a 3, won't go. Rebound Medina.
That was a good look for Gomez. Got an open 3 at the top of the key, just not able to knock it down.
Jacob Daniels driving inside, trying to find a guy. Gives it to Delancey, driving in with Roebuck, and a little bit of contact there, but no foul. He gets the tip back, could get possession again, fighting for it. Medina has it, passes over. What a possession. Delancey gets his bucket back after the missed opportunity on Roebuck. Gives it to Medina, he helps him out back again.
It was good defense by Gene Roebuck to get the stop. He went up strong and stayed vertical, and they're able to get the ball back, but they turn it over. Not good defense by Jarrett Cole as he kind of turned sideways into him, reached over. Not doing a whole lot to contest that, but he also picks up the foul. And that's now 3 on the Matadors.
So Neil Delancey will shoot 2, and like you said, 3 fouls early on. Still 5:48 left here in the fourth quarter in a game that's decided by 4. Now a 4-point lead, though, for the Gladiators. Haven't seen them in the front driver's seat too much. Goes over to Gomez on the wing. Back to MJ Smith. Roebuck thought about the 3, passes corner. Gomez top of the key, swings it over to the left. Back to Gomez, deep 3 shot by Gomez. Little too much on it, but offensive rebound. El Gomez driving in, passes out to the corner. Roebuck wide open three after the pump fake is good. Cuts the lead down to 1.
Good pump fake. Bobby Crawford at 6'8", has a large wingspan, but unable to contest that shot after he went flying for the pump fake.
Obviously they got the offensive rebound, but just credit the ball movement on that drive, able to find Roebuck in the corner. And timeout is called there. I'm not too sure.
Looks like it was Gibbs.
Looks like Gibbs timeout. Makes sense, trying to keep their guys on top. This Power Up timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. 5 minutes even left here in the fourth. Very close game, Wesley. We got the privilege of calling a good game. We had a good game last one as well. So back-to-back, awesome finishes is what we could see overtime, and like we saw in that previous game.
Yeah, we had a lot of lopsided scores, I'd say, earlier in the tournament, but today we've had a lot of close ball games and some really exciting action late in games. Another great game here. Back and forth in the second half.
Saturday, kind of some of those predetermined matchups. You can't have the greatest, maybe the ones that everyone's talking about on day one, so you got to evenly distribute them throughout. But all teams are good. Sometimes just some of them are just a little bit better. Shows leads a little bigger. But now on Saturday, we got a bunch of good games, and there's still plenty to come up after this one. Daniels guarded by Owens. Now over to Crawford. Thought he thought about the three, but he gives it down low to Medina instead. Second chance bobbled, but it's recovered by Roebuck. Seems like he's just everywhere for them. Got to be careful, don't want to step back. Seems like the Gibbs sideline were calling for it. Owens cuts inside, fakes out, and draws the foul.
Yeah, good job by the officials. Despite what Gibbs' bench would tell you, good job on the no call of a backcourt violation and a foul there. You've got to have both feet and the ball in the front court to have front court status. He had half of probably both his feet in the backcourt still, so he was still considered to be in the backcourt. And then on that foul, definitely had Jacob Daniels reach across and slap the shooter on the arm.
Credit to the refs, but a pretty clean game, Wesley. I mean, we've had a couple of free throws, but nothing getting chippy, not an excess amount of fouls.
A good game and a good job by the officials, really all tournament.
Owens goes 2 for 2 to switch the lead, 63-62. Neil Delancey guarded by Gomez. Delancey had 17 in that game against Morton, which they won 48-43. Both of these teams have that win over Morton. Both lost to Vachon as well. Spin move inside on Roebuck. Gets it to fall, and they're going to say got the foul as well, so he'll shoot one extra.
What a tough shot by Daniels, spinning, falling away from the basket, and he gets fouled, still able to complete the basket. La Mirada head coach Randy Oranos didn't like the call, but it looked like a good call.
Wesley, if you look at these games, past two for both these, as the free throw is up and good, you look at the past two for both these teams. Gibbs lost to Vachon 65-73 in a close one, beat Morton 48-43, close game as well. And then on the opposite side, La Mirada beat Morton 58-48, close game, and lost to Vachon 63-68. So no question that these two teams would be in a tough battle. I mean, the games that they've played have been so similar against the same opponents.
Yeah, and it's great for all these teams to play such good competition. It helps you, later in the season, come postseason time, when you played in competitive matchups.
Definitely helps as well when you got Bobby Crawford down low drawing fouls like that. 2-point lead from the last two, and obviously they're in the bonus now, so any additional fouls will result in free throw. First one, nothing but net as he gains the lead to 3. Go up 2 possessions on this second.
Yeah, only halfway through the 4th quarter and already putting the Gladiators in the bonus. Oh, likely come back to haunt Mirada. Not that they can't win despite that, but it's certainly a big disadvantage here for the rest of the game.
Bounced around the rim, got it to fall. 2 for 2, 67-63. Owens driving in. Kind of doing the Gene Roebuck though. Post up from way downtown. MJ Smith around the side, nearly passes and gets turned over. Great defensive stand by the Gladiators. A chance to go up 3 possessions. Screen set. Driving inside, but get that out of here. MJ Smith, that other plans, comes down hard. Gets helped up, hopefully he's okay, but screen set by Medina. Not today.
Great block by Smith. He got the worst of that fall, but he got up, he's all right. It certainly helps your morale when you just came up with a big block in a big situation.
Second chance. Free ball off the front of the rim. Medina fought for the rebound, couldn't get it. Instead, Gomez has it. Gonna slow some things down. Screen set by Cox. Spinning off of 2 in between. Draws contact, doesn't get the shot to fall, so he'll shoot 2. Now 2 fouls for the Gladiators, so they're not in bonus territory, but obviously you don't want to shoot. You don't want to foul a shooter who's going to get you caught up in the free throws anyway.
Yeah, good move. Spinning between the double team, able to get a shot at the rim.
Chance to bring this one back within 2. First shot by Gomez.
Gomez, good. The best shooter on this team. Certainly the guy you want up there if you're the Matadors.
Not sure the exact number, but the last game I saw by La Mirada, Gomez had at least 22, if my memory serves me right. He hits both of them, so 2-point game, 65-67. Daniels guarded by Owens, 2 number 10s. Passes over to the corner. Back to Crawford. Crawford doing a great job of stretching the floor. And a big man with a big slam. That's Isaiah Medina. Making himself known late here in the 4th. He's had a good game, but no plays quite like that one.
Medina punishing the rim on that one.
Gets the lead back up to 4. Screen set by Roba. Owens cooking one-on-one, out to the corner to Smith. Top of the key, Cox. He thought about the 3, didn't take it. But Gomez will. And he gets it to fall. Great response by them, and now just a 1-point lead yet again. How about that string of plays, Wesley? You got the big dunk, the response with the 3 by Gomez.
They've had it all in that game. Jaden Cox, 6'7" forward, thought about a 3. He's not a shooter, gave it up for Gomez, and Gomez is a shooter, and he knocked it down into 1-point ball game late in this 4th quarter.
Got a good one. This Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities and cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. 68-69. We are locked into a good one. 2:20 left here in the 4th. Can't miss this ending. You know, Wesley, we talked about it at halftime, but you know, this is kind of its own little break. What do these 2 teams got to do to get over the hump and win this game?
Well, I think it's going to come down to who's able to make shots. Well, at least for La Mirada, are they able to make shots? Especially Julian Gomez been so big in this game. And for Gibbs, using their size to their advantage as far as rebounding and offensively.
Got a great game on our hands. We get the approval of the big man, Larry Larson. He comes up to the booth and sees us, but 2:20 left here, 1-point game. And like you said, I think it's really going to come down to the big playmakers and sticking to their game plan. How will La Mirada defend that big man, Medina, especially after that power play a couple of drives ago? He has the hot hand, but next shot is taken by Delancey. Rebound by Gomez. Passes over to Roebuck. Roebuck guarded 1-on-2. Gomez gets the screen set by Cox. Driving to the left. Putting it up. Gets it to fall.
Gomez heard me and he said, I'm not just a shooter. Really good, strong take there, putting his team ahead.
Showcasing great finishing ability today. All-around guy for the Matadors. Called timeout. I believe that's a timeout by Gibbs.
Have to be.
This one's good, Wesley. This one's good.
Great matchup, a lot of talent. It'll be interesting to see how the different styles of play factor into this one late. You figure it's probably a bit of an advantage for La Mirada being more heavy on their guard play, having Julian Gomez as such a great shooter, as opposed to the style of Gibbs where they've got a lot of size. But they've also got some great guard play. We saw Neo Delancey really take over early in the first quarter, and I think he will be a huge part of this end of the game for Gibbs, and if they're able to win, I think he will have a large hand in it.
This timeout brought to you by Intercon Engineering. Well, KB Strong. Scan that QR code there and join the fight. Support in whatever way you can. Even if you're here at TOC, go down to the stand, get you some comfortable and fancy t-shirts, nice crew necks and sweatshirts. They got a lot of stuff down there to help support the Kevin Brown KB Strong Foundation. We're all fighting for the cure for glioblastoma, and right now these two teams are fighting to get to the end of this one and see who comes out on top. 1:36 left, 1 point disparity between the two. The Matadors up by 1. It's Gladiators ball. Mathis Roberts inbounding. Gives it to Delancey, guarded by Gomez. An interesting matchup today, these two facilitators for their team. Swings it around to Roberts. Tipped and almost kept in bounds by MJ Smith. They're going to say he touched his foot on the line.
And he might not have touched the ball with his foot on the line, but if he stepped out of bounds and jumped, then touched the ball, then that would be out of bounds because he would have out of bounds status.
Seems like he tried to tip it, let go of it, keep it in bounds, but got to be careful going over and back in. 1-on-2 down low, swings it out to the corner. And the shot clock will go down.
That couldn't have been 35 seconds.
I don't think it was either.
Somebody forgot to reset the shot clock.
Yeah, that was not too sure.
The shot clock didn't reset. That was still only 24 seconds. Oh, when they called the timeout. The time had already went off the shot clock, so that was what happened there. I apologize to the shot clock operator.
Owens over to Rubrick. Just a reminder, after this game, we're going to be switching streams. Found out a couple years ago that YouTube doesn't allow too long of videos to upload, so we don't want to cut off any of those later games in the day, but we're going to switch streams after this one. We'll still be streaming though. Make sure to just refresh your page a couple times and should be back with more games coming up. Stay with us for this one. 1 point game. 35 seconds left here. It's coming down to the wire. Screen set. Going out to the corner to Owens. Owens on Medina, finds Smith in the corner, thought about it, gives it back to Owens. Owens, 3-ball is good to take the lead by 4, or to control the lead by 4.
A big shot there for the Matadors, making it a 2-possession game.
Now that was a little risky there, trying to drive quickly and just threw it out of bounds. Luckily hit off a defender. So a timeout is called, 15.7 seconds left. It is Gladiator ball. How big was that shot, Wesley?
That's such a huge shot. All this talent in this tournament, and on full display there is a big 3-ball to make it a 4-point game. And Gibbs is going to need a quick bucket here. You don't have to have a 3. 3 would certainly be nice, but if you can get something really quick going to the basket, it wouldn't be bad.
power-up timeout brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Referee's talking some things over, but should be in for a good end to this game. 15.7 seconds. We apologize if our scoreboard cam is cutting out. We'll make sure to let you guys know how much time we got on the clock in this last one. Inbounding is Jacob Daniels. They want to talk some more things over before we get back.
There was called another timeout. Might have seen the way Gibbs was setting up and wanted to make an adjustment to their defensive plan here. Was trying not to let Gladiators get anything off quickly.
And although it's going to be difficult for them to get a shot, the hardest thing is going to be able to get the ball back. And obviously you can foul, but with the shooters that the Matadors have, it's going to be hard to really get a chance to get back in this one healthily without giving up points.
Gladiators have a foul to give, so they'll have to foul twice to put the Matadors at the line.
And that's kind of, not too much of a sore, but also you wish you kind of fouled more earlier in the game, so you don't have to continue letting them waste a little bit of clock in between those fouls. That pass a little too high off the backboard, gives it to La Mirada. They get control there, get about 4 seconds off the clock, so 11.5 now.
Really good effort defensively on that inbound by La Mirada. Randy Oronos' timeout there pays off.
Checking in now for La Mirada. The number there, that's Garrett Cole. Had a good impact for them today. Smith trying to inbound, and whistle blows there.
Not the worst thing for Gibbs to give a foul there with the clock stopped. So no more time runs off. We've got 11 3/10 of a second remaining.
Foul was on Jacob Daniels. Gomez will take a trip to the line. Not a guy you really want to see at the line with his shooting ability, but regardless.
Yeah, that's big. If you're protecting the lead late in the game, to have guys you trust to go to the line to shoot those free throws. For the Gladiators, not the man you wanted to foul.
Winner of this game will improve to 2-1 on the tournament. Gomez's first free throw is good. So 5-point game, 11.3 seconds remain. His second shot from the line, that one's short, so 5 points, 2 threes can get it done, but you gotta get them off, you gotta make them. Over to the side wing. First three, bobbles around, but it's good, and it'll just be too little too late for them. It was a great game, and ultimately capped off with kind of a buzzer beater 3-point attempt, but just a little bit too short. 74-72 is your final as La Mirada Matadors come out of this one with a 2-1 record at TOC. And for St. Petersburg Gibbs, they go to 1-2 here at the tournament, but still very strong showing all around.
Yeah, saw a lot of talent on both sides. La Mirada with the shooters and Gibbs with the big men. These teams show that opposite things can be equally good. A very tightly contested matchup. And a lot of positives to take away for both teams, and also a good learning experience for both teams facing those styles. Things that they will take into the rest of the season and the postseason.
We'll have a little award ceremony down here at center court with Roger Holzhauer, Sean Powell. First player they're acknowledging be Bobby Crawford. Very strong showing for him tonight. He showcased a lot of range not just on the court, but just his depth as a player. But yes, obviously range on the court. He's able to stretch the floor as a big man. Stands at 6'8", but can play like a guard and also evenly fit in as a big man role.
Yeah, that's a big thing, being able to shoot and also being able to get to the basket at 6'8".
Additionally, they're going to mention O'Neal Delancey, averaging 17 points per game. He had 17 in that game against Morton. And like I said earlier, he's got offers from Oregon, West Virginia. On the opposite side, they're going to talk about Julian Gomez. He's kind of someone we talked about all game. We know him as a shooter because that's what he's a great shooter, but he definitely showcased what else he can do with his finishing ability, attacking down low, especially against a team like that with such size. And finally, giving a little bit of acknowledgement to Gene Roebuck, the 6'5" sophomore guard who has interest from all over the country.
Really good guard duo that the Matadors have there with Julian Gomez and Gene Roebuck III.
Next game should be a championship tournament between Archbishop Hannon and Juneau, so definitely stay tuned for that one. But once again, to remind you guys, we will be switching streams, so if your stream gets cut off, just don't worry. Just go ahead and refresh your stream a couple of times. You should be able to get set for part 2 of the final day of the Washington Tournament of Champions. We're going to toss to a break, but then after that, make sure to refresh your page and join us for the second time.
The 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the multidisciplinary team at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. Offering comprehensive cancer care services including access to clinical trials, radiation oncology, hematology, chemotherapy, immunotherapy, and surgical oncology. To request an appointment, visit the OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute website or call 844-OSF-4HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Beacon, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 53 locations in 38 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.